Back up. Special, no flash, no, I know he just uses it all! Tall Turtle, Peacemaker, first blood on the long range!
Against EG, I'm not going to feed him.
Bums though, he's really in a tight spot. He's gonna go down very quickly. EG picking up first blood.
They're going to continue.
He's out by the Infinity. There's Nick Wu. It's one after the other. They have the ultimate back, and he gets the double kill. The Mega Inferno bomb going on the shifter. The ignites there. The heal comes out. It's going to be enough. Zion Spartan trying to make it home, and Curse comes up with a win in the rematch versus Coke.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 7, Day 2 of the North American League Championship Series Spring Split. We're broadcasting to you from our studio here in the Golden State of California. And judging by the fired-up crowd, it's time for some League of Legends. Hey everyone, I'm David Freak Turley, and joining me is the man the Academy Awards continue to snub, Joshua Jat-Leesman.
Why do you got to bring that up, man? Just because I haven't won an Academy Award yet.
Yeah, me either. It's unfortunate, all of us here. We're waiting for that first one. But guys, to get you amped up for our day today, let's check out some of Week 7's already epic moments. Melton Samuel tweets Shifters spears at Dragon, 2 kills and a Dragon steal. From Coast vs. EG, here's number 3. But EG thinks they have control over the Dragon. Down to half. Oh, Prepo!
Spear's still available, though. Blue buff by Italy.
There's no spite. It's picked up with the Javelin anyway. Nintendo, oh man, doesn't even need to be part of the team. Zion Spartan picks up the kill. Javelin lands on the yellow Pete. Zion shows up for Inox.
Damn, that was a nice steal by the Nidalee Spear. I feel like it did more damage from the smite, so Snoopy can't really be blamed.
Probably not.
But it was still rather rude. Also, we got more big plays. At iPerfectionistI says, the Sheeny synergy is insane. 2v5 dive in the Baron Pit was madness. Sheep's debut is totally impressive. So from that XTG vs. Cloud9 game, this is your number 2. He needs to get in range.
Sheep and Benny gonna do what they can. They put up their dukes and they dive into the fight. Sheep's gonna be one, but they get a kill actually. High goes down instantly. The man drop's coming in. Smithy's in range. Lemon Nation goes down. Balls will surely fall in the fight, and it's gonna be a turnaround from XTG.
I can't believe they won that fight. A 3-for-1 trade.
Yeah,
like,
it looked like a
underhanded.
2v5, but the whole team was there. Zuna was behind him. Pantheon was everywhere.
It's pretty incredible, guys. So, of course, the next one is Spit GF says that one-man dive on 5 by Link. Killing Voyboy was legendary. Incredibly manly, and it won him the game. From CLG vs. Curse, here is your number 1.
Right now, with the amount of timers, that would be close.
They're trying to pop Banshee's Veil, so Link can go in.
Well, that's going to be a distortion in it. Voyboy goes down instantly. Everything that Link had went onto him. Dominate is going to go down in this fight. CLG's in their base, but they're going to have a long time to run coast to coast after this demolish. It's going to be Cop going down as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, and almost a 5th as Quas is just too tanky.
And what a well-played fight that was.
Damn, that was a lot of damage. All at once.
Yep, Link broke the
on
chain
the only
there.
target that could have happened. He didn't even land the chain, actually. He didn't even cast it.
Nope. Made it happen, though. Made it happen. Of course, you guys can share your favorite moments from today's games by hitting us up on @LWEsports and use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. And while you're tweeting, send us your answer to our Twitter question of the day.
Yeah, today we're asking which NALCS team is poised to have the next hot streak and why. Send your answers to @LOLesports and use the hashtag LCS. Then you get to stay tuned to see if your tweet makes it onto our broadcast.
Now for a look at the news, let's send it over to the guys at the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. I am Ravine Tabizn III along with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. How you doing today, Kobe?
Pretty good, man.
You have a sign out there. Somebody brought a sign for you. Just like the old days. And today, the talk of the league is XDG. After numerous personnel changes, they may have found the combination that works. And when you know it, it's almost exactly like the one they started with.
Yeah, it may be too soon to say that it's instant success and everything's going to be okay now. But we can say that Sheep had a strong performance coming out. His debut, he showed a lot of confidence going up against all these pros right out of the gate.
And with their win over Cloud9, they have dashed the hopes of fans who were hoping to see Cloud9 battle it out with TSM for first place. They're now sitting 2 games back.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that this would be Cloud9's chance to take back first place, but in his first game this year, Reginald achieved his goal. He came back. He was not a liability for his team.
Yep.
He performed really well, actually, and he was just relying on his instincts. He was talking about how he wasn't exactly calculating his moves before he pulled them off, but he still put up some big numbers for his team.
Still managed to work out. Another team turning heads is Counterlogic Gaming, who have climbed to 3rd place and are poised to clinch their longest winning streak today when they face off against XDG.
Yeah, CLG had a hard-fought victory against Curse yesterday in a game that ran over 51 minutes, and at times it looked like it could go either way, but they managed to leap on opportunities and secure their victory. A lot of the fans will be watching today's game to see very closely, can they break that winning streak record and get that 4th game that has eluded them for so long?
The potential is there. You can feel it. Let's take a look at the standings now. Still in 1st place is Team Solo Mid, followed by Cloud9 in 2nd.
And 2 games behind, in 3rd is CLG. Dignitas managed to hold on to 4th place as they slipped into the red with 7 wins and 8 losses.
And Coast has climbed into 5th place and are followed by a tie for 6th with Evil Geniuses and Team Curse.
And in last place, but on the rise, is XDG.
So looking at today's schedule, we start the day off with a bang. Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9.
Then Evil Geniuses face off against Dignitas, followed by XDG versus CLG.
And after that, we have Curse. We'll try and slow the wave against Coast in our final LCS game of the day. Be sure to stick around immediately following our LCS coverage for more action from the North American Challenger Series as teams vie for a spot in the Summer Promotion Tournament. For the complete Challenger Series bracket, as well as season schedules for the North American and European LCS, click on over to lolesports.com. There you can find in-depth articles, statistics, and analysis from the experts that will make you the intellectual envy of all your friends.
And use that knowledge to vote on who you think is going to win today's games. Just click on the matches, select Week 7, and give a thumbs up to the teams you're predicting to win.
Before you click away, reserve your spot to join our studio audience and get your picture taken with the pros. Click on the tickets link for all the details. For now, we're going to send it over to Freak and Jat for a closer look at one of the toughest jobs in the league, the shot caller.
Thank you very much, Riv. You know, there's one captain of a ship, there's one general leading an army. For the LCS, there's one shot caller.
I'll take it from here, Freak, actually. So it's the high-pressure position, one that can make the difference between being good and being legendary.
No, I'm going mid, okay? There's a big wave top. There's a big wave top, too. Yeah, get both of them.
I think the benefits of having a shot caller is when that person says something, everybody listens.
If 5 different guys are thinking 5 different things, then it's going to go wrong.
It's more responsibility, because if you make the wrong call and your team loses, it's going to be because of you.
Kill Annie, kill Annie, kill Annie. Okay, good job.
High is our main shot caller. We all listen to him.
The main thing is we just have a better understanding of what we need to be doing during the game at a certain time.
You're just slowly
Save your spirit. I'm gonna all kill him.
Usually we have more of a democracy, I guess. It's like if we agree with the call, we'll just do it.
For the most part, if we had to designate a shot caller, it would be Dexter during the early game and then Afro and Link. It used to be everyone, but we needed one decisive voice at the end to be able to make like the big calls for objectives.
Just peel back, just run back, run back.
When I make a call, I'm just really loud, so everybody's like, hey, he sounds confident, he thinks he knows what he's doing, let's follow him.
Saint's the one that will like call like the 5v5 things, like you can split push here, we want 4 people here, like things like that. And then for like early game, I make most of the decisions on like where I want to pressure.
The shot caller on our team will be me in the early game, because I'm making all the plays in the early game. But as we transition into mid to late game, Creeper will make a lot of the directional calls later on.
Alright, Jake.
It just comes down to if someone says something and it sounds smart to everyone, then we do it, and everyone just tries to come up with ideas.
During the game, whoever your leader is, listen to him. He's your leader for a reason.
Yeah, Jack, you should really listen to your leader. He's there for a reason, saying things that are important. Of course, now to share their experience in the shot caller's hot seat, we're joined by Evil Genius's Crepo and Dignitas's Crumbs. Guys, how you doing?
Doing well, doing very well, preparing to shot call against you.
Doing not so well.
Who's got the better shot calling? Who's gonna hit?
I don't have like the. I mean, I try to sound really badass, but whenever Crumbs opens his mouth, it's like action movie hero right there.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm just a Boy Scout trying to like call my way out.
But the content does mean more. Do you say more intelligent things than Crumbs?
I'd like to hope so.
Okay.
I disagree completely, but that's just my opinion.
Let's get into the actual shot calling itself, though. We heard a little bit about Snoopy talking about your shot calls in the late game. How does that necessarily work for your team?
I mean, early game, I can't only call so much. I mean, he's ganking. I'm not going to say Snoopy ganked this lane or pressed this button. That's up to him. Like, that's micromanagement. But then in the late game...
Smite the dragon?
Yes, smite the dragon, preferably. Ooh. Anyways, back to the point, freak. But yeah, late game, we were moving together as a team, you know, like going across the map, and then I have a lot of spare time rather to say like, okay, let's push mid, then rotate bottom. Okay, somebody get that wave going top. Once it's pushing, we can like later rotate into that, and that's basically what I try to do, especially when I'm the engaging champion. Like I need my team to be in a place where I like to engage, so that's where I have the possibility shot call a bit more.
And Crumbs, I know you guys had a little bit of a mix-up in mid-season where you took over the shot-calling role and saw a bunch of success, but it's kind of fallen off a little bit. How's the shot-calling road been going for you?
I think right now we're actually just struggling around the Baron area, to be honest, because a lot of games we're getting ahead in lanes, or maybe we're keeping up with CS against like TSM or C9, and games are going great. We're like, damn, we're going to be able to actually compete against these top teams, and then we take out all the outer turrets, and then, okay, let's go around Baron, and then sometimes we actually go inside the pit and then get destroyed. And then yesterday, we took it a little bit further out, but it's still in that area, and we still lost in this. I think if we just, ignore that side of the map, we're going to be able to do pretty well.
And one thing I've noticed about shot calling is when a team's ahead, everything's great, everyone's happy, everyone's getting along, all the calls are good. But when you're calling from behind, I feel like that's the most difficult thing to do in League of Legends. Crepo, let's start with you. How do you shot call from behind in games?
Well, it's a little different because both your team mentality isn't like as high spirited as it usually is, and at the same time you're losing, so you can't go for all the calls you usually go for. I mean, when you're behind, you basically have to find a way that you surprise your opponent by surprise pushing a lane that they don't expect you to push, or just standing in a brush like Fnatic likes to do. So it's both a different sense of shot calling, just because the strategy you can apply is no longer the same. You don't have that much tools you can work with. You got to do something completely different, and that's a lot harder to do than like when you're ahead, because when you're ahead, you can make these small mistakes and still get away with it. You can rotate a little later, a little earlier, and you can just keep punishing your opponent because they're on the back foot. But if you're behind, it's incredibly hard to do it successfully.
I'd say a big difference with that is that when you're ahead, you can actually simply make plays by overpowering your opponent. You already have a gold lead. You don't need to make anything flashy. You simply move as a unit and can completely outplay the opponent. You already have a strong lead established. But when you're behind, you cannot take on that 5-on-5 numbers fight. You need to basically look for fights that are going to be completely one-sided. So sit in a brush, wait for 3 people, or maybe sneak a Baron, things that are extremely risky. When you're behind, you need more reward, so higher risk, higher reward.
But at least this season with the vision changes being implemented, it's a little easier to come back into a game with like decisive shot calling. You can still surprise. If you look at last season, once the team got a lead, they would just buy 10
Cleared
wards,
everything out,
place it all over, Oracle sweep, and then just either bait you into Baron or just like surprise you wherever you move. So I really like the fact that there's still a way back into these games, but it's still decisively way harder than just closing one out.
Yeah. Not to mention this. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, one little point about that. I actually like the blue orb. If you're really far behind.
The scrying orb.
Yes, I think if you're really far
Where is
behind,
Kobe?
you just get that one, and then, I mean, I'm just thinking we're not going to get baited in the Baron. Blue orb it now. Don't even have to walk into it.
We saw 2 of them in the COG game yesterday.
Yeah, they're gaining in popularity. We're so happy here. So I want to move on now to the game you guys are going to be playing. You're second up in the day. What are your thoughts on your matchup here?
Well, we need a win. There's no other way. I mean, looking at our standings, we're not where we want to be, where we should be, or what's expected from us. Our last game against Dignitas went into our favor. The first one, I'd like to hope we threw ourselves.
Okay.
And with this new piece of information about their insecurity around Baron, I hope to take it.
Well, going into that one, of course, we played last week, and it was one of the most one-sided games I think we've seen. I haven't experienced such dominance before. Yeah, so that game, I'm kind of erasing that game from my mind right now. It's still a work in progress. But going into it, we saw how they played yesterday. They saw our plays, and I think if we don't actually give away a kill at level 1, I think we're going to be in a good position to win again.
Yeah. Well, also the match we have coming up right now, Cloud9 versus TSM, always a big story, but Bjergsen's out this time. Let's actually start with you, Crumbs. What are your thoughts on this upcoming match?
So we played against TSM yesterday, and we were expecting Reggie to be a bit weak in lane. I personally thought that maybe Scar could bully him around, and he held his own really well in lane. You know, he died to a gank once, it's an Eve gank. You're kind of expected to die to that, but outside from that, his team play and what he did inside a 5v5 environment was really well. He played the team fight really well, and that was surprising to me, just because watching the video, apparently he hadn't played League in like 5 months. So to come back to that is really good, really surprising. And they play C9 now, and if you play Zed and LeBlanc and all these champions, that probably means that Highs and Reginald's champion pool mix and match, and it's probably the same. So I think it's just going to come down to mid lane. I don't think they're going to be killing each other, but I'm going to have to give the lead to TSM for this one, to be honest, because C9 looked a bit shaky yesterday.
Grappa, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with especially the latter part, what he said. Like, C9 didn't look really convincing yesterday. So they were struggling a little bit in like all areas. I mean, in laning phase they made a few mistakes. Then closing the game out they made a few mistakes, and then like some insecurity was like creeping in. And at the same time, TSM, yeah, they didn't look like the TSM with Bjergsen, but what they looked like wasn't bad at all. I mean, as he said, like Reginald was doing really well in mid lane, holding his own. I feel the other laners are so like well experienced in whatever they need to do, and then Reggie can just fit in. I mean, he's been coaching them. He knows how they play. He knows what they play. He knows their main mistakes. So, and he generally is calm enough to carry it out. So, maybe like a 60-40 to TSM.
All right, 60-40 TSM. Guys, thank you very much for your time. Good luck in your match today. We've got more games coming up, though. So we've got to take a quick break. When we come back, it's the rivalry between second place Cloud9 and first place TSM. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. We are just moments away from our first match, Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. What a way to start our day. The last time they met, it was TSM that won, and they took their first place spot. After that after the loss to XDG yesterday, Cloud9 can't reclaim first, but that doesn't mean they want to win any less here.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 did have a very tough fight against XDG in their longest game of the split. They tried to run a double AP composition with a low damage Lee Sin jungle, but ultimately they weren't able to deal with all those Banshee bubbles in the late game.
And Cloud9 has to hope it's not deja vu all over again today. Saturday lost to a new XDG. Now they face a different looking Team Solo Mid with Bjerger out and Reginald manning the mid lane.
Yeah, in Reginald's first game of the year, we saw him come out swinging. He was a man on a mission, and that mission was to get Jinx. He wasn't coming into the team really trying to call a lot of shots for everyone else. He was just trying to focus on his own play, and mission accomplished. He took out Jinx in 2 crucial team fights, setting up his team for success. It was really the rest of the team, though, that stepped up in terms of shot calling. They were all very, very vocal, and Odd1 especially. He looked amazing leading the team, getting multiple 5-man Cyclone knockups in that game.
I like to call those Category 5 Cyclones.
All right.
That's just me. One last thing to note, Reginald has never beaten Cloud9. So this may be his last shot at that chance. So there's nothing that says a rivalry can't be friendly, right? You can always have a little love-hate. TSM and Cloud9 really want each other to do well, so they can enjoy taking each other down that much more.
TSM C9 were, Season 1, Season 2, NA Regional Champions. They're Season 3 Regional Champions. So, I mean, there's going to be this rivalry.
I would definitely say it's more of a friendly rivalry. Both teams just want to be #1.
Both of us are sort of standing in each other's way to become like best team in North America right now. So if we beat them, then we can easily prove that we're the strongest in this region right now.
When we see them play against like Fnatic or like any other Korean teams, like, yeah, we want them to win, So when we beat them, we can be like, oh yeah, we're better at Cloud9, they beat them.
We have always consistently like scrimmed and interacted with TSM more than any other team in NA by far.
They are just absolutely taking everything they can away from TSM. Cloud9's going to end it. An amazing game, Team Solo Mid. First place over Cloud9.
In the history of NA League Legends, there hasn't been 2 teams that are as close as C9 and TSM.
I'm good friends with everyone on the team. They're really dedicated to the game, and they stream all the time. They have a huge fan base. They're really nice to their fans.
Considering I used to be on Cloud9, I think we were really close. I really had a fun time when I was on the team. Every time we were about to play a match, I'm always like, oh, I gotta beat these guys and show them I was a beast.
You want them to do well, but when they beat you, you're like, damn it, I want them to do well, but not as good as me.
Although we can be friendly with each other and talk about strategies and stuff, there's things that we keep from each other when we go into the real game.
I mean, it's a friendly rivalry, but at the same time, as brothers would do it, we still punch each other once in a while, and I mean, we enjoy it.
Oh, he gets locked up. He didn't expect Bjergsen to be there, and it's going to be big damage as High goes down.
For this weekend, Bjergsen is not going to be playing for TSM.
It's going to be a lot harder, and it means that the rest of us will have to step it up. If we don't, then we will lose.
I'd rather play them when they have all their members, because I feel like even if we win, it won't really be that satisfying.
It's just really hard losing a player that you've been practicing with for a long time. I think TSM as a team will do fine even without him right now.
So without Bjergsen, we'll be relying on Reggie. As long as we all individually do well and just try to communicate really well with Reggie, I think we can still win.
We can't rely on Reggie to carry. We can rely on him to go even, but if we mess up, then we're probably going to lose.
I can't imagine they'll be at their full strength.
Defending champs Cloud9 versus fan favorite Team Solo Mid.
I think the C9 TSM games are really going to show who's going to be first place.
I'm perfectly okay with them doing that if that means us getting first place. I'm perfectly okay with that.
I think we can do it. It'll be really rough, so we're just going to give it our best shot and we'll see what happens.
I think it's very possible that we could actually give them a run for their money and hold them back.
I want first, and if they happen to play bad for us to get first, I'll take that.
We both just, take punches, throw some back, and whoever gets the final punch is going to win.
I think the most interesting point, the whole video was interesting, but Medio said that he wouldn't get the same satisfaction out of beating them, as if, when Reggie wasn't there, maybe if the win was, then it'd be a little bit more.
I like a specialist quote too. I want him to do well. just not as well as me. I think that sums it up.
I want to be the one that punches harder is pretty much the sum of that. Now let's send it down to Jat, who's joined by someone with a unique perspective on both sides of this matchup.
Thank you very much, Riv. Of course, I'm joined by Dan Din, who last time we talked was the life coach of Cloud9. What's your situation now?
I'm still in the same situation. I help them from day to day, and I think originally I was supposed to help them with all the planning and strategies, but it's more Charlie's job now. So I can focus on just making sure their computer's working. I think Sneaky's on his 5th computer that he's broken, so I got to go take care of that.
Hold on, how does Sneaky break 4 computers?
I don't know. He is the only one in the house that breaks computer. The last time he broke one, I gave him my computer, which was working 100% fine, and then he uses it and it's gone.
Well, anyways, so you're still fairly close to both teams. Reginald, obviously your brother. What do you think Cloud9's mindset's going to be coming into the day, knowing they just lost to XCG yesterday?
What I know about Cloud9 is they take losses really hard. Because they take it really hard, it fires them up for the next match. So now they're looking for blood.
Yeah, and obviously Reginald coming out of retirement, now playing his 2nd game in the 2014 LCS. How's he been doing?
Him, I live with him. So he actually, the moment Bjergsen flew back for Denmark last Sunday, that's when he started playing. I think he was in Plat 1 then. I dual queued with him until like 4 or 5 in the morning. We got up to like Diamond 3 in one night. And so he's putting out like 16 hours a day. He's scrimming from 2 to 10, and from then he practiced solo queue from 10 to 2 to 4 in the morning. So he's putting in a lot of time to really just brush up that mechanic. Like he said, he isn't looking to hard carry. He's looking to not die, and just if he can do that, he knows how to play the game. He coaches them. The difference from coaching and actually playing is coaching, you get a look at it from a macro perspective. You know how the game should roll out. So as long as you don't do poorly in lane, he knows exactly what to do in the mid and late game.
And you being in the unique situation where you have insight into both teams, what's your prediction? What's going to happen in this game?
Traditionally, C9 has a weak early game versus TSM. Now TSM is looking to survive, so they're not looking to dominate. And so they also have a stronger team fight than TSM. So I honestly think C9 has a leg up on this one.
All right, well, there's your prediction from Dan Din. Thank you very much for the interview, Dan. Let's send it back to the desk. Take us into the game.
Thank you very much, Jat. And it's always good to feel a little bit of the inkling like an LCS pro once. You know, I share the same ideals as Reginald in the mid lane. Don't feed. So it's great. Checking out the starting lineups, let's get right into the game. It's Cloud9 on the blue side. In the top lane, it's Balls, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky at AD carry, Lemonation on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Solo mid, with Dyrus up top, the odd one in the jungle, Reginald playing mid, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and a special supporting.
So I'm guessing that Reginald is going to choose something safe again so he can actually get that somewhat even lane for himself. Because anything else, they're just going to be ganking him over and over again.
Well, like, it's Zed last time. Gragas is definitely up there. LeBlanc and Lulu, pretty high priorities. I don't know if he'll go back to that Karthus, but that is definitely one that has always been in his repertoire. So.
We've seen a few Oris within the 2013 Summer Spring. He had 10 games of that, 5-5, so he can still play Orianna. He did have quite a champion pool when he played, so. It's to hear what the players said about him in the interviews, Crumbs and them saying, I was actually quite impressed by that. You know, it just goes to show where Reginald stood when he actually was in the mid lane.
Of not playing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's hard to come back and just jump right back in.
It's kind of like Snoopy picking up Mundo. I haven't played him in 3 months. Things seem to be working out when these guys just do something off the cuff here in the LCS. We'll see what they have. Cloud9, Team Solo Mid into the picks and bans here. Game 61. A lot of games into the spring split.
All right, so Pantheon off the table. As I said last time, it's a good ban against Team Solo Mid because Odd One has used it, and it's a great champion for helping the laning phase of Reggie. If Reggie's not confident in that laning phase and he just wants to hold even, you know, if he gets some pressure from Pantheon, that's one of the best early game ganks. So get that one off the table. Elise, I expect to be banned by one of the teams as well because that's a very highly prized jungler between both of these guys.
The Sivir goes out. She has been seeing way more bans coming into the later part of the spring split here. The Elise is going to be taken out. So nobody's going to be getting their hands on that one just yet. We actually saw that Meteos got his first loss on that Lee Sin play coming in yesterday. So we'll see what he decides to go with in this game.
Yeah, wrecked his ridiculous KDA that he had been racking up. But this time around, he will have a couple of options. The Lee Sin will probably be on the table. I don't think they're going to spend another ban on him.
And there's a little support war going on in this game. Both Xpecial and Lemon only play Thresh, Leona, Annie so far in the spring split. And Annie's been taken out, so we're going to see Leona and Thresh on either side of the playing field here.
The support games are really interesting, actually, because there's these 3 that are so highly prized. Well, there it is, actually. The Lee Sin is banned out, even though, you know, it didn't work out last time. They don't want to have to deal with that. And so have to be some other jungler here from Meteos. There's still a couple more early gamers there, but man, Lulu being locked in first, that already says painful laning phase for Reginald. Lulu is such a beast in the early laning phase. She does well against LeBlanc as well.
Reggie gonna take LeBlanc. I love how he kids with that. It's so great. Takes it very well. The Thresh gets picked up. Even Xpecial's got a smile on his face. The LeBlanc gets locked in, so Reggie does get himself a bit of safety and a bit of power to carry as well.
Yep, definitely one of his favorite champions there. Loves to be able to assassinate people. Rushing that Deathfire Grass is a Reggie style. You know, a lot of people now starting out with the more conservative Athenes, you know, going for the magic resist early, and then you make use of the cooldown reduction. But Reggie has always been a huge fan of rushing that Deathfire Grass, so I'll have to see if he actually adopts the current strategies that people are using with LeBlanc, or if he sticks with his bursty style.
Caitlyn being locked in. Expect to see Wild Turtle on Lucian this game. That is his 4-1 with 5 games played against Meteos. Against Sneaky on Caitlyn, who's 4-0. So big 80 carry picks coming in here. Both teams getting a lot of what they would actually want in first choice picks.
Yeah, both these teams know each other so well. They played it so many times. They're very much aware of what each other want, but it's hard to deny all these picks since so many of these guys are very dynamic players. Darius has been outspoken about his love for Mundo. If you get a little bit ahead from Mundo, from a jungle gank or something, then Darius will actually go offensive with that champion. But man, Balls on Shyvana has been a terror.
He goes crazy within every game. He is going up against that 6-0 Darius on Mundo that we were just talking about. It's going to be 5 games only. I was looking at the wrong stat, but Balls is 4-1 on Shyvana. So pretty good matchup there. We'll have to see. Dyrus is running teleport quite a bit. We've been seeing in the Challenger Series, not a lot of Mundos doing that.
Yep, and Dyrus is going to have to be worried with a jungler like Kazakh's locked in, the early tower dives. When Mundo, even right when he hits level 6 and he gets his ultimate, he's actually even easier to tower dive because if Dyrus tries to pop it, it'll just lower his health, and boom, he'll get executed from Kazakh's Q. So he's going to have to watch out. He's very much aware of this, though.
Yep.
All those games on Mundo that you mentioned, you know, he's 6-0 on it. He's very much aware that especially junglers like Meteos will try and come and make him pay for the weak early laning phase of Mundo. We'll have to see how TSM deal with that. If Odd1 provides him some support, or if they just work with Vision.
Everybody enjoyed the play of Wukong yesterday coming from the Odd One. Looks like you may lock that one in once again. Cloud9's comp showing a bit of what we saw in Europe this past week. The Morgana, Lulu, a lot of the AP compositions with shields being picked up.
I kind of like this Cloud9 versus the Wukong, though, because Morgana's shield will protect somebody from the knockup. Even a support Morgana shield, it doesn't have to block a lot of magic damage because all these really important CC abilities, as long as they're able to avoid the initial knockup from it, then he should be fine because it's dealing physical damage and it won't break the shield. Meanwhile, Lulu is always great against Wukong because Glitterlance slow can completely stop his initiation. It's going to be a lot harder for Odd1 to get off multiple man knockups with his Cyclone this time around, especially since Cloud9 are known for their ability to teamfight against AoE abilities. They spread out so well.
Talk a little bit about it lately that teams are getting so good at how to disengage. It was all about the fight, the siege, but able to disengage and reset that fight for yourself has become a new technique that teams are getting so good at. Just kind of flips your mind around and blows your mind as well when these fights occur. Looking to lock in this game. It has to be said they are going to somewhat focus Reginald in mid lane. If he is the weak link, then there's no reason, shouldn't be on him all game.
Now, Cloud9 are going to be focusing their aggression early on Reggie, or they probably will be, but their carry is definitely going to be Meteos this time around. He's the one bringing all the late game power. Hai is sort of a support in the late game there with Lulu. He's going to be looking to buff up Meteos with all the shields and the extra health. And the same thing for support Morgana. So a lot of weight actually going to be on Meteos this time around. And it plays right into their style. Like to feed him a lot of gold all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So they want to get that Kha'Zix going as early as possible.
All right, the battle's about to begin, so let's see who you are predicting to come out on top. According to LOLesports.com, 72% of you think that TSM is going to be taking this one home.
That's a lot closer. Or actually, you know, there's that curse with the 90%.
The large
rates,
vote.
Yeah.
Don't be
the actual
10.
win rate is actually
Yeah.
not 90%.
No.
Yeah.
It's not. They're actually the lower team wins quite a bit. We are going to be getting on to the Rift. Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. Reginald's last chance to get this win under his belt. Can he do it? Definitely going to be a mental game for him on that as well. We're going to make our way out of the base. A quick pause here. But I'll tell you what, I think Sneaky's going to go mid and stand there.
Yeah. That's classic C9. So what is that stat for the team that gets the 90% vote actually only wins 63% of the time in the North American LCS?
Yeah.
So it's a lot lower than that. So actually going with this vote is more than you would get. Man, Reggie though, he would be very happy if he comes into the LCS and they win 2 games and then he's done. Like easy sub for him. That would be amazing, especially going up against their
You could just
main
write down
rivals.
a little pamphlet, how to grab Week 7 MVP. This is how.
Oh yeah, if Reggie wins both his games.
Locking down that for his team. And them, it's got to feel good that they don't have to super worry about Reginald in mid lane because that is going to tax you immediately. I mean, it looked kind of bad. We asked Reggie yesterday. Gragas Scarra hit 2 immediately and just crushed you down. Was it kind of like, well, here we go? And he did. He said, yeah, a little bit, but then I got help from the odd one. Right.
Yeah, counting those minions, every single one, looking for the experience. Little things that you do forget when you've been away from the game for a while. But he has set low expectations for himself because he hasn't been playing for 5 months. So if he performs well, then it's just a bonus. Right now, he's just trying to hold his own and try and let the rest of the team do their thing because everybody else is performing at a very high level.
Easier said than done, especially against a team like Cloud9. They are going to force you into those sticky situations, and there's no doubt there'll be more than one here. Reginald was pretty good on Zed yesterday. We saw some nice dodges on the Rockets from Jinx. He was still keeping his mentality in the game.
His reaction time's still there.
He's still got some of the mechanics. Good thing he's not pulling out any cards. So we are going to be getting back into the matchup. There it is on your screen. Everybody in the crowd is ready. You can see the faces of the players poised and ready to take each other down. Like they said, they want to get some punches in, but each team wants to punch a little harder than the next, so it could get brutal.
All right, so let's take a look at this bot lane matchup too. As you said, Sneaky is going to go mid here. Meeting up with Wild Turtle. If a Thresh and Morgana lane works out as expected, Lemon Nation actually doesn't even have to. Wow, this is the last time that last time
with Cruiser
when he played yesterday, Darius just got all his misses out on the cleavers early.
Yeah.
And then once the game actually started, he was hitting every single one.
Balls is like, stop it!
He's getting scared here.
Oh no! No.
They actually made him pay
no
for
SpaghettiOs. There we go. There's one for the road.
Getting intense already. All right, so what was I talking about bottom lane? Oh yeah, Thresh Hook lands on Morgana. You can either dodge it or just put up your black shield. So it's an interesting matchup that will happen down there. I think that it will just be up to C9 trying to push them in. That's a good feeling.
Wow,
when you
they
have
are,
three people in position to just take out the ward immediately.
Inside each other's heads right now as they move around. We
Meteos.
get 2 wards to stick. Uh-oh. Huzzah!
What a play!
1-2. They're doing this quite slow though, but Sneaky.
They could have just won the bottom lane right there with that early exchange.
Yep.
Pot already chugging for Sneaky, and he's only going to be not even getting back up to full life with that one. That's a great start for TSM.
Definitely a great start for a Lucian as well. Nonetheless, Wild Turtle's Lucian. That bully is going to be coming in very strong, but you can see Lemon Nation trying to hit the Dark Bindings to bring back the harass just a little bit in their favor. They got a while to go, though.
Yeah, Sneaky having to use his Pilt over Peacemaker to CS from afar, though.
He kind of stopped his auto attack there.
Little stutter step there.
Stutter. It's all right. He's getting it out. The cobwebs are getting cleaned away. 2.5 minutes in. Good aggression from both teams.
Look at that defensive ward that Odd1 just placed, though. He's expecting Meteos on Kha'Zix to come into his jungle. This ward down a little bit from the mid lane, he just placed because he expected it. They all in level 2 there. High does burn his Ignite. Reggie has plenty of consumables, though. Another HP potion left there. The reason that Odd1 placed that potion is because Kha'Zix, very, very strong at the early invades if you can get that isolation damage for Q. And Meteos has been invading so often. That's why Odd1's playing very careful here. And he went to do his wolves first, then grabbing his blue. But Meteos did not go for the invade, so everything's still very calm.
Very big credit to Sneaky. Up in CS now, has his health, didn't even have to use barrier earlier. Special Wild Turtle did not really try for anything on that early aggression.
Yeah. He did not get to get shoving, though, as Caitlyn. So we'll have to see if Meteos can actually tip that lane, because his first visit will be towards the bottom.
Oh my.
Very good positioning, too.
Oh my, the Dark Binding is, a good flash. They get special, but the charge of damage has already gone on a Turtle. The last Peacemaker, and the auto attack comes in. They get what they want in first blood for Sneaky.
Well, Meteos does turn it around there. Great timing right as they're going to place a ward. You can't ask for a better position for that gank. Kha'Zix coming in, and a very nice pickup for Cloud9. Odd1 trying to answer mid, but this is going to be difficult to pick up a kill. They might get a summoner. Actually killing Lulu when she still has her flash up, though, is very, very hard. Especially since High is playing back, having not seen the jungler for a long time.
Meteos happily returns up to the Wraiths. And let's see Odd1 going to the top side of the jungle. He won't have to give Dyrus any help too soon, but Balls is 26 to 25 in that lane, so quite even. Dyrus is going to get it back. Probably have to teleport up to this top lane.
Very early pink ward from Lemonation as well. Interested to see where he puts that. Maybe Tri-Bush, because if you have vision control in a lane that's already winning, then you can make TSM continue to play passively, and you can slowly increase the gold lead there, because a Kha'Zix from the jungle is always something that you have to worry about. Very, very scary ganks from him, as we've seen already.
And does this make it a little harder on the Odd1 that did work out for Meteos? Because usually you see Wukong waiting to 6.
He still has to worry about those early jungle fights with Meteos if they do end up 1 versus 1. And it looks like the pink ward spread on the defensive position up behind red to allow Meteos to know if there is any weird movements from Odd1 through the jungle early. And he's in position once again. This is what you should be doing as jungler. Return to the lanes that you've already hit. No flashes will be available. So the repeat ganks, much easier to pull off and much more effective to get in the heads of your enemies and make this bottom lane really, really work from a deficit.
Basically going for the super freeze here on the side of Sneaky, so Meteos can get these attacks in. They're doing a really great job of just setting things up a few seconds ahead. But they see the safety that Wild Turtle and Xpecial are taking and know, let's try for mid.
Yeah, they don't overextend, try to get any stray CS. That's what Meteos was waiting around there. Sometimes you can count on your opponents to go for those juicy melee minions, but they don't take the bait. Wild Turtle and Xpecial playing safe after they're down.
We may see Meteos going top. He's not going to be 6 on the bottom side of the jungle. Neither will Odd1 on the top side, but they are close. They can keep these camps going, so we may see quite a big initiation with the mid lane being so safe. We've seen the summoners coming back up now. The flash is still down for Reggie. See if he can get anything going there. 7 minutes in. It's kind of cooled down a little bit after that kill for Meteos. Everybody's getting the vision out clearly enough to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, Reggie is having a hard time in that mid lane, kind of as expected versus Lulu. Talked about the lane bully power. Odd1 was up top here. It looked like he was kind of wasting time, but he's really just looking for the counter gank. Because what I talked about, the potential for executes on Mundo at his turret around this time, they're expecting that move from Meteos, and Odd1 was there to try and capitalize if they do go for a turret dive. But it does not come to fruition. Defensive ward, though, sees Meteos, and Odd1's got positioning on him.
This is really great movement.
Oh, we saw him place the ward, though. Meteos knows that he's been spotted. The jig is up.
The jig is up. Gets a nice jump, though. They're going to be safe. A good roam from the bottom lane, and Lemonation shows that Sneaky, he's got himself a lane win so far, and he's have a support roam.
This is one of the most frustrating things as a jungler. Odd1 did everything right there to see the invade from Meteos, but since his top laner is weaker right now, there's nothing he can do but watch Meteos steal away his red. Balls comes over on Shyvana. Even if Dyrus answers as well, they'll lose the 2vs2. So he does the right thing, abandons the red buff, goes back to farming his jungle. He just wants to hit that level 6, try and get a lane going with that Cyclone.
Good call. That is the faster 6. High is going to hover the top side here and say, Reggie, jump on me. You know you want to get the kill. Reginald's aggression, though, is really being held in check. He's not reverting, I wouldn't say to bad habits, but to his old ways. He's staying good.
Because he's coming in already with a little bit less confidence than usual, he's playing more defensively, and he's going against a Lulu, so you always play a little bit
always take you by surprise
when you're going against a Lulu.
The Ignite's down. There's the ultimate we were talking about.
Kiting.
He's got a real good kite on this. He's going to get the kill. Oh, the flash as well. That is unfortunate for Dyrus. Good for Balls.
So Balls does it himself because there's no tower dive. You know, Odd1, he had placed the wards. He was just trying to fend off Meteos. But if Balls can do it all by himself there under the turret, another good sign for Cloud9. Now they've got 2 lanes winning. Lulu pretty much doing everything by herself, so that's all 3 lanes, really, for Cloud9. This is the way that they're used to playing is when all their lanes are winning, and Meteos has the freedom to continually invade, so they'll probably go for the second red as well since he's got the timer fully cleared out here. Really looking good for the early game of Cloud9. I wonder when they'll go for a dragon, though, to really increase the lead. Maybe a gank down bottom from Meteos is in their future.
A lot of things happening defensively for TSM in that bottom lane. I'm sure Turtle's just trying to keep up right now. Could still probably get a kill if they get the right initiation. But so far, just biding their time until they can get out of that lane. Blue buff onto High as he just keeps harassing Reginald, trying to throw glitter lances all around him. And he gets a long range hit
One
there.
of the most annoying things, shield onto a minion just so you don't get the CS there. Reggie unable to do it. He's just grabbing his own red instead of trying to contest that blue. Oh, Dyrus with the teleport down. This is the 5-man dragon. They just want to take advantage of Balls being top. Maybe try and bait in Cloud9. This will be some good gold, and Dyrus will probably be able to return to that top lane before Balls can answer. For a turret.
This is really going to help out the lanes. 20 CS down in the mid, and the AD carry in the bottom lane for the duo. That gold brings up a little bit of that. And we see Reginald still trying to farm mid. High didn't even really have to come to participate in that guy either.
Yeah, as we said, all the lanes winning for Cloud9, so they try and get the consolation prize, that dragon, by calling Dyrus down. Looks like Ball is not even going to try and burn down that turret. He wants it to kill as many minions as possible. He knows it's so dangerous for Dyrus to even try and lane against him that he can continually waste more gold, just all the minions killing themselves on the turret.
So when is the good time to kind of break out of lane when you're winning? Because it's always fun to stay there and keep beating your opponent so hard, but when do you just want to get out and make it even better?
For Balls' position?
Or for any of the lanes now that they're all winning?
Well, since they're all winning, they don't have to leave the lanes. No other lane needs help. So really, it's capitalizing in jungle pressure.
Okay.
And they can collapse into the jungle. And that really counts on Meteos making the call. It's up to Meteos. He can go wherever he wants. If he wants to go blue side, he can call this duo that's winning. If he wants to go top side, it just calls Balls. He has so many options right now. This is the position that Cloud9 want to be in, having that Kha'Zix have all the options available.
So it's not even that they have to do something different. It's just Meteos makes his way to the lane. They take what they want. 11.5 minutes in. That's going to be about 2,000 gold, a little bit over in favor right now of Cloud9 as they drop the first turret in the game. Looking to drop the mid one after this, but Balls, he's getting himself in a sticky situation.
Yeah, Reginald under the same pressure. All the lanes losing means that Odd1 is really having a tough time here because he cannot go invade Cloud9's jungle. And since Meteos is taking away several pieces of his jungle, he's just having to play defensively, trying to farm up. He does have Cyclone now, though, so you can have one very high-impact gank since he also has his flash.
It looks scary, though. He is quite squishy. Here it
There
comes.
it is.
How fast could he go down if they focus him? Right down to half HP in the beginning. Reginald distorts in. Back out, though, to keep himself safe. TSM controls the turret, but it's very low.
Yeah, they didn't see the rest of Cloud9 right behind him there, so Odd1 has to retreat after going for that flash Cyclone. That's a very big power spike for TSM that was not used to get any kill there, and they didn't even relieve the pressure enough.
Just a few back and forths. Reginald definitely going to his old habits here, trying to be that front runner and put in the front burst, and then back out for his team to follow up. Wild Turtle still quite far behind here. He does have a BF sword at least to match the damage, but I'm sure Sneaky's sitting on a little bit of gold.
Yeah, TSM, they're really in a corner right now, and it's like Crumb said, when you're from behind, the shot calling is very difficult. You need to go for fights that are just completely in your favor. The 4 versus 3s or 2s even. The bush ganks, trying to catch somebody off guard.
Oh my word.
But man, the bindings are just landing over and over from Lemon. All these Cloud9 players, as we said, you know, they take losses very, very hard, and they came out hungry today.
That's exactly what they needed to do. Seeing Sneaky playing so well in the AD carry with Lemonation behind him recently has really given Cloud9 a stronger bottom lane from what we used to see. And that's where they've really been able to put up a lot of numbers. If Meteos falters, it's a lot of that bottom lane coming in. Right now, Cloud9 is using that bottom lane. Lemon on a little bit more roam as they go and enter the blue buff.
Collapse.
Yep.
Great execution from Cloud9. They are using the winning lanes to come help with the invades. Take away blue buff, which is going to help them further increase this lead.
One kill for Sneaky right now. That KDA is 7.12 to Turtle's 8.0. And you usually see Turtle getting the kills if he hasn't in the mid, or early game rather, in the team fights. The team will leave them for him. It's going to be interesting to see how they resort to who they leave the kills for here, since it's 2-0. TSM so far getting shut out in that area, and they don't have any turrets either. Getting pushed into their own side of the base.
Cloud9 can start knocking on the secondary turrets now because they've got Caitlyn. It's the perfect AD for this. He's built that early Bloodthirster that's all stacked up now. So if they just get this 4-man squad sieging up, then it should be an easy move for them because the flash from Odd1 is down, and that's really the main thing they're worried about is that single hard engage. The only other thing they have to watch for are the hooks from Xpecial. If he doesn't get a priority target, and even if he does, you know, they have some answers. But man, it's looking very, very dire here for TSM.
Talking a little bit about shot calling today. It's going to be High's voice right now for Cloud9 that's letting them know to do everything, and possibly the disengage on this fight as Odd1 comes in the Cyclone. It's going to be Sneaky. You can see he's quite quiet on the screen. High could be going down. The Ignite is on. The Wild Growth is there. The blue buff goes transfer over. Goes to Reginald. That's going to be more distortion. Is the follow there. The cleaver hits, but there's pings. It's balls to the backside. That's going to be Odd1's clone. They don't get the kill there, and TSM is forced to scatter on the re-entry of the Dragon.
Yeah, they took so much damage, though, going out there that Cloud9, even with 1 man down, still pushing.
Oh, AD carry on the front line is not what you want. Xpecial takes advantage of that right away.
Well, I say you still got to worry about those hooks from Xpecial, and he gets one onto Sneaky. Reggie going deep.
Oh, a little too deep, and he gets bit by the Dragon on the backside. Ball's coming up with 2 big plays there to help that one and get a kill.
Still, even with the little bit of over-aggression there from TSM, they got a good foothold back into this game. Reggie made the play onto High, so Xpecial coming in to follow it up, and Turtle flashes for this one as well. They end up getting him and then have to retreat because they've used everything to chase here. Then, as we remember, oh, Meteos goes in for the steal, he gets it!
Oh, Dragon is mine, all your base belongs to me, he says. A double, no, he gets the Dragon, a kill on Odd1 before he goes down. Odd1 gets a little retribution there for himself.
Oopsies.
That was a bit, we'll just say there was a heat pack pocket there that he hit. It flew right over.
All right, so that was 2 kills and a Dragon for C9. TSM were trying to get right back in this game with the extra objective there. Did cost them, though. Now it is again this Cloud9 team shoving on the secondary turret. This time around, TSM not in position. So that's 2 big objectives in the last couple minutes there for Cloud9. Dragon and secondary turret.
Kobe, this is getting pretty rough. We heard Dyrus say, and the rest of the team, if Reginald doesn't do well, we have to do well. And to look at the CS in the lanes, Balls versus Dyrus is 40 behind. The CS for the AD carries is 30 behind, and 30 as well for the mid lane. So it's going to be a tough, long haul here for Team Solar.
We did see a couple of good plays, though. Reggie
That's true.
Taking initiative. They got the initiation onto High, and Xpecial followed it up beautifully. And then X was also able to land another hook. If you can get those onto Sneaky, a couple more of those and they'll be right back in this game. Very large goal deficit though. They are definitely not even close to out of the woods yet.
Like we said, these are those, we can now pressure the other team. You're just so far ahead, you can make them do things you want and dictate, especially which lane you want to go to. Right now, good vision from TSM allows them to know that Cloud9 is going to be hovering that bottom side. Dragon went down just a bit ago, so we have a little time semi-objective free. Nobody's going for Baron just yet, but it looks like the bottom lane is going to be a focus for a Cloud9 push at the moment.
Yeah, all of the CS differentials too, it came from all lanes. So even though Reggie's a new man, can't be blaming him. Everybody got a strong matchup for Cloud9. All their lane matchups very powerful this game, and Meteor skanking the bottom lane really got them off to a great start for Cloud9, and TSM having to play from behind pretty much this entire game. So they're still going to be looking for those picks and those plays where they have the numerical advantage.
This is big. Numerical advantage indeed in favor right now of Cloud9. The teleport is pretty far from up here for Dyrus, so they may be losing a second-tier turret on the bottom side. Sneaky, he's got some good damage. The Bloodthirster's charged up. It's nothing excessive, but they'll be able to take this down.
Yep, they group up. This time, there's no teleport for Dyrus.
Yeah.
Last time, Dyrus was able to get a good teleport off and join the fray, but that option not available this time around, and they're just going to have to try and clear these waves.
Yeah.
It's very hard for them, though, because
Dyrus
they've
actually
only got
made it
one
back.
Poland. Yeah, he walked
do it. He had to. It was a long haul. He's got it, though. Thought this wave might be the one, but they shut down the siege wave quite hard with Dyrus there now, so this turret may stand a little bit longer. Sneaky, he's really the only one that can get good damage on this turret, and that's one of the reasons he got caught out last time. He's got to be very careful.
So the play from TSM right now is Dyrus is trying to keep Sneaky off the turret by throwing briefcases, and the rest of the team's doing everything they can to clear waves as quickly as possible.
Oh, I like that. They went for Reginald quickly after Dyrus took the hit. A little bit of the fake.
Wild Turtle running back, but he's not quite there. This cannon minion wave. Good fight, but it's not going to be enough.
A long-awaited turret going down. Only took a few waves for Cloud9 there, but it's now 5-0 on those turrets. Cloud9 is just shredding the vision of TSM right now, making that map dark.
It's pretty much just going to be the same exact story when they rotate up to that top last secondary turret too. Cloud9 looking for that siege. Meanwhile, Dyrus, he has been able to get the cooldown back up at least. And Amundo soaking up a lot of extra gold is great, but Amundo getting caught and pincered. Not so great.
Ward to the brush, give him an extra shot in there. Actually, it's just going to be the soul shackle. I don't know if Mundo has a soul, but it surely just got shackled.
Dyrus going to go down. He's trying to get some mad pressure back. But a good roam there. Lemon Nation does come in from behind. Take him down. That's really the only trick that was in TSM's playbook left was the teleport. And that one being off the field. Cloud9 now closing in. They're going very slowly with this one, pushing all the waves to just grab up every little extra piece of gold on the map.
Not as many sweepers as you usually see with Lemon Nation picking up his Sightstone. He stays with the Trinket. He just feels okay to be on that. Meteos has been doing a lot of counter jungling, so he's making sure that everything is dark on that side of Team Solo Mid. A bit of damage now being built out into high. He's still about 20 CS in the lead on that mid lane. He gets a needlessly large rod, but he's kind of matching damage at least with Reginald so far.
Yeah, and Wild Turtle down bottom going with the bold play, shoving up. You have to make some bold plays like that, some chances. He returns to where Dyrus was just killed.
Balls is creeping on Dyrus here. That was a little weird just watching him from the brush. Dyrus, wow, that is
he got the slow there.
Lot of damage. That's not cool for Dyrus. Backing out of this one. 14-12 is that level discrepancy.
Now I want to keep track of the map movements here from Cloud9. Because, yes, they've got a great early lead. They can pressure this one. The options for Baron Baits are available because they have vision control. But the turret sieges just work out so well for them. If they group up as 5, TSM have to fight at a severe disadvantage.
Nobody wants to be around balls right now. Just mentioned his level 14 to the 12 of Dyrus. Everybody else on TSM is 12 too, so Balls has a 2-level advantage over the entire team. Some 3. Meteos, the team now going for Dragon. Full control of this one. Like he said, the top turret's going to be in the near future quite soon after this mid defense.
And TSM trying to make the call to answer Dragon with some lane pressure, which usually would work out, but since they're so far behind and since Dyrus is not there, Cloud9 don't even need multiple people at the Dragon. Kha'Zix can solo it, and the rest of them rotate up to mid to defend their turret. They don't let TSM get any global gold to get back in this game. Cloud9, all they have to do is pressure this turret hard to force out that cooldown from Dyrus. It's like he returns to base on his own anyway.
Deathfire Grasp being finished up by Reginald means even more for those special thresh hooks to hit now, so they can blow somebody up. You can see a bit of the damage there. He got the Deathfire off, but the distortion kind of faced into the wall.
So while I said pregame like this is the typical Reggie LeBlanc, and it's not like the more popular Athene's build, when you're behind and you have to get a pick off, you have to burst somebody down who's out of position, then I would definitely just go this regardless. Go with the Deathfire, because that's really your only hope to get somebody. A late Athene's not really going to work out because you don't have the power to actually kill your target.
It's kind of what Crumb said. Once you get into this point, it's going to be high risk, but it's high reward if you can get that risk.
And here is that risk in action. The red side jungle around Baron, what Crumb was referring to as the problem area for their team. When you lack vision over there, it's very, very tough to deal with.
2 pink wards will definitely cause you to lack a little bit of vision, and Cloud9 feels comfortable enough that they can rotate either side of the map. They leave those pink wards alone just to get the blue buff denial onto Reginald once again. They're in complete control of this game.
Yeah, they go again for another blue buff instead of rotating topside for the extra tower. They're taking it very slowly here.
Take out that inhibitor, Baron becomes a little bit easier. It looks like they're just doing it for the wave pressure. Elimination could get some buddies, but it looks like the rest of the team, Cloud9, taking this very slow for the lead that they have.
Want to keep it safe here. I like red buff on Shyvana, by the way. You don't always have to give it to your AD carry. Putting it on a tank is sometimes even better than putting it on an AD carry, because your tank is going to be getting off. Oh, X-Special goes for the play, but not quite close enough.
Oh, he missed everything there, wanting just a little bit more. Very unfortunate, and Cloud9 assesses the fight perfectly, getting 2 off the bat.
Looks like that's Odd One's clone. They may get him a little bit more. The slow, the dark binding again, consistently from Lemon Nation. He has been playing immaculate on Morgana.
This probably could even be the game-ending push right now. Even though death timers are so low, Cloud9 have such a big lead, they can stay in here and farm all 3 waves at once. Otherwise, I guess Meteos is kind of low on mana. They'll return to the safe play style here. With the inhibitor down, as you said, it's very easy to go for Baron. They have great vision just because of the minions. TSM being down 2 players here. Actually, Dyrus has home guard. They can try a desperate.
Ooh, there's also a double dose of turrets hitting, or minions hitting that top turret right now that they're not going to be able to get. It's got to be the focus of Baron right now.
Reggie's
solo
there.
mid. Reggie very close, cannot get Distortion Burst anywhere near the Baron, and Cloud9 is going to turn. They throw down the Talisman of Ascension on the obligatory and mandatory Ace in the Hole, has to be on the Blanc, and they get that out of there. Looks like Baron at 26 minutes, 9-3. TSM has yet to take a turret still.
Yeah, looks like it's probably not in Reggie's future to grab a win versus Cloud9. So this is the play. You got to go for plays like this when you're so far behind. But he just barely misses it there. And then everything goes down. From this point, they got to be in full retreat mode. And it's a rough play. You go for the low percentage, desperate plays when you have no other hope.
Around board. Oh, he gets out. That was close. High, getting quite powerful now with the Rabadons being finished. That was a surge of power coming out of the mid push, that fight, and everything else.
Some bush games being set up here, but all of Cloud9 are right behind High. This is not going to work out.
Very nice Black Shield on the reaction time. It's going to be the lockdown of that real chain, but is it enough? That's the clone coming out. I think High knows it, but he still wants a piece of the clone anyways. Odd One very low. Meteos trying to get in closer with the lead. It looks like Lemon Nation may have found him something. They're going to be able to take down X-Special here.
Yeah.
Wild Turtle can't do much on the backside. Meteos going crazy. He gets the flash, the Q. He is eating the culling for breakfast right now. And Sneaky over the shoulder of Meteos
Gives Turtle a pie to the face.
You have to give it to Cloud9. They do not relax in this game. Everyone staying together, sticking as 5, even when the push gank is in position. They have everybody there to answer.
It's going to be the inhibitor. Dyrus is so low. The minions. Oh, the last shot he actually got. I believe that was the static shift
Minions
crit that
pushing
came
Dyrus
out for him.
now.
Beautiful job. Nexus turret's going down 13-3. A great game from Cloud9, taking advantage of Reginald being in the mid lane for Team Solo Mid this week. The Nexus is going to go down. Reggie will once more as well. Cloud9 comes up with the win.
That was a beastly laning phase from Cloud9. My goodness. All lanes, winning matchups there. Turned it into jungle invades. Just controlled it the entire match.
That is going to be, it was a head-to-head equal at 1-1, but Team Solo Mid loses that one. So Cloud9 pulls ahead. They play against each other 4 times in a season, so they have one more chance to still even out the score, but it will not be with Reginald. Unless Bjergsen wants to sit down for that week, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy to have him back. They will have to work on a couple things though, because all over the map, they definitely had stuff to work on.
Balls 1v1 Dyrus in that top lane for that kill. Dyrus had a little bit of pressure before that. He had to teleport back, but Meteos' pressure was really in the bottom lane that first gank. Very nice, and it just escalated and was the catalyst the team needed.
And that guy right there, Lemon Nation, he was landing so many dark bindings.
It's a dark binding or a hook.
With Morgana, so
pick your,
he's very good on the skill shots.
Something he's been playing a lot more. We also saw Pink Wards coming out very early with the successful aggression in the bottom lane, something we don't see much from Cloud9 at all, where Wards in the bottom lane. They'll put like 1 down and then play to level 9, and then they're like, oh yeah, we should probably get the sights down and buy more. But the Pink Wards into consumables as well. We actually saw consumables being the reason for that death on the Wild Turtle. Expecial's ward was up. He also had a regular green ward, but Turtle went to use his trinket at around 3:30 when the jungler comes out of the river. It's a little dangerous.
Yeah, Meteos got in the right place at the right time for that gank down bottom, and that just ensured that all 3 lanes were going to go in their favor. Really, really well executed from Cloud9. Clean game.
We'll see another game for Cloud9 where they come out. That was actually, High's first time on Lulu, believe it or not. So he gets a win out of that one, just showing the strength of, what Lulu can do. The last kind of words out of the shot calling thing was, he's your shot caller for a reason. Listen to that guy. They listened to High quite well this game.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the end game, the calls were all, they were safe, but those are very high percentage, rotations that they're making. They're getting the guaranteed gold. They stole blue after blue after blue, picked up every single dragon. There's just no windows for TSM to get back.
Did a great job at shutting down the whole game on the side of Cloud9. Remember, you can support your favorite teams by logging into League of Legends and picking up their summoner icons.
Available only for a limited time, you can proudly display your team spirit for the North American and European leagues, or you can pick up a bundle and give yourself some options.
That's right. Well, right now we've got to take a brief break, but when we come back, Freak and Jat will sit down with Cloud9's Lemon Nation and Meteos. Then it's on to our next game as Evil Geniuses and Dignitas look to end the week with a win. Stay tuned. Very unfortunate, and Cloud9 assesses the fight perfectly, getting 2 off the bat. Looks like that's Odd One's clone. They may get him a little bit more to slow the dark binding again, consistently from Lemon Nation. He has been playing immaculate on Morgana.
Welcome back to day 2 of our Week 7 LCS coverage. We have to be joined at the Analyst Desk by Lemon Nation and Meteos. And in honor of Week 7, I just got to say, 4 of your champions had 7 characters in the name. Was that at all on purpose?
Is that including the
little dash on Kazakhs? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or if you want to do like high Lulu or Lulu picks, you could have all of them.
Okay. Yeah, that
Now
actually
you're just reaching.
that does go into our planning quite a bit.
Yeah.
We really try to make sure our champions have the same number of letters in their name, so they synergize well.
Yeah, it seemed to work out for you guys. So coming in against TSM, of course, Reginald there in the mid lane. I know earlier, Meteos, we had an interview with a video interview with you, and you said, yeah, you know, it's not as like respected, I guess, to beat him without Bjergsen, without their full lineup. Do you guys still feel good about this win?
I think. Well, I still feel good about the win because we played really badly yesterday, and everyone was kind of sad after we lost. And I think we played a lot better today, so I was pretty happy about that.
Yeah, and Lemon, yesterday matching up against Sheep and Zoot in the bot lane. Today, Wild Turtle and X Special, but you guys dominated that lane. Talk to me why it went so well.
Well, Meteos did an amazing early gank that it just set the lane free, basically. That early kill just completely gave us the lane, made it very easy.
And what happened yesterday that you guys improved on?
Yesterday, I was just playing really badly yesterday. It just went badly, I would say.
We were all playing pretty badly yesterday. I've been sick this weekend, which it's not really an excuse to play super bad, but I don't think I was playing 100%. And we ended up with a really awkward team comp that we hadn't exactly practiced too much, which didn't scale very well. And we made too many mistakes to capitalize on just winning early game, and we eventually got outscaled through a series of bad decisions.
So then speaking of things you guys haven't played together before, Lemon, you brought out Morgana here. We don't see her very much in North America. Talk to me about this champion.
Well, Morgana is a very strong champion as a support right now. I don't know why she hasn't been played that much, but in that situation, she was definitely the correct pick. We've been playing her in scrims for a while. It just hasn't come out yet.
What's that situation?
Well, basically, Annie is banned. Thresh is... And they have Thresh, so Morgana is the best versus that shit.
Because you don't want to pick Leona into that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And Meteos, just staying on champion select a little bit, your first Kazakhs pick of the game. Why against Wukong and in with the situation?
Well, I wanted to play sort of a better scaling jungler than Lee Sin because, you know, my Lee Sin wasn't that good yesterday, and I haven't been playing him as much lately, so I wanted a champion that was still strong early game but could also scale well. And we sort of guessed they would have a team comp looking like they did. When we were going through champion select, we basically guessed every single pick they would do. And so Wukong and Mundo can't really punish you early game at all. So Kazakhs can sometimes get punished early game by like Elise in or Elise or something, but I was able to get by early game, and then he just scales really well.
I'll also say that we picked Morgana before their junglers picked, and they basically had 2 options before we picked that, Vi or Wukong, and picking Morgana basically forces them into the Wukong pick.
Yeah, because ulting a Black Shield seems less than powerful.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a good one there. Cool. So you guys, of course, did very well in this game. How overall did you kind of keep yourself so far ahead? You won the laning phase. How did you kind of drive through?
Well, I'll answer it. Well, we got a gank off bot, which was probably the most important lane for winning the game, especially because in the early game they had a sort of bad trade level 1 before the creeps even spawned. And so I was able to get that gank off, and then mid won on his own, and top got a solo kill on his own too. So basically when you win all 3 lanes and you have a great scaling comp, we just have to play solid, you know, try to contest every dragon. They got 1 early, which was sort of a miscommunication by us. Our bot lane had to recall, and then they made a good play of capitalizing and rushing it. But then after that, we timed every dragon, tried to time all their buffs, and just go for as many objectives as we can, and then play carefully. Because the only thing they could do is really like have a flash Wukong initiate to win a fight, because we were so far ahead, and we just watched out for that. We had a Black Shield to guard for it too, and we were pretty much just able to close it out.
Yeah, and there's actually a really big dragon fight where you guys really took control of the game. It was after an interesting fight in the mid lane. Let's get that clip up on the screen, actually. And Meteos, talk to me about this dragon steal and what you guys were thinking coming into this fight.
All right, well, this fight we messed up a little bit because Shyvana was kind of far away when we started it, but they started on Dragon, and Kazakhs is actually a really good Dragon stealer because he has such a long range and high burst. I guess I got kind of lucky stealing it there because it was a 50-50. And then from there, usually whenever a team's really trying to rush Dragon and just commit to it, they give up positioning to do it. And so we had a better positioning, you know, flanking them. Balls eventually got there, has the world's best Dragon ult. And yeah, we just came out really ahead.
Anything to add, Lemon?
No.
Perfect. Nope. Meteos did a perfect job there on that call. So then, of course, coming through, also new champions coming in, Lulu in the mid lane. I know we've been seeing her a lot more recently. It seems like she's a slightly lower damage mid laner. Like, was the Kazakh synergy there on purpose to have damage there, or were you happy to play these champions in isolation?
Well, we had a lot of synergy between Lulu with Shyvana and with Kazakh. So Morgana plus Lulu ult on either a Shyvana or a Kha'Zix is basically an unkillable machine that's going to control the team fight.
It seems to work really well for you guys. So we actually do have another team fight we want to have you guys walk us through. It's in the bottom lane, if we can get that on your screen. It's kind of later on in the game, and you guys kind of come up big here.
Yeah, you got a big lead coming into it. What was this chase like? How'd you pull it off so well?
Well, we didn't know they were in that bush until they actually came out, but we kind of expect them to try to make a play. And we were basically just so far ahead that they couldn't do anything. We had Black Shield out on high, so they couldn't burst him down. And I'm faster than them, so I can just get up and catch, and we just cleaned up.
Do you have any thoughts when you throw out Dark Bindings, or is it all feel?
You kind of want to wait till they kind of do the fake dodge first, and then you throw it, since they kind of like play into it. So I kind of waited till he did like a little bit dodge backwards, and then I throw it at him directly.
There's one thing I want to bring up, actually, because most of the Morganas we saw up until now are mid laners who can get a Zonias really early on. And you're playing a squishy champion who's usually giving shields to someone else, and Zonias will be like a luxury item 30 minutes in. How do you navigate that with Soul Shackles?
Well, you basically just sit back and peel for your AD carry with ult. That is the most you can usually do. You usually can't go in and actually ult onto their entire team. You'll just die really quickly. Like their AD carry will just kill you before your Soul Shackles actually pops.
And so you play a lot more defensively. Do you have any tricks for getting a Black Shield off on people in time? You often have to like react to spells as they come in.
You just watch. Watch the enemy characters.
Watch closely?
Yeah.
Okay. No special hotkey tricks or anything? You're not like ready to press different buttons?
No.
Just good mouse movements?
Yeah.
Okay, just curious.
I mean, now knowing you guys picked up one more game on TSM, you're fairly close to them. You're heading into a super week as well. What's your preparation going to be like in this next only couple of days? It starts on Friday.
Well, this next week's going to be super busy for us. We have some sponsor obligations this week, and we're going to basically have a full week of scrims, 8 hours a day on top of everything else. And then we have Super Week, and then right after that, we fly out to Poland directly after our Sunday games. So it's going to be a super busy week for us, but I'm excited for it. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of work, and hopefully we can prepare really well and do well in Super Week.
When you come in a week like that, do you prepare like new strategies, or do you just say, let's make sure we rehearse the old strats we already have?
Well, I don't want to totally give away our strategies. Maybe a little bit of both.
Okay, maybe. 5 poppies?
Yeah, it's possible.
Definitely.
And Lemon, aside from your own team, who you want to go on the next big streak, we had our Twitter question of the day, actually. What's the next NA team that's going to go on a big surge? Do you have any predictions of the other 7 teams? Who's most likely to do well in the next bit of the season?
I mean, CLG has already started doing extremely well, and I think they'll continue to do extremely well. Besides that...
What specifically about the CLG team impresses you the most?
I don't know. They've just been playing extremely solid. Like, they haven't been making any mistakes late game like they used to. Like, their calling just seems on point now. And they're all great mechanically, so I think they'll keep rising.
Okay, so I actually want to bring you guys back to a topic we had at the beginning of the day. We had a piece on shot callers, and I know you guys are talking about your team as well with this one. What I want to know is, you guys have always had really decisive shot calling. You've always been able to engage fights really well. Has everyone sort of learned the types of fights you tend to go for? Do you find you have to speak less as the team matures?
What do you think?
I'd say a little bit. Sometimes we just go into a fight without really saying much at all. Usually 5v5, at least someone calls it like hi or me. We'll call like go, go, go. But there are times, especially when I'm ganking for bot lane, where we don't say a single word during the fights. We just sort of know what everyone's going to do. And so I think there is that, synergy that builds up after playing with each other for so long that we just know what to do.
Yeah, that seems to work out really well for you guys. So again, congratulations on your win. We'll see you guys for 4 big games during Super Week. And good luck. You see if you can reclaim first place. Guys, we got more going on. We're going to send it back to Riv and Kobe for our next game. But as we go, Evil Geniuses credit an early game lead to their victories and are focusing on keeping their pace up and in their favor.
Coming off last week's game against Dignitas, we really snowballed the early games super hard. It is easier with a champion like Pantheon, so we were getting ganks all over the place, and that kind of snowballed our map control. If we don't get the same kind of lead off early, we need to watch for them stalling, because that's a problem. If we can't snowball as fast as we did last week, we need to watch for that stall.
And buying them a little time is like what we need to do. No, EG is going to get themselves really ready for this game with hopefully the early part is being able to snowball themselves into this game, because they gave that up pretty big in one of their games.
That's why everyone's banning Pantheon against EG a lot of times, because Snoopy like to use that champion to get his solo lanes going. We always talk about how they're so solo lane focused. Yeah. Pobelter is one of the biggest reasons that they do win games. When he gets going early, he can take control of the entire map.
And it's our next match, Evil Geniuses versus Team Dignitas. Kobe, these two are coming off a loss and looking to end the week on a high note, hopefully.
Yeah, for Dignitas especially, Cutie Pie. he actually lost for the first time on Jinx on Saturday. She's a champion that he'd really been looking strong on, but in their game against TSM, we saw a big weakness during team fights. Cutie Pie didn't have an easy escape from Reginald's assassin pick, Zed, and so he kept on going down.
Going down indeed. The last time these teams met, EG earned their most decisive win of the split, with the malicious masterminds holding Dig to just 2 kills.
Yeah, Snoopy was death from above as Pantheon, as I said, repeatedly pressuring the mid and top lanes to keep Dig back on their heels. Wouldn't be surprised if they actually banned this one out against EG today. Another big part of that victory was Inox, but he got kicked around yesterday in the top lane by Zion Spartan's Lee Sin in their loss to Coast. So it's going to be very important that Inox continues to play with confidence. EG is going to need him to start the game with that same assertive play style that they've come to rely on from him. And it looks like he's in good spirits right now. That's a great sign for EG.
Back into the Giggle Fest. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. The top lane is Inox. Everybody in high spirits here. Snoopy the jungler, Pole Belter in mid, Yellow Pete at AD carry, and as always, Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top is Cruiser. In the jungle is Crumb. Skara is mid, Cutie Pie 80 carry, and Kiwi Kid supporting.
Cutie Pie inspecting his water, making sure it's ready for the lane. He seems himself ready. Got a good yawn out. Doesn't necessarily mean you're tired.
A stretch.
Just working that oxygen.
Fingers warmed up.
Yeah. It's weird. You're using your fingers the whole time and they get cold. It's one of the banes of being a gamer. It can happen anywhere. You could be in Miami and the
all
heat,
of them
you're
have
just
those
like,
little
cold.
hand warmers here.
Yeah.
Those are important.
You have to. The finger fumble Rooskies come. We've seen a lot of face flashes. We kind of disregard them, but lately they've been happening a little bit more. Teams are feeling the pressure now. They're getting later. They want to climb in the standings, and that quick mechanical move just doesn't happen correctly. But as we see these teams coming together, we'll digress and start talking about the game. Evil Geniuses versus Dignitas is 1-1. A lot of the games this week are. Our last matchup, the next one, is only 2-0 we have. So all these teams are kind of trying to break away from each other here and really put a difference between the standings.
I think there's a lot of pressure on both the junglers for these two teams, too. As we said, their early ganks really determining a lot for the lanes, especially this top lane. The last time Dig were successful, it was Crumbs ganking for Cruiser early. And for Evil Geniuses, it was Snoopy ganking for Inox early.
So EG sitting at 5-10 right now. Dignitas is 7-8. We said they've just entered the red, looking to back to that 500 here quite soon. Renekton's going to be banned out. Kassadin as well. He's in the cell. He will not get out anytime soon.
Yeah, so Mundo's still not on the ban board. That's a really big favorite of Cruiser. Meanwhile, Inox actually likes carry top laners. So if he runs something like that Yasuo that he tried against Mundo, we'll definitely be looking for explosive top lane early because they're going to try and take advantage of the weak early Mundo.
It didn't seem like it worked in the beginning for him when it was kind of the team wasn't all in for it. He had a few assassins all over, but Inox has been bringing that back out for himself very well with the top lane.
I like how EG really have this tendency to just pick the strongest champion that they see first and then decide what to do with them later, too. It's both an asset and sometimes it will bite them in the butt, but they've been able to get one of their top priorities, that Pantheon, and the solo lanes will really determine a lot about that team. See if they do go with full damage, as we've seen them do several times, or if they do grab up main tank. And
it's interesting, we are talking about the Pantheon, to see that pickup being 1-1 on Snoopy, but still, he was making plays on it the whole time. Just because you lost the game on it doesn't mean you yourself didn't play well. With the lock-in of Morgana, we just heard Lemon Nation talking about that. Good situations, he's the one to go for now.
Yeah, this is the exact same situation. Anti-banned, they pick Thresh, okay. Then they go to Morgana. I guess that formula has been leaked to all the supports. They're all following the same one here. Not a lot of champion diversity for that support role at the moment, unfortunately.
Elise may see the pickup here. Not one of Crumbs' highest rated junglers. He does have 3 plays on her at 1 and 2 so far. But he's going to be locked in. He'll be able to create pressure. Skara leaving himself to pick last as usual.
As you said, though, don't always want to be looking back towards previous records to scare you away from a champion.
Right.
Crumbs needs to have the confidence just like Inox needs to still have confidence. Elise is a great early game jungler, and it's highly priced, so it's a good answer as well to Pantheon. He can counter a lot of what Snoopy will be looking to do here.
Dignitas, as you just saw on the screen, they seem quite happy with their picks so far. Very bright spirits. EG is considering. You see the Thresh, the Elise, the Sivir. They have to be able to play safe here. That helps with the Morgana so far, but what else can they put into this composition?
Yeah, so they've got very long range engage from Pantheon for the late game. Good lane ganks for him. Their bottom lane, very safe. Very, very safe bottom lane versus the Sivir and Thresh. They'll probably be looking to shove in that lane. Meanwhile, Dignitas will be looking for that late game Sivir Stampede style, comboing her movement speed with Shyvana to try and get right up next to the Caitlyn. Then we do end up seeing the Yasuo though. Very excited to see Inox try and take this one again.
Yeah, he has 2 plays. He's 0-2. But he's not scared off it. These guys have to go back to the champions that are gonna allow them to make the plays. You see Zion Spartan on Jax Lee Sin. He was going crazy. You gotta put him on what they're gonna feel comfortable on.
Yeah, and then Dignitas locking in the Karthus once again for Skara. He's pretty much the main proponent of Karthus now in North American LCS. He's been playing it a couple times there, and he usually does take exhaust because, you know, Pantheon, he's an all-in ganker.
Right.
When he comes, if you can get that exhaust on him early, he doesn't have an escape because, you know, he's going to have to burn his flash if he wants to get out. And this Dignitas team, it's looking really strong in the late game. Even Karthus, really, really big beneficiary of the move speed that Sivir will bring late. So everybody going to be looking to swarm for those team fights for Dig in the late game. Meanwhile, EG, they're going to try and make it happen a little earlier.
A little earlier would be very good. We're going to quickly check in. I'm going to touch on that again, too. We're going to check in with the voting at LOEsports.com. Who you think is going to win? 62% of you think that Dignitas is going to come out on this game. And to touch on that point I was just talking about is that early game. Crumbs went down on Elise versus EG in the same instance. And in the video, he said, I'm not going to feed.
And in the interview, he said, as long as we don't die level 1. He meant as long as I don't die level 1. So he's going to be much more cautious this time around.
He's just taking the weight off a little.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be venturing too deep into the early jungle there. But the combos late game for EG that we'll be looking for, very excited to see. Shockwave into the Yasuo ultimate, and Pantheon will be the one trying to start these off. You can try and corral the enemy team by placing that Grand Skyfall behind them, and then it serves pretty much the same effect. You're trying to get the team to charge in one certain direction for you.
As that level 6 comes around, we will see Dignitas wants to grab themselves up that Talisman of Ascension to go along with On the Hunt. It's a very easy way to get out of the man drop, so they could keep themselves safe for a good reinitiation. But right now, we got quite a bit of early game to go through. The coin quickly picked up by Crepo here to start, to start this one off.
Yeah, coin for Crepo, so a little bit weaker trades, but more gold generation, and going to serve him well in the lane that they're going to try and be shoving anyway. They're just going to try and win that by shoving up minions. This is the exact same strategy here. Yellow Pete zones out Skara so they don't have vision of the whole team. Sneaking into the bush, and he barely misses. The blind Q there. Cutie Pie calculated that one, standing in the forefront of the bush.
We actually just got word that Crepo is running 17.5 cooldown reduction at level 1 on his support Morg.
Yeah, looking to stay back, make use of the mana regeneration there from the coin, throw out bindings. He's not looking for auto attack trades because he does not have that Doran shield. Meanwhile, we see a ward, a true ward from Crumbs started. So Crumbs with a little bit less HP potions in his inventory. It's not going to hurt Elise at all. Very, very easy for her to use Spiderlings to tank a lot of the jungle. So one of the few champions that will opt to start with more vision. Definitely going to help them out in the early game. And Inox with a little bit of stutter step. Classic.
It's dancing. It's easier to do on the water. It's kind of like hydroplaning.
Oh, yeah?
Let's see. You just kind of slide along. See what they have for each other. We are going to have Crumbs starting in that top lane. Obviously, junglers, or not top lane, starting on the top side. Junglers at the reds. And they do get that help out. So we're going to have the early 2 from I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid. We'll see if they're able to use it.
All right, so Elise starting top. Pantheon starting bottom. We will, if we see that aggression top from EG that we're talking about. You know, trying to get Inox going early on that Yasuo. You know, Snupe will be ending his route towards that side, and they might be able to swing this lane early. As a jungler and as a top laner, both of them have to be watching Shyvana right now, watching Cruiser to see if he places his trinket ward, so they can go for that aggression. Krepo already hitting a binding here onto Cutie Pie, rewarded with a lot of harass.
Oh, he hit the headshot. He was holding it very nicely. They're going to have some trouble just hitting level 2 in this lane, and they're already getting pushed back, so hopefully they can use this as an advantage. Pole Belter on Scara in middle. He looks like he's going for QW real quick. It'd be interesting to see what he decides to level. Probably W, blast Scar out of lane.
Yeah, and Scar's shoving up here. He's already used his trinket ward, so he's got a window now where he can hug that top side and be safe because he has vision. But as soon as that does run out, he has to, again, be scared of Pantheon. Karth is very vulnerable to early ganks. So we'll see his aggression curbed after the vision drops away. Oops.
I still got the shield on you. Don't worry.
It's definitely not better late than never for Black Shields, by the way. They have to be on time or it will not help at all. And we do see Snupe coming to try and assist Inox. He's coming through the lane because, as I said, they watched the trinket ward from Cruiser, saw him place it, and he knows he can't come through the river. This gank style takes a lot of patience because they're going to have to wait for this entire wave to die at the turret, or they're going to actually have to dive the turret and make use of that Pantheon passive. Looks like he opts for the second route here. Now Snupe, he's also waiting for the counter gank. Whenever your laner is shoved up, it's kind of the obvious gank there for Crumbs to go to the top lane. And Snupe is really hoping that they can turn one around. Crumbs does not want to go for it, though, and Snupe is going to be found out here.
Cruiser gets one hit. Very nice, but he blows a flash right away, even with the burnout up.
He got this one down. Ward in the bush. Side lane bush control, very important for those.
Yeah. They do a good job. Kiwi Kid's going to be able to grab it, but they keep vision, so the bush control is lessened just a little bit. We have movement down from Snupe here towards the bottom lane. Maybe a bit of an invade on Wraiths, but we'll see if he goes for Scar as well.
And he has placed his ward up in that tri-bush when he leaves. So he still is providing Inox with support up top through the vision.
Oh, hello. That's a lot of damage against the wall of pain down. The flash is forced. The repel keeps them there. They both get over the wall. Snoopy's going down. Scara may follow as well, though. Pole Belter can't get another clockwork line of attack, but he can.
Ignite.
The Ignite takes him down. They go 1 for 1.
The Belter coming to save Snupe there, trying to make something of a really bad situation. At least getting the jump on you in the jungle early. Ooh. Really, really painful, but they were able to turn it around. So good save there from EG. Krepo taking some more harass from Kiwi Kid.
Ooh, I was going to say that was a real good bit of punishment, but Kiwi Kid gets in a little too close. One more auto attack, and it's not going to be enough. Krepo flashes down on both sides for that one, and ignites.
They shove him out of lane too, though, and Yellow Pete's still here. They should be able to gain control of the lane now, forcing Cutie Pie back, making it more difficult for him to CS. Now he's going to have to try and fend for himself under the turret. Maybe this will be EG's opportunity to even up that CS score, get back in the lead.
If we have any more of those in just a few minutes, Scara is going to be one happy Karthus. I could have picked up some good money for him while he was already just coming back to the lane, so he'll be happy in this environment. Farming clean. Right now 36 to 46, so he's actually behind, but he does have that kill to match.
Now, I also do always like to look at that 7-minute mark, see if there are going to be any second buff spawn invades coming from either team. Because Snupe was already killed in the enemy jungle, I doubt that he will have the confidence to go for one of those invades, but it's always a possibility, and you like to see Elise jungles and Pantheon jungles try and keep those timers for secondary buff spawns.
Well, Snupe has an RSVP to this top lane with the flash being down on Cruiser. Let's see if Cruiser checks the bush again this time. Looks like he will not.
Yeah, he's got a full bar here, so he can use his ulti to get back now, even though his flash is down. He's got his charged up Fury.
Hasaki indeed.
Hasayu doesn't get the minion, though. I'd rather get that minion than the harass.
7 minutes into this one, we will keep an eye on those wards. The pink one goes down towards the dragon. A little bit of movement by Cutie Pie back towards as he comes from the blue buff area to make sure nobody's trying to get an edge on that. Crumbs on his red. We'll see if that blue buff gets an invade here in just about 40 seconds. Snoopy's
All
in the
right.
top side. Doesn't look like pressure from the junglers will happen.
Yeah,
From
so
the lanes.
Crumbs with a 2-level lead on Snoopy right now. Definitely going to be no invade from Snoopy, but Crumbs does have that option. Sweeper being used on Tribush means he thinks this will be a blind lane, but there is the ward in the river, so Yasuo's got time.
Yep, and Crumbs can see it.
Yep.
The telltale of the lane walking away.
Inches.
Very, very close.
Inches from death.
Yellow Pete forced to use that headshot on the siege wave. They're going to get this pushed up. I don't think he's got really anything to go back and buy just now, so they're in a good position to hold that lane, possibly draw some pressure out from Crumbs here. Dragon is becoming more and more plausible. Good damage there.
So much harass.
Yeah, that was great.
Just one Dark Binding into a whole pool and tilt over Peacemaker. This shoving lane here from EG working out. And the early gold start there, gold generation start from Crepo has paid off.
Wow, that was very aggressive coming in. Pobelter knows he has the upper hand here, at least in movement. He's back
Now,
to lane.
You see Crumbs, he flashed in there and immediately cocooned with red buff in human form. Uh-oh, he's a little bit short there.
Didn't see that.
With red buff in human form, a lot of the
Great
times.
grab.
Uh-oh, never mind.
That shield. Late on that one. Should have been
Snoopy's
never.
coming in.
Oh, blue buff is going to be contested here. He gets the shield down. That's going to be the shockwave up for Pobelter. He's getting quite low on mana here, so they got to use it right, and they decide to hold it, knowing they got the kill. Clean and
Crepo
easy.
with the kill secure right there. Double buffs on him. And they want to chain this one into Dragon. Skara's out of mana. This is perfect for EG right now. Able to get an objective. Oh, no, they don't. They give it up. They don't have the confidence to go. That's too bad for them because they killed the jungler and the mid laner was out of mana. They just were not aware of the situation.
So now Crepo just sitting on plus 30% cooldown reduction. Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie trying to dodge Dark Bindings all day in that bottom lane. It's starting to pay off for him. 70 to 71, but they're controlling the map. EG is not really one to have the bottom lane be their win. They're able to control where they're going with it after that.
Yeah, okay, so the thing I was trying to get out about an Elise gank when you have red buff, flashing in for the auto attack red buff slow,
right,
and then cocoon is usually optimal because a lot of times as soon as you flash, your enemy will try and dodge. And so they lose distance there, plus you get the red buff slow. But man, that dragon being left up, ripe for the picking here from Dignitas. Crumbs being Elise is very, very happy to take this one.
Yeah.
On the return.
So a little indecisive by EG. Like you said, they get the kill in the jungle and Dragon goes to dig.
They may not have seen the mana bar on Skara and not known that he was completely dry.
Okay.
And since Snoopy was so low, they second-guessed themselves. But man, with Orianna and the shields that she could provide, probably could have pulled it off. Too little, too late, though. It does go over to Dig, and it is an even game once more.
These hooks. That was a nice black shield, though. Crapper was getting a little more on point with these. Let's see what they try to do. Yellow Pete has been having a far better lane than usual, I'd say. He could be falling down by CS right now, and then usually sits off in the side lane, would just keep blast hitting, trying to farm, and it does not help Evil Geniuses. But right now, he's fully part of the team. As they take down mid lane, EG starts to open up the map. Let's see what they can do for the rest of Dignitas.
The solo lanes, as we said, they're a lot of times the focus for this team. Both are doing great. Inox has hit his power point with the static shiv. Now he does have a lot more offensive capabilities. And Pobelter did a great job in his lane. He does recognize the pink ward there. Speeds right past it, only to take it out in the end. Crumb's going for an invade while Snoopy camps top one more time here. Can they actually convert it to a kill?
God. Seen Morgana quite a bit, but still it looks like players do not yet have the range of that Dark Binding down. Crepo takes advantage. They get another one, a nice shockwave. That's going to be a kill. That is not going to be Skara getting a kill for himself, but he may be able to find the assist. The shield to come up for Pobelter. Wait a minute. Skara from Death Defy. He does not get the kill, but Snoopy's going to pick it up. The blue buff transfer back over, calculated for EG.
And that whole time, Inox gets the top lane there. He's just bullying Cruiser right now. Good counter gank there from Snoopy. It was a little bit short there. Almost able to get the stun out. But even though Pobelter does go down, they get the double answering for 2. So you can see that Pobelter, actually, as soon as Crumbs does show, he flashes away and he's still able to get another command tag. So there's a flash away, gets the kill, and then he's almost able to kite long enough for Snoopy to join the party, but not quite here. Execute from Crumbs, but as we know, Snoopy still has flash. Able to take him down. That is a nice big boost for EG though.
There to get the plays in. Snoopy was helping top lane and said, yeah, I can definitely be a part of this fight. 13 minutes in, 5-2 now with about a 2,000 gold lead, just over. And looks like they're going to be able to just control the map. 2 turrets in their favor so far. They're looking to drop the bottom one. They don't have too much safety if they go for Dragon on the side of Dignitas either now with that much map falling away.
And all that flurry of action too. Forgot to give props to Krepo for that kill on Kiwi Kid. He hit everything, landing the binding, landing the black shield on Yellow Pete for the retaliation right there, and then going all in with his ulti. Well executed by him. So all sides looking pretty good here for EG. And another one does land, increasing his dig percent. See when it's going to be about time for Dig to group up, because they have that Sivir and they've got Karthus. So I think they want Scar to finish another item first before they actually go for that giant group and the roaming benefit that they can get from On the Hunt. Right now it's a siege up on bottom and they get some global gold that will go a long ways towards that item.
Yeah.
For Scar.
How about Dig a little bit more? Maybe open up the Dragon pressure as well, so they can get EG to be pushed back. Dig was already able to grab the first Dragon. EG was caught sleeping a little bit on that.
Now, since it looks like Scar is going for a Rod of Ages, it's a very late Rod of Ages. He got the boots upgrade first, and that thing takes 10 minutes to charge up. Snoopy going with a repeat counter on this blue buff, but he's in a real bad spot here. It's only because of what happened last time that Dig back off. They could have easily collapsed on him, but look at the vision for Dignitas. They didn't have the confidence that there was no backup for Snoopy. They figured, why would Snoopy be coming in like this all by himself? No reason. He must have backup. So a little bit of a bluff there.
Playing the mind games.
Yeah, because it was a little late, they don't get the blue steal. And Scar's able to grab that one for himself.
See the harassment coming from Pobelter in mid lane. He indeed is leveling his W to crush Skara out of the lane with the ball after that. Not too worried about shielding himself. He's going to go ahead and get a push on mid. Being so safe on Ori. Pretty much do what he wants right now.
Look at this action down bottom. This 3 vs 3. Who will show first from the junglers? Because Elise can easily land a stun onto Snoopy after he jumps in. There it is.
1-1. There they go. It's oh my word. He didn't even get a chance to blink in that fight. Krepo gets repelled on. He dodges out the stun on that from the Soul Shackle. Very nicely done.
Soul shackles him all the way up through the repel. They get the answer kills. I was wondering, right, it's really important who shows first because, as I said, after the jump in, it's so easy to land that cocoon, and Crumbs coming up huge for that counter gank down bottom. Keeping Dig right in this one. Very, very close game here. That's going to do a lot to push Dig into that mid game where they can take advantage of the Sivir pick. We watch it again here. It was just perfectly executed. They really were sitting in wait for that counter. And, you know, the repel, while it makes you untargetable, since the shackle's already on him, it still stays on him when he goes up. It doesn't make you invulnerable, just untargetable. So when he does come back down, able to pop that off. EG fans pretty happy with that so far. Second Dragon up again. This could be the tipping point because, as I said, it's so close right now, and Dig are in the area swarming here. They want to take advantage, but they cannot defend it.
They have low mana on Skara. Really couldn't get the AoE they need for the fight. Good choice, though, by Dig.
Yeah, a low mana Karthus is even less scary than a low health Karthus. Low health Karthus is still going to do damage to you, but a low mana Karthus is just...
He's just there. Jack. Just walking around.
All right, now the grouping up for Dig is probably what we're looking for next, since the bottom turret did go down. Interested to see how that first team fight does play out, because Snoopy has the ability to start off the fight before Dig are ready and in position. Can he get another Grand Skyfall to combo? We haven't seen Inox put his damage to good use yet. He's been bullying Cruiser, but we haven't seen him kill anyone yet. Right now, it's Crumbs that's up there looking to try and turn the tables, though. So he might get himself into a bad position.
Yeah, and you're going to see Stupe, he can Grand Skyfall a lot faster than Scar is going to be pulling out that Requiem. So he's all over the map. Scar's only going to be helping from the mid lane. Uh-oh.
Another.
Inox gets the repel on, cannot do much on that one. It's like the Dragon Scale is going to keep Cruiser safe. They get a kill in the top lane. They even out the kills at 5-5. But we have a lot of EG here trying to take down mid lane.
Crumbs, the shot caller for Dignitas, making the moves. Bottom side of the map, counter ganking. Top side of the map, setting up another lane gank. Able to get Cruiser right back in, and here's the Snoopy drop.
Going in on a Kiwi Kid. He's been the focus, and they give the same medicine back over from the last fight. Whoa, Scar gets a little too close, and he goes down. Requiem's up, but I don't think there's a reason to use it.
Great job by Pabelter there, sucking in Scar to get another 2 kills here. They get 2 down, and they push on the inhibitor turret. Not enough time for Dignitas to recall. This is a huge, huge win for EG if they can actually finish the turret.
Great moves here.
Oh,
Crumbs trying to come in. Whoa, Inox coming out, forcing the on the hunt. Will not get the pop-up from the Tornado. Looks like
he can chase through minions, though.
Unlimited one to the dash. It's going to be a few more before he can get another one on a Cutie Pie. He's got the speed.
On the hunt,
it looks like he's got it. 1, 2, 3, and the kill to come in for Inox on the coast-to-coast chase.
The best thing about Yasuo, you never have to give up on those chases through the long lane because you can dash through all the minions that are going to be coming your way. The purple minions betraying Lord Cutie Pie there and costing him a death.
Yellow P trying to do what he can on the side of AD carries as we're looking at Cutie Pie and wait for him to get back in the game. Bloodthirsters on each side. A little more damage, though, for Cutie is going to matter on those boomerangs. We haven't really seen Dignitas be able to group to utilize that team fight up on the hunt or anything. They're in split push mode almost.
Yeah, you just have to give props to both junglers, really.
Yeah,
because
true.
Every time Crumbs getting his team back into the game, but Snoopy comes right back with a drop towards the mid that actually, because of Pabelter's play, they were able to chain into that inhibitor turret.
Yeah,
It's
I can
just
do anything, you can do better.
Such a huge, huge pickup for them. They really want that exposed inhibitor to be able to return to.
Like you said, Scar trying to build up that Rod of Ages. I believe it was about 24 or 25 minutes. He's going to be looking at getting that fully stacked, but that's already going to be up against the Athene's Rabadon's damage coming in from Pobelter. Scar is going to be that tank Karthus. He's not going to be that shred your health with the Giant Requiem and Defile.
Yeah, as I said, it takes 10 minutes for that sucker to charge up. He's got a little bit more time to wait. Inox confident that Stupe has his back.
He pulls him back into the fight so he gets locked down. That's a good hit from Cruiser. It kind of stops up Snoopy as well. And the Dragon's descent.
No defense.
And that's Cruiser being a dragon right now. He's got enough armor to face the ADs, and it looks like he's going to come up big. The ultimate is used just so Inox can get himself a kill and save a bit of face. But look at the mid lane. Kiwi Kid's about to go down, and so is the inhibitor on a big off-the-ball move here from EG.
Side lane plays there for Dig. Good collapse. Snoopy, even though he drops in, Cruiser's so tanky at this point, it takes him much too long to finish the kill. And Crumbs is able to retaliate. Very, very close right here. Another win towards mid, though, for EG. So both of these teams answering back. Now, this is the fight that we saw before. No extra minions here for Inox to charge up his dash. But he does try and kite Cruiser back into the center of the Pantheon drop. And Snoopy at this point realized, oh, I have no defensive stats, so it's going to be hard. I have to run away from the dragon. They end up getting that kill, though, in the middle. Yellow Pete with the play!
The flash, fast fingers, Yellow Pete coming in. Looks like he gets saved by the Black Shield. Aegis coming up possibly for Snoopy. He already used the stun. As you can see, his block is up. They're forced off of that one, but he does have blue buff. Inox is also on the chase. They do not look like they're giving up pursuit. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they don't have the speed there because Cutie Pie off the table. On the hunt burned as well. Dangerous for Pabelter, though! Oh. Recalling in the river.
You don't get a sale for window shop.
Gives me flashbacks to Big Fat LP. Dangerous place to recall with low life. Man, this is a very back and forth game. Even though the gold lead heavily EG, Dignitas keep coming up with plays.
And that's something you got to consider. That's actually pretty careless if you think about that. You know, not really giving respect to the other team, backing and just an erroneous area. Not very good. Pobelter goes down. It's not like he had a killing spree or anything, but that's good gold for Crumbs. He's been the shot caller. It's making him feel more confident, and the team will follow behind him. 23 minutes in, as we reach 23 minutes, I should say. 11-8, about a 3,000 gold lead in favor of EG as they're slowing down in their aggression. They weren't able to get the mid inhibitor, but it's coming slowly. They haven't been stopped whatsoever. They're still in a great position.
Sube keeps on trying to get those hops, but everybody jumps away. Lantern for Cutie Pie and Crumbs with the repel has been pretty on point as well. Now, we get to see another 5v5 fight. This time, all tools available for Dignitas. This is their time to shine. Even with the gold deficit, they have a great team fight here, both teams. So we'll have to watch. Can EG pull off a good Shockwave Yasuo combo? Will Dignitas group up for it?
Slowly just kind of feeling each other out here. You know exactly where all 5 stand for each team. Now that Cutie Pie is in the fight, that was very dangerous. The dragon goes down. Not going to be too big of a worry for EG. They know they, or may know, they have still somewhat of a lead. You ask the players at this point in time, and they may say they think they're even or we have a little bit of a lead, but not enough to do what we want. And that's maybe why EG's slowing it down, waiting to go back for this inhibitor.
They have to be very careful because Sivir is so good at punishing you for mispositioning. Anyone that they see out, they can easily chase them down. And Crumbs, with him being so accurate with his cocoons, they actually have very good chase potential. So very cautious play for both teams now because they're so close.
We just saw Snoopy typing out 28-0 something. I think it's 28-40. We're going to see that blue buff for Pobelter come back up. Right now, clearing waves with it. We have Yasuo on the bottom lane. Inox has been tending to that probably until he can drop that bottom first tier turret. Right now, just getting up the golems for himself. Let's see how much money he has in his pocket. He's laying on about 1,500, so he's got some good cash to spend.
I think EG might want to wait for that Infinity. Oh, never mind. It's completed. Great. Infinity Edge completed there for Inox. They're very happy to do the combo now. That will be a devastating Shockwave Yasuo combo. Dignitas, though, they should be expecting this. And if they use On the Hunt movement speed to spread out during the fight, it'll be hard for Pobelter to pull that off. So it's really up to Snoopy to catch Dig off guard, I think, with a well-placed Skyfall.
Dignitas is definitely going power in numbers right now as they stick hip to hip inside their own jungle. Not really even placing wards as they go around. There we go. Getting a few out. One's found by Snoopy, and they get another one down by Wraith. But to leave that dark would have been very scary.
Key items as well for Dig. Some power coming from Crumbs. He's doing his best to carry this game. As such, he's gone a couple of spell penetration items and has completed Leandri's. Some good spell burn there for him.
Is Dig going to really have the chance to stick in these fights unless they get tankier? Because you got the Infinity Edge damage, Rabadons, Bloodthirst, or Yellow Pete. That's going to be quick damage fast.
So the thing is, EG have a lot of damage, but they don't have a lot of defensive stats. Take a look at these guys here, Snoopy and Inox. Yes, they're both high damage, but they're also both melee champions, have to jump in. So if they don't get Dig off guard with that Skyfall and they don't coordinate their damage with their CC, then it could be devastating. If Snoopy gets hit by that cocoon, could be his life.
Good bit of damage from Dissonance there on the hands of Pobelter as he just throws out a bit of zone control. CS in the lanes really kind of just not counting right now. That 50, but there's kills in the top lane. We have about 30 to 40 in that mid lane, and about 20 in the 80 carry. So everybody's doing what they can for each other. Krepo actually picked up quite a few kills in the early game that Yellow Pete may have wanted.
EG with decent positioning here.
Yeah.
They have the vision control of Baron area. I'm always very excited to see these damage teams play because it puts a lot of pressure on EG to be mechanically sound.
And this is that scary part of the map, Kobe. This is where Dignitas says they really didn't want to be all game, and Krepo said they were going to use that against Evil Geniuses. So we see if they'll set it up.
He said ignore that side of the map. You can't ignore it, though. Got to have at least a little vision there. You can see them dropping wards into the back of Baron Pit.
You can make it like it seems you don't care. Just kind of fluff it off. Yeah, it's there, whatever. They're going to be definitely putting a lot of priority here. They're not fooling anybody. Crumbs cleaning up the pink ward. EG's coming around the backside, and we have Inox in the top lane, so he may be able to pinch a fight.
Cutie Pie. They just start this one out. Karthus able to go. Here, we need the Grand Skyfall from Snoopy. In.
This is one of those situations, though. Dig almost has to do this to put themselves back in a good spot here. A Shockwave gets two. There's Inox right in the middle of the fight, and it's going to be Baron going down. Crumbs gets it for the team, and Dignitas is going to have those stats to work with in the fight. Cutie Pie taking down Snoopy, and they are still going for kills. 2-2 so far, and we're looking for one more. Yes, it is. Coming in very nicely out of Yellow Pete.
Kiwi Kid over there. What a nice snipe. Man, this is huge for Dignitas. They're right in front of this game now. They get the Baron. They burn it straight down. They said they were going to ignore Baron. Probably just a bait by them.
That was the tactic.
They're trying to fake out EG. EG think that Dignitas, they're never a team to go for it. Dignitas overcome their biggest rival, the Baron, burn him down, and they're able to get the kills after.
You know, they get a high risk and high reward of now a 2,000 gold lead. They're still down in kills, but they are getting the map pressure back. This is something they have not had for the 28 minutes of the game right now. Great job by Dig to make this run. Back in the game easy.
Man, that
Great
confidence.
job.
They just burn it straight down there. Single target damage from Karthus is amazing on targets that are not moving around. Easy to just spam lay waste there. Great confidence by them. And Crumbs came out big with the execute on Baron.
Skara, a lot of these fights very quickly have allowed him to get a surge of power with that Rabadon's. He's now starting to put out a bit of damage that he was looking for.
They're coming through the bush here. Inox sees him.
Scary. On the hunt. It's just about to come. Ooh, very nice. Blocking that out. He'll stay safe. So Dig in the bottom side of the map. They're kind of doing whatever they want right now with Baron down. They don't have to worry about too much. Their lanes are pushed. They're in a good spot.
And goes Snoopy. He's got the black shield. Goes for Cutie Pie. He zones him out of the fight. Krepo gets in the middle for a good ulti there. At the time that Crumbs gets the Baron, though, it really turns around. Them having Karthus is huge because Scar is able to get that guaranteed damage off, and we can actually watch the snipe. Sentenced to death there for Yellow Pete.
Hook, line, and sinker.
What happened there?
That was a big headshot.
Scar is in a position he does not want to be.
Looks like the team was just behind him, but they weren't able to get to the initial fight that actually got started because of it. Yellow Pete's headshot was a good 700 damage. Team wasn't able to react. 30 seconds on Scar now. We have 30 minutes on the clock as they start going for the mid inhibitor. Top's going to fall here from Inox, and he'll happily join the team at the second tier in just a few seconds.
Yeah, he's got a strong split push. Uh-oh, Snoopy gets caught, though.
That's a good shield. Stopping that execution damage, he would have taken quite a bit more. But they're going to be safe on this. Yellow Pete chooses the long way around. Very good decision there.
5 seconds left on Skara. He will be joining soon, so I don't expect EG to keep this up. Baron buff will time out, though. Because of that play where they caught Skara, that's basically the duration of Baron buff not going to much use for this Dignitas team, and it's really just the gold lead now, which is not that big. This game is so close.
See, the Cutie Pie has got himself back up in CS, almost hitting 300. He is near the most in the game. Inox is just 2 under him, but Inox has been split pushing the whole time, so Cutie Pie is done what the AD carry needs to do. Keep yourself farming. Dragons picked up here, 3 of 4 going to Dignitas with that Baron still swirling around them.
Yeah,
Baron a little bit.
Able to secure them Dragon, though, so I guess that is another good global gold. Hunk of change racked up for them. Again, Crumbs there with Elise. Very easy to execute that Dragon. He did a good job staying cool, even with all the projectiles flying over the wall.
Mikhail's Crucible being picked up by Kiwi Kid. He realizes that there needs to be peeling for Skara and Cutie Pie here. Mainly Cutie Pie, trying to get himself out of the fight. Skara's been more than happy to go right into the middle.
I like this. Cutie Pie going full damage build here.
Yep.
You need heavy damage
Somebody else
silver
build my safety.
for that time. Somebody else, exactly. Kiwi Kid, you can throw the lantern to me. That's great. I have an escape now. Plus, he has a Mikhail, so an extra heal too. Everything seems great for Cutie Pie there. Now all that's left to do is watch Cutie Pie's positioning in the team fight. Make sure that he does not get assassinated by Inox.
Ooh, it looked like Inox put his sword away, but he was ready to go. Wall of
Necessary
Pain.
flash. Very good flash there for Cruiser.
Got some speed coming in. On the hunt was used from the backside of this fight. They are going straight in. Cruiser's still quite tanky, but he goes down the Requiem to do quite a bit of damage across the board. Crumbs trying to follow up for the team. The shot calling is being made by him, and since he can't hit the repel, it's called off.
The late game Karthus does so much damage, though. Even though EG get 2 kills, win the fight, they lose control of the map here. They have to retreat everyone so low. They need to heal up at the fountain here. That's what comes with building few defensive stats. They're very uh-oh. Yeah, they're still coming. Yellow Pete doing goals.
He needs to be careful. 2 minutes on to Baron. The timers are getting quite long here, so you actually have to consider when. Oh, the flash initiation onto Cutie. Like we said, they have quite a bit of safety for him. The McHale's and everything.
Another flash.
Oh, wow. Flash. Okay, everybody wants to flash.
Yeah, EG were definitely on a different page there. Snoopy, he thought when they come check this bush, we're going hard. Everybody's going in. The rest of EG backed out of the bush.
That's one of those, right, guys? Where'd you go?
Yeah, so I maybe need to work on the communication there to have the plan. Hey, guys, we're all sitting in this bush. What do we do when somebody comes close? Are we running?
What does Fnatic do?
Yeah,
Kill him.
Kill him whoever you see.
55.5 to 52.8. Dignitas gaining that lead back with the gold. They're still down in kills, but it's not going to matter. They're taking position on the map, and that's really what can win you the game. We said it before. We've seen CLG games go with almost 0 kills on the board, and they're taking the win. So there's a lot of different ways it can happen, and Dignitas is looking to bring it back with a bit of Baron in this one. Ooh. A little pop up and down.
So vision inside this jungle is going to be really important. If EG can get a lot of it down on the blue side, that opens up Grand Skyfall initiation. EG would love to catch Dig off guard, out of position. Make use of that global from Snoopy, because in the team fight straight up 5v5, we've seen how much damage Scar is doing, guaranteed, even when he gets killed at the beginning of the fight. Everyone's so low.
Scar actually just drank his blue elixir, so that'll help him a little bit, get some more damage and cooldown out of that.
Yeah,
see him glowing right there in the
He's a devastating force at this point.
Good amount of pen coming from him. Void Staff, Rabadon's blue elixir. I don't think Dignitas really wants to give up this next Baron, so they make sure Scar is in the middle. He can zone out anything that comes in.
They burn it down so quickly. EG in the same position as last time.
Coming in from the side, the hook goes. Snoopy's Banshee's Veil is actually knocked out on that. He gets the Black Shield. Cruiser goes in. They actually aegis him right away. The crowd control may not be there. The shockwave coming in. Very nice job. Scar is still throwing down the Requiem. EG may have this fight, though, as they position themselves in the brush. That's warded by Dignitas, as they can still see. Great shot. Yellow Pete has the red buff. No hook coming from the other side of Kiwi Kid, and they're able to finalize, securing one more. The shield saving his own life. Kiwi Kid limping away from this fight is going to go down.
Here, Crepo's on the hunt. He'll be the first man to the scene. Kiwi Kid testing his luck, and he will be
He's
safe.
good to go.
They turn their sights toward the objective Baron. Dragon, though, wants to answer for his brethren here. Cruiser could kill everybody.
Uh-oh. Cruiser's a big, big boy. However, he does not have Dragon's Descent up or anything to charge that off of. But the burnout, that hybrid damage, he's going to chomp. Now he's getting hit by Baron. He only took one hit, though. He is not going to. No, the shield. Bowmelter doesn't have the mana just yet. They can still turn it around. The binding just misses. That's a Dragon Tail for you.
Cruiser doing work for Dignitas. Oh, this game is so ridiculous for him. All right, let's watch it again here. Dignitas, this is a really good defensive maneuver from EG. They stop the Baron, and then they bring Dig to engage through.
My word.
Man, what a great shockwave into Yasuo counter here. And then, even though they're fighting on Karthus' body, they come in with all the range. Everyone's standing just outside of that defile, trying to shoot down the rest of Dig, having Scar down. And my God, they return to the scene of the crime.
Yo, we had a...
Inox going for a split push, though. This is not going to be a contest from EG. They're just going to trade a turret this time.
Second Baron of the game going over to Dignitas. That means a big gold lead is now going in their favor. However, the Dragon, now average at his highest level in the game, can offer just about the same amount of gold. So with EG getting a turret, they still have other things they can focus on and not have to take on this Baroned up Dignitas now. It seems like they found a way to stave off their nightmare and make it a part of a good dream.
Man, now we're going to fight over the Dragon. This time, Baroned up Dignitas. They do have on the hunt as well. EG have to be careful about waiting around on this. They should probably just grab this gold, kill Dragon, and run for the hills.
Get out.
Run! Everybody run.
High ground, where is it? 19
Where do we
to
go?
5. 2K, this game is so close. 6-5 in turrets. Dignitas had a ridiculous surge in power since this Baron,
Look at the
their Baron
vision.
engagements.
The vision for Dig is all on Baron side. Vision for EG all on blue side. So EG can actually have the opportunity to make a play on Cruiser here. They're gonna go for it. All right. This could be a Baron and a tank off the field.
There's the
Banshees
is down. There's the jump from Snoopy. They're in range. The entire
Randuin!
team is going down mid from Dignitas.
Randuin.
They're going to try to take the inhibitor turret. How much will they put onto Cruiser? Cutie Pie's the first one there. He has got minions to tank up this. That means the resistances of the turret fall as well, and they're going to be pushing through nicely.
Yep, Dignitas going to get the inhibitor at least for that one. They might even go on Nexus turrets. Cruiser now trying to stop the recalls for the rest of EG.
The mind game's going too well right now. Home guards, they were definitely in the money coming in for EG. They've been able to pick it up on Pole Belter and Snoopy to stave off the aggression, stop the bleeding. At least that inhibitor is the only thing that went down. Now EG is going to try to answer with the same thing, but Dignitas has really been working this late game nicely.
Let's see, EG, they do have the split push going for them. Inox, pretty decent split pusher at this point. So they might opt for that route. There's not really a way to deal with the late game Karthus damage at this point with his the items that he's got. He's working on the Zanyas. Okay, Snoopy's going for it. The initiation, 2 Banshees.
Ooh.
2 Banshees and a spell shield still. Like, Cutie Pie's got so many answers. Here's the whole team as well. EG need to back off.
Little pokes of damage in. Having Yellow Pete really helps them stay a good distance away from the turret. A wall of pain can mean a huge initiation for Dignitas. So you have to keep safe. EG is not going to really try and mess with a turret that goes back and forth. They're just going to go ahead and stop for now.
EG are still making moves though. They keep on pushing up a lane, even though they're down in gold. They push up the lane, then hide in a bush. Push up a lane, hide in a bush. It didn't work out last time because they went for the tank who had flash and a Dragon's Descent up, but they almost got it. The Randuin slow is really the kicker there for them. So bush gank number 2.
Yep. Those 2 sweepers right now.
And again, it's going to be Cruiser the target. Crumb's going to check this push though.
Oh, just one. Inox
is
not going to want that.
Abort mission, abort mission.
Yeah.
Return to base.
This is a quick problem right there. EG does not go forward unless they have those 2 sweepers active. That's pretty much their left and right foot right now. As those sweepers are up, they can start walking forward.
Yeah. One is bush checker number 1.
Yep.
Bush sweeper number 2.
40 minutes in, Dignitas. A little bit more of a hard-fought battle than what we would have thought coming out of the early game. Minions crushing down into the mid lane right now, and Dignitas is going to be able to dictate where this game goes from here on out unless EG makes a big play here. It's going to be high risk, high reward for them as it comes out.
This is a great Skyfall for Snoopy. If they post up at the turret, a well-placed Skyfall might be able to do it for them. Because Dignitas, they're short range here. Cutie Pie on Sivir. I guess Crumbs even has a better chance of getting hits on this turret than him. So it's hard for Dig to actually get in to attack the turret, and especially since inhibitor turrets have regeneration, they have to hesitate outside there, and it's really hard for this Dig team to actually go into the base, whereas you know, the objectives outside, much easier to fight over.
There's so many things that can capitalize on a small mistake from Dignitas, even though they are a bit ahead. A Shockwave, Morgana's ultimate coming in, or even a Dark Binding, Snoopy, and even Inox can get you in a wrong spot at the right time. So Dignitas is really sweating bullets as they approach the base, like you said. Not even the man drop. They know where that, or they don't even know, I should say, where the man drop's going to be coming from. The wards are going out for Dig as they back. They can see the EG is just slowly taking their own jungle, giving Dignitas time to breathe. Both teams figuring out where to go from here. The shot calling getting a little more tight from both of those shot callers.
I think Dignitas are pretty confident, though. They're banking on this super late game Karthus, super late game Sivir, and they're the ones with the tank here on Shyvana. Once Shyvana does get that Blade Mail now, she is a true annoyance for Yellow Pete. Very hard for him to deal with this. Even though there is no slow from Blade of the Ruin King, all he has to do is get in Yellow Pete's face. So Dignitas pretty confident towards the late game. That's why they're playing it a bit slower here and not rushing. they can easily force fights at things outside the base, like Dragon, like Baron, like exposed inhibitors. They don't have to go up against those turrets until they actually kill someone from EG.
Well, we can see the result that Dignitas is getting right now is definitely the result of less mistakes in the late game. Somewhere where they would just try too much, push themselves outside of their comfort zone, and they really start to fall behind. But they have not lost the gold lead since they started doing Barons, and they've been able to keep the lane pressure up as well. EG hasn't even had a turret to pressure. Dignitas moving up the mid lane now to put that final staple in the game. Yeah. They can get a good fight in. 40 seconds on Baron, 20 on Dragon.
Full item builds there. PewDiePie, the only thing he has left to do is trade out those boots for Zephyr. All right, so try and force fight exposed inhibitor. They give it, oh, Snoopy coming in. Here's the fight.
Not many dig moved on that one. He gets a 4-man, maybe even a 5-man Grand Skyfall on that one. Inox using the wall. Nobody wants to go in. Like you said, no follow there. The inhibitor's going to go down in the fight as well, but EG is being pushed off. Skara gets taken down, and here comes directly on damage. Yellow Pete on the side, Ace in the hole from the other one, and it looks like they are just going to be able to take down Inox on the backside. Like you said, Guardian Angel's down there, so it's just going to get harder for EG.
So close. Right there, the idea is kill Skara and then kite backwards, wait out the duration. But Inox had gotten so deep into the backline, he was not going to be able to get out even with his GA.
Uh-oh.
Baron numero dos. Kiwi Kid extremely low for this one.
Oh. That's the only thing they want getting close to the fight now. Pole Belter just trying to sense everything out with that zone. Looks like they are going to back off. I don't think they want to even try Baron right now. Dig's the one who's been trying to formulate this. Inox is down and Skara is down, which is big on that AoE damage.
Control of Baron area.
But they're trying to control
Very
it.
important. PewDiePie might be walking into death here. Nope. So in that last fight also, Krepo did a great job of controlling Skara. Using his ultimate actually, and the second stun there, then him flashing out after. It was just a very impressive job controlling that mid lane as a support towards the end.
You can really see that this head-to-head is 1-to-1 between these two teams. This whole game has spelled that out. PewDiePie trying to be the factor of his team here. 443 CS on Sivir. Now with the Infinity Edge built up, he himself has a Banshee's Veil. But like we've been saying, everybody's building AD here before they go for the safety. This game is going too late to not have that damage.
Zanyas is up for Skara as well. So as long as he is quick on the trigger finger, he doesn't get CC'd before he can use it, that same strategy that EG just used will not work in this second team fight. If they try and burst him down and then kite back, the Zanyas will definitely throw a wrench in that plan. Somebody needs to recognize this, though, and make that call. Getting very difficult here for EG, though.
A lot of flashes are down if you look at both sides. A lot of ignites are down as well. So this fight is going to be at the capacity of you're staying in here. Do what you can.
Now, if Dig do go for this Baron, everyone's going to get that magic damage buff on them.
Oh, you're staying in here. Do what you can. It's going to be PewDiePie, Baron, and Snoopy going on. We have a fight that's completely spread here. Pole Belter goes for the Zanyas. Zanyas on the two sides, and it's going to be both mids going down. EG now trying to do what they can to clean up the fight, but Dignitas just has the help. They just have the numbers, and it's going to be Krepo going down. A triple kill for PewDiePie at 450 CS. He's looking for another one, possibly a quadra kill. But no, the ace coming in for Kiwi
And they're going
Kid.
to end the game
and they're
here.
going to the mid.
They are ignoring Baron, running straight up the middle. This should be Nexus turrets.
Dignitas really staved off the bleeding in the beginning of this game. Huge moves coming in across the map from all of Evil Geniuses. Dig doing what they can now as they start in the Nexus turrets for the possible win.
What a game here from EG and Dignitas. So back and forth. Yeah, give it up for them, both teams.
Great
Very
games.
impressive.
Both of them wanted to end on a high note this week. I don't think any of these teams, either of these teams I should say, could be really displeased with it. The loss is obviously a loss for EG. They have been playing well. Dignitas pulling out the win in this one. Down in kills, pulled themselves up in gold around 30 minutes, and were able to find the win after multiple Baron attempts.
That guy, Crumbs, in the early game, keeping the team in it while they wait for the late game Karthus and Sivir to pull them through.
They have completely battled their demons in this game. The top side of the map.
Yeah, they faced Baron.
Wow.
They burned him down.
They had definitely a bone to pick with that guy. Taking down Nasher twice, a forced third fight as well that did not look good. Snoopy continuously trying to do what he could, and he still had a great game on Pantheon. Both teams played so well, you cannot take anything away from either team.
Very hard to get those.
He's just shaking his head. Just shaking his head.
That's what you do after a 70-plus minute game. Tired. Go take a nap.
Just a little tired. Dignitas holding their own in that game. Recalling, I believe it was around 35 minutes, I said, less mistakes late game, and it really spelled victory for them. Crumbs was so much more on point than usual, and the rest of the team was following him as well. 2 times, and once just recently, we saw the initiations from EG. They tried a Talisman of Ascension out of Baron Brush and grab someone. And then in the bottom lane, we saw Snoopy flash Aegis onto somebody, and they weren't able to follow. They were getting a little too ahead of themselves.
Yeah, a little bit of communication still to work on for EG, but they had a lot of good plays as well.
Yep.
And Dignitas, I have to say, Crumb's doing a good job relying heavily on that Elise to get them to the late game. Ended up finally working out for them.
And like we said, Crumbs is 1-2 on Elise, but you can't just shy away from that just because of a record. You got to go in. It's still one of the top tier junglers.
Did I say 70 minutes game, by the way? That's a little bit of an exaggeration there. 46 minutes.
The gold was
70K.
70K. There we go. There's so many numbers and statistics that your brain's just like, drop this one here, drop this one here. But great games coming out. Crumbs, like we said, he played very well. Cruiser wasn't really able to get the picks that he wanted all game, but he played awesome for the amount of pressure that he got. Snoopy was in that top lane trying to just stick his foot in the door the whole time, but Cruiser said, not this time. You guys are not going to make an example out of me in the top lane.
Yeah, he was
played
camping
really well.
up there for a while.
All right, everyone. While it's still fresh in your mind, now's the perfect time to head over to Twitter and share your favorite moments from this or any of our games today. Hit us up at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. We've got to do a broadcaster lane swap, but when we come back, Cruiser and Crumbs rappel down to the analyst desk. Then the new XDG lineup will face off against the CLG, looking to set a team record. The NA-LCS action continues in 3.5.
Finish.
Yep, I have a hook and Ori.
Finish. I can't finish. Okay. Got it. I'm going in. I'm on Pantheon.
I'm on Pantheon.
I'm coming for
I have AD. I'm on your suit. I took your suit. Nice. I have coin.
I'm gonna go top.
I have a hook. Oh, nice.
Wow.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Split. I'd like to welcome Joshua Jat-Leesman to the caster desk for our final 2 games.
Yeah.
Joshua Jat-Leesman, welcome to the caster
Hello,
desk.
thank you for the welcome. I'm very happy to be here, and we got a real good game coming up right off the bat.
I am super excited. We want to check in on the conversation, however, going on over at Twitter before we get to the games. Earlier, we did ask you all which NALCS team is poised to have the next hot streak and why. Here's what you've been saying on Twitter. At TanJonah126, with Xmithie and Zuna back in their best roles, and Sheep's beautiful. I'm not going to do that.
You did it just
XTG
fine.
is getting started.
Yeah, that's a nice one because they are just getting started now. 1-game winning streak. I don't mean it to be insulting. It's what they have right now, and they're trying to break CLG's streak right now. They're going to have to.
See what the next tweet says. At FaZe Frost, I think it's going to be CLG. With their current roster, they're just ripping through the teams right now, which is true.
That's what everyone has been saying. The consistently inconsistent CLG might be gaining some momentum right now. They have looked fantastic. I just really wonder how long it will continue or if it's another temporary thing like it's been in the past.
What is that called? False hope. That's right. Johnny Gazer, our next tweet, says, Coast finally seems to be playing as well as they were in the NACL. They are poised for a hot streak. Hot streak. It's a hot streak.
A hot streak.
Hot streak.
Yeah, I actually think Coast has completely changed their play style from the start of the split. Very early on in the split, they were really relying on shifter to roam and make plays there. And now they're more relying on just never team fighting and allowing Zion Spartan and shifter to just poke from afar. It's been working really well.
Yeah. Keep the laning phase going and win it as hard as possible. Thank you, everyone, for all the responses, and be sure to keep them coming. Let's send it right now over to Freak and Kobe at the analyst desk, who are joined by 2 members of the victorious Dignitas.
Thank you very much, Riv. We want to welcome Cruiser and Crumbs to the desk. Guys, congrats on the win right here. So, first of all, crazy game. How do you play a game like that where it keeps going back and forth? You have all these constant fights.
Wow, well, that game got off to a wild start right from the get-go. First off, they picked champions that we really expected them to play, but the champions are just so strong. Like, Yasuo top is a really powerful pick, especially once you take out Renekton. When we see the Renekton ban, we're thinking they're going for a Yasuo comp. We're going to have a little bit of trouble with dealing with that because then they went with the Orianna Wombo combo.
Yeah.
And then it just started getting action-packed from mid lane. Lots of ganks, countering ganks, failed cocoons, just all over the place. And then I tried to actually get a lot of ganks off trying to see what I could do on top lane, but it just got drawn out with plenty of ward coverage, so I could never go. And then once the mid game started rolling around, 2 heavy team fighting comps. You got a Sivir Karthus team with Yasuo Orianna. So, I mean, we just constantly fought over and over, and we ended up winning.
So, Cruiser, then we're going to start with the laning phase then. You had to fight the Yasuo top lane.
Yeah.
1, how is Shyvana Yasuo? And 2, do you think you played it right?
Shyvana Yasuo, early game especially, Yasuo has a pretty big advantage because Shyvana can't really ever stick to him and keep the burnout running because he can just E2 another creep. And he's got pretty good poke. And he actually has extra melee range. So he's even harder to trade in that regard. So you pretty much just play back and just get the CS when you can.
And then, so you said, I guess Crum said there was a lot of wards and you couldn't get any ganks in. So how did you kind of survive this sort of rough matchup?
I was pretty much just farming with E when I could and then just last sitting under turret.
And it seemed to work out a lot better for you in team fights, though. When you got to the late game battles, you also seemed to die really fast, even with the Guardian Angel. You survived the entire time.
Yeah.
Is that just how the skilling is going to work, or did you guys play around Yasuo really well?
I think we played okay around Yasuo. We got hit by wombos a little too much, but I think we played it pretty well. We peeled back for Yasuo pretty effectively, I would say.
Cool. Well, of course, good job on that one. Crumbs, I want to get back to you. So we talked to you in the morning about shot calling, and I know we talked about it being really hard to shot call from behind. And you, of course, had a couple of things go awry early game. How did you claw your way back in?
Well, we got our way back in when we saw that Pantheon ganked middle lane, and then he was completely out of mana. So he stuck around too long, and when your jungler sticks around for too long and you just kill the opposing jungler or some other person, if you stick around too long, that means that by the time they spawn back in that early game, we can take a dragon. So started taking some free dragons for basically no cost since it wasn't contested at all. So doing that started getting us back into it without the early deficit through the ganks, especially when he dropped on blue buff at me and then I died to Morgana. That's the point where it happened because he used a lot of mana in that. And just getting fights around that, and then I went for a gank on top lane way down the line, and then one with Sivir bottom lane because we pushed down the turret, the first outer turret because it was very low, and then we just wait back till they show up, and since you have Sivir now, you can run them down the entire lane, and you have a lot more room to actually catch them, and since it's Caitlyn, she only has 1 net to get out, and I think that clawed our way back into it. And then once mid-game rolled around, something that happened the game against TSM yesterday was that we got a pick off, and then we were indecisive with the decision. We went down to fight the mid lane, and looking back on it, we thought, you know what, we probably should have played Baron. And then I'm very confident in my smiting ability, so I agree that would have been the better call. And when the game happened today, we were 5v5, then we were close. I was just like, you know what, Baron, I don't think I'm going to get outsmited. I haven't been outsmited in LCS for a long time. So we just went for it and then got that first Baron. And off that, I think we took 3 turrets and started taking the lead back. But we still managed to give it back a couple of times.
Yeah, sure. So, of course, Baron was a really big story this game overall. You guys fought around it a lot. And Baron fights are always super hectic. Now, Cruiser, as a melee champion, and Shyvana, who kind of only has one gap closer, how do you go from, like, I'm face-taking Baron, I'm on the very wrong side of the fight, to they're coming in? How do you choose, like, do I engage them? Do I stick on Baron tank for the team?
It's usually Crumbs' call. Like, he'll call to pill off, and then I'll just immediately go on whoever I can. But you usually have to get kind of close to hit as many people as you can with your Dragon's Ascent and Burnout combination.
Well, you seem to make it work. So we have a couple of replays for you guys. First one up is a Baron fight you guys actually lost. When they didn't go so well, it gave EG a bit of an edge. If we can get that on your screen, I want you guys to walk us through what happened in this fight.
So we're waiting for Baron to spawn right now. It spawns, and we know it's warded, so we just want to rush it down since we saw the mid lane. We see them come in, the hook lands, and then we immediately want to pill. The Sivir ulti comes out. I got knocked out by that, and then we pile up, check out this pile, then 4-man Orianna ulti, and then we get Yasuo just comboed, and we pretty much die almost instantly. We're trying to go into this fight, and then I do a repel, and then I should have just stood down because Cutie Pie can't really dodge many dark bindings, so we managed to. He died in that, and then I die as well too with Caitlyn, and that's how we lost. We just got Orianna and Yasuo. Their comp worked to its most effective point at that fight.
What would you have done differently to win that fight instead?
I just needed to tank that, stay down and
I'll
tank the binding for Cutie. Yeah, that would have actually been the right thing.
Just face tank it all. All right. Well, then, of course, we have another replay, though, of after that battle happened, Cruiser, you end up 1v3ing against, like, 3 surviving members of EG, and it works out really well. If we can get that on your screen, just walk me through, like, how do you do this when you're like, oh, I got to stop him at Baron?
I knew that they were all, like, really low. I didn't buy a ward because that was a big mistake by me. I didn't quite have my rand ones either. So I saw right here, I saw Yellow Pete tanking the Baron, so I decided to go on him, and he does the most damage, especially with Ori being was able to clean that up, and Kiwi's calling for me to go to the right, so I just run to the Thresh Lantern, and that just barely misses me.
Oh, that's good. So you had not only target prioritization of, okay, I'll hit the AD carry, but also your teammate comes in saying, if you want to get out, come this way, go down a little bit. So that worked out really well for you guys. You ended up winning that battle. Of course, very impressive game. You guys have had an up and down season, right? You keep streaking up, streaking down. Are you guys on the way up again finally, or are you giving the false hope?
I hope we're on the way up.
I feel like this game is like clawing back. Like it's just this dirty way, like through mud, just trying to get back into some sort of form. That's how I feel like this game went out. Because you made it there, but you didn't make it there cleanly.
You didn't make it cleanly. Would you be okay with like playing a full season of games like this the whole way through?
If we win them all, yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
The heart attacks would be worth it. You'd survive it all.
Yeah, well, I'd be a very exciting team to watch.
Yeah, it's true. Just a bunch of battles all the time. So then talk to me about some more picks we've been seeing that are a bit more rare. So Morgana coming back in now to North America. We've seen that from in Europe a little bit more. How was fighting against Morgana for you guys?
I think it's pretty frustrating as a top laner because you usually do only have the one gap closer, and then she can just ulti you and you're slowed down, and then you get bound, and then you just kind of sit there and do nothing for a long time. So from my perspective, it's pretty annoying.
Crumbs, you anything?
I think she's a great support, actually, because you see her a lot being picked against Thresh just because all of Thresh's abilities get disjointed by her Black Shield. You know, you can just walk through box, you can ignore hook, ignore flay, and she makes a great gank setups, especially in 2v2 situations where you can use your ultimate and get 2 people. And the only downside is that if you can actually just burst her shield down, remember that shield absorbs just magic damage, right? So if you just pile enough magic damage on it, you can pop it and already CC her down. So if you're a champion like Elise, if you're coming in for a gank against a Morgana, you're not going to do it like a regular gank in which you start off with your cocoon, right? You're going to just try to wait it out, use your spells, try to break the shield down first, then go for it. So it changes your playstyle a lot, especially when you're so reliant on CCs. Like if you're playing a physical damage jungler like Kha'Zix, it doesn't matter to you. You're just going to jump in and kill her instantly because you're physical damage. So it just depends on the champions that are being played right now. So if you see other types of picks being chosen, like say support Lee Sin, things like that, Morgana would drop out of flavor. But with Thresh, Annie, Leona being the priority supports right now, she's going to be a very strong pick.
All right, guys. So last question for you here. Coming into Super Week, you got 4 games coming up next week. How's it going to go for you guys?
4-0.
4-0?
4-0.
4-0, just easy. Don't even care who you're
Easy.
against.
No.
Just going to make it happen. All right, guys.
Don't even care who we're against.
Don't even care. Faceless, just dead enemies everywhere.
Yeah.
Guys, congratulations on your win. We look forward to your 4-0 Super Week. But we have more going on. We're going to throw it across the studio to Riv and Jat to take us into our next game.
Thank you very much, Freak. It is time now for XDG versus Counter Logic Gaming. Jat, we mentioned it before, but this is a big game for Counter Logic. They will be looking to get their 4th straight victory and extend their team's longest winning streak.
Yeah, this is a really important game for both teams and even their fans. COG wants to prove that they have truly arrived and that they are a team that can be relied on to play well in every game. And for XGG as well, they got a huge morale boost yesterday because they won that game. It's huge that they were able to break their losing streak. But now they have to prove that they're still good with their role swaps. Xsmithy has to continually excel in the jungle, and Sheep has to be able to play now against such a crazy bottom lane.
Yep, and on Reddit, their fans were referring to them as the Vulcan they know and love. There were a lot of
Throwback
questions.
to last season, really.
Yeah, absolutely. They were going to their game. Who is Sheep? What will he do? Can counting help you fall asleep? And can he get a good partnership going with Zuna?
Yeah, this game's bot lane matchup will be really fun to watch. The Afrolift duo, for one, is huge. Sheep obviously had a great performance yesterday. He only had 5 deaths, unfortunately. There's a little typo on his graphic. He did not die 15 times. It was a great match. On the other side of the map, here we have Aframu and Doublelift. These guys really kind of respected as one of the best bottom lanes in North America, especially of late. Aframu and Doublelift have really been stepping it up since they've gotten so much more support from the rest of their team with Dexter and Link coming in strong.
We'll have to see. We won't have to wait very long for this matchup. Aframu's quite ready. Poised.
Yeah, they're always ready. Aframu and Doublelift get along fantastically. I think that's one of the reasons they're working so well.
They almost
this
broke
year.
up yesterday.
Did they? What happened?
On the interview desk, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That never happens. It's just a one-day thing. They're back together. XG says as well, there are problems that come with continuing to shuffle their lineup, but they say that it has had at least one immediate and positive effect.
Our game against CLG last week just came down to 2 really bad plays early. We just got snowballed on there.
It felt like they didn't have any plan whatsoever when they were playing the game.
Anytime you switch out players and then have to swap roles too, it takes a long time to adjust, so it's definitely going to be a little rocky in the beginning.
With this new roster change, I feel like the overall team morale has improved a little bit. We shouldn't underestimate the lower tier teams because that would be Counter Logic.
That was pretty good. Wasn't expecting that. Check it out, starting lineups. We'll just get right into this game because everybody wants to see what XGG can do against Counter Logic Gaming. And on the blue side, it is XDG. Benny in the top lane, Xsmithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Zuna back on 80 carry, and Sheep at support.
Yeah, and on the red side it is CLG. Nyan in the top lane, Dexter now in the jungle, Link been a superstar in mid lane, double after an 80 carry, and Aframu on support.
So coming into this, ManCloud doesn't have the highest KDA. Link coming out of the jungle had a few more kills. It's kind of like a 1.8 to a 4 KDA. And Link has really been dictating how the games go. I kind of asked him that question yesterday, and he was saying that it's not as much as dictating the game, but that Dexter is there now and they can all feel comfortable.
Yeah, they're just working together, and with the way League of Legends is right now, the mid lane just has so much impact, right? The jungle helps him kind of unlock to his potential, and then he can go and make the big plays. Yesterday's game between COG and Curse was just so incredibly close. And as much as Dexter may have helped Link get to that point of being farmed, it was Link who went in there by himself and killed Voyboy to kind of give them that victory right at the end. He is a very humble guy, but I think he's really stepped it up.
Well, this is what brings us to our featured matchup. Welcome to the jungle. It's Xsmithy versus Dexter.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this matchup in the jungle because as soon as these guys have went back to the jungle, the team has just had incredible success and the overall play of the team has improved. Xsmithy's first game back, they beat Cloud9. It looked like he never left the jungle. He showed he can play the current Pantheon pick. Even though he got counter-jungled early, he was able to come back. And then you look over at Dexter, he's 5-1 since starting here in North America with CLG. And he has played, Kha'Zix, Vi, Olaf, Elise. Really, 4 different champions in 6 games is pretty damn good variety I wonder if he's going to keep breaking out the new stuff or if he's comfortable just winning, because you don't need to fix it if it's not broken.
No, and it's also hard for an opposing team to find any patterns when you can play a champion pool like that. They really don't have anything to rest on when they go into the game. And now looking at what XDG did from CLG's side, CLG can't really say we can focus this or that lane because everything looks strong. There's no weak link on that last game.
Even Yen has been performing fairly well in lane. If there was a spot that XGG might look to attack, you would think it would be Nien, especially with how well Benny did in XGG's victory over Cloud9 yesterday.
All right, so two teams that know quite a bit about shuffling around. Now to face off, the head-to-head between XDG and CounterLogic is 1-1. So whoever can pull away here will get the lead and the advantage on their next matchup.
Remember, we are on the 4.2 patch, so it is one patch behind the live servers, meaning the Kassadin base damage nerfs have not went through. Very obvious ban right there. Thresh, I believe, is a pretty smart ban as well. Aphromoo undefeated on Thresh. Sheep, even though Thresh was his most played support, he doesn't feel comfortable with it yet on the competitive stage. XGG banned that last game as well.
Yeah, they did it themselves, and then picked up Leona, which Sheep actually had a kind of rough early game on, but kept going.
Of course they're going to pick Lulu.
Made the lane go strong. ManCloud on Lulu, we saw a bit of a falter, but we also saw the win coming from that on him as well.
I'm really surprised that teams are still letting Lulu through, just because of how readily every team across the board is willing to first pick it. I think it's too much within the game plan of XGG. That's ManCloud's, I believe it's going to be his third time on Lulu. First game looked bad. Last game he was a little better, but still had so much late game shielding power. I can kind of see how CLG wouldn't respect ManCloud to play it very well since he hasn't had much success, but if you're respecting the champion and just respecting the team to be good, right now they're kind of calling him out with Lulu. I think they could have easily let Annie through and banned away Lulu and not had to deal with it.
Very good point. We'll see what CLG has in mind for this. Maybe this is their time to get the counter logic going in.
Yeah. What is Link going to play against Lulu, really?
Right, his LeBlanc is gone. He's shown an Orianna. We know he can play Nidalee from back in the past splits. It'll be interesting.
Nidalee could be a good choice, as the other picks are dropping in. Fairly standard jungle and top laners with Shyvana and Mundo, but a Nidalee could actually be a good pick against it because Lulu just kind of outtrades everyone when she knows it's coming, but you can't just constantly shield out every Nidalee spear. If CLG wanted to go with a more poke-heavy composition, something like that could work fairly well.
Doublelift has had quite a few games on Vayne, as well as Caitlyn and Sivir. It looks like he's going for Jinx, though. Has not touched that since week 1.
Yeah. They're really looking for the late game carry right there.
Wow.
Been a very long time since he's played that. At the moment, XDG doesn't have very good closing or dive onto Doublelift, just with the Mundo and the Lulu as far as solo laners go, and he would be able to play something like that and hope to hyperscale a bit. But it's been that long because teams were really learning how to punish and kill Jinx.
Benny considering what he wants in
Sheep's
the top
fun.
lane. Yeah, Sheep's enjoying himself. He knows the role. He knows what to do. Very well spoken, too. Enjoyed the interview with him yesterday.
Got a good head on his shoulders.
Indeed. XGG has for themselves.
Morgana is such a good support pick against Leona because you can get her to Zenith Blade in and then Black Shield her Q stun afterwards and just walk away. But Leona's already pulled herself in there, didn't get the stun, and then you can really punish her for the damage. Also, that Eva's X-Smithy's favorite jungle was banned against him yesterday. Really solid last 2 picks there by XGG.
There's really some awesome stuff we saw yesterday. I can't remember the players in general, but it was the Leona versus Morgana, where they'd Zenith Blade to the Morgana to draw the shield, and then she'd walk over and shield stun the AD carry, just using Morgana as the gap closer. It was pretty cool.
Going to be very tricky to try and do that against a Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Such a long-range champion.
Zuna's not going to get himself in any sticky situation, and I'm sure he's happy to pick that up as well. He had a great game on Caitlyn his first time, and it allows him to play safe like Zuna likes.
I think it's very important that Zuna's on Caitlyn, especially since he's newish back into the AD carry role.
Yep.
He needs to stay safe. I think as Link tries to figure out what to pick against Lulu here, we were thinking maybe Nidalee. I don't know how much sense it makes in the composition. A long-range, high-damage poker is something good against Lulu. But XGG's composition actually runs the risk of not having enough damage across the board. Eve has very poor late-game scaling. Caitlyn, even though she is safe, doesn't necessarily dish out the DPS. Mundo takes a while to get going. Lulu is more of a supportive mid. Who are they really protecting to carry them with all those shields?
Right.
And there is a chance that CLG could just outscale, or that no one is going to be able to kill Doublelift with that XTG composition. They have to get so far ahead so quickly, I think, to win this game.
What are your actually main objectives if you do want to take a team off right in the beginning of the game?
Well, it's going to be all about Xmithy and how quickly he can make an impact on Eve. He needs to just get 5 to 10,000 gold lead for his team fairly early on in the game if they want to take anything out of this game, I think. There's no real itemization paths for Eve to get going through, so early ganks, lots of objectives, and then tower dives with Benny at a fairly early moment if they want to beat CLG, I think.
All right, as we load into the game, the last pickup from CLG was Ziggs. It's going to be the first time for Link coming in onto that, as he was in the jungle for the first half. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with that pick. The pros have made their picks. Let's see who you have selected to win the game. According to LOLesports.com, 85% of you say that CLG are going to extend the win streak.
Pretty big percentage right there. CLG has been red hot so far. Doublelift and Afromu on Jinx Leona. Should be looking for some hefty kills, but it's a tough matchup for Afromu here. Going up against Morgana, who can black shield his initiations and make him look a fool.
And we even talked just to Cruiser, and he was saying he was on Shyvana, now Nian's on Shyvana, so he's got to deal with diving in, getting soul shackled. He said it's not the funnest thing in the world, and really she's really holding her own now back in the LCS.
Yeah, there is a lot of kiting and disengage on the XGG team, but they really do have to worry about just having the damage to take down a full tank Shyvana if Nian goes that way.
Well, we're going to be on to the Rift. The fans are ready. The Poros are being shaken in honor of this next game. We're going to have everybody making their way to lane. Looks like we got some pretty even all lanes. Duos to the bottom and the solo lanes to mid and top. We'll have to see what Doublelift does, though. With CLG picking Jinx, usually we see her in the top lane, but there's really nothing that we've seen lately to initiate that.
Jinx definitely opens up more opportunities to do 2v1s because she just kills turrets so damn quickly that it wouldn't matter. They actually pushed Doublelift back here, so Xmithy snuck in partially undetected. I believe Doublelift saw him on the next go-around, though.
Like 80 carries to middle. This is really what everybody does nowadays is Dexter and Xmithy meet each other. A Q for Volatile Spider.
Good jungle trades.
Yeah. Man, no cleavers up top. I feel like we're missing out on something right now.
They don't want to play that game. Ooh, that's actually a pretty hefty amount of harass. Eve takes a lot of damage early on in the jungle, so that might actually force Xmithy to shop. It would give CLG an opportunity to do an invade, but since they're so spread out, it's not going to happen.
They weren't ready to do that much damage. Sure, they're happy they did, though.
I definitely like the amount of just overall area of effect damage that CLG has brought while still mustering small lanes. Oftentimes when you have kind of that AoE teamfight comp, you are sacrificing having weak lanes, but just the general matchups, I think, Doublelift and Afro against Zuna and Sheep, with their skills should be able to push out. Link will probably be able to trade shove with ManCloud, and Shyvana will be able to shove out Mundo. So a very strong champion select phase by CLG.
These supports are really going to have to try to save their AD carries in the lanes. We remember Alframu's solar flares have been absolutely on point lately, but so were Sheep's when he had that Leona, the Zenith Blade, to start this one off. It's like Sheep started off possibly with Dark Binding here as the shield does not come up.
It had just missed, which is what prompted Aframu to go in. I also find this interesting that Dexter started at his red buff. Oftentimes you'll see junglers start on the same side as their duo lane. Afro continuing to get aggressive. They want to hit level 2 and then go. It's all about how much early trade damage they can get while they're dashing for those creep kills.
Sheep is doing a very good job at trading the same amount of damage back on the other side. The potions have quickly been popped here in a very aggressive bottom lane.
When the third creep dies when they hit level 2, looks like XGG's gonna beat him to it. Nope. There we go.
They got the missile on the double kill there.
All that posturing just to trade level 2s. At this point, the Black Shield has been skilled up, so the stun combo isn't nearly as reliable for Leona.
Xmithy making good time on the jungle. He's a little bit ahead of Dexter right now. Zuna going to ward. Very scary. That's actually what cost Wild Turtle a kill in the bottom lane just recently, but they're safe.
Aframer went a little bit earlier there. With the ward.
Good control, trying to get control of the brush in the bottom lane. Sheep just standing pretty much hip to hip with Afromu. Smithy knows that any lane kills are going to be coming
dodged
from
that
a
ward. I
little
think he
bit
did.
of tilt. Nice job on the Man Cloud. A very good satchel charge, one after the other, and they force the flash. That repel is going to be back.
Yes, Dexter with a creative path got around the ward that ManCloud had placed in the river. Very nice to get that flash down. There's the black shield we talked about.
One after the other.
Then they get Leona in. That's how it works.
Move. That's going to hurt a lot. The Ignite is down. The auto attacks can be there. The flash from Flash. One last shot, but the potion was ticking. It keeps Afremu alive.
Drinking the biscuit was so key, and now junglers fight.
Now it looks like it's going to be a good amount of damage here for Dexter. He's been winning, but he's out of mana. Would have had to switch to his spider form. He would have been good to go, but they back off for now. Great aggression across the map.
What's really important to note about what just happened in the bottom lane is both XGG bottom laners flashed forward to try and get those kills. So if COG gets a gank, the flashes are down, but Afremu is getting sniped by Sheep's Dark Bindings.
This new bottom lane again taking on a veteran bottom lane and pushing them out early. Dexter getting a little bit dicey here. He's making his
Still
way
level
into
3,
the jungle.
trying really hard to counter jungle Eve because he knows he has the trading advantage, but he's continually missing on these opportunities. Yes, he'll get it here, but no real advantage gained on Xmithy throughout.
Just trying to get what he can since he does not find the kill in the overall invade here. 200 to 300 gold slowly accruing for XDG over that pile of CLG and Zuna and Sheep back on the turret once again. Easy to poke for Zuna.
They got to watch out about this link with Roam, though. He's came all the way through the back of the jungle. There are no wards here. And remember, no flashes on either XGG member. If Afremu can get something.
There it is. The Zenith Blade's still going to bring you. Waiting for that Daybreak to go on. A nice Dark Binding, but from the backside, they hit it. Who are they going to give it to, though? And it does go First Blood over to Link. Great roam.
Great bait there by Afremu. They had set up the lane for that kill, if we think about it, because Sheep had found so much success letting Afremu land the Zenith Blade just so they could turn around a lot of damage. So he kind of let that Zenith Blade land while Link was coming around the back, baited them into the kill perfectly, gets CLG First Blood.
Very nice job. CLG doing what they need to. We have to remember that their games come off a lot of strong movement. So if they win this laning phase, it's going to look like they had everything planned out from that laning phase on out. 6 minutes in, so far so good.
Yeah. And I just have to say credit to Link as well for getting the window with which to roam bottom lane. It is very difficult to go toe-to-toe with that Lulu in the mid lane and even get the angle to come around the back of the Dragon Pit. You need to get a lot of advantages just to make it into that point. You can see now a pink ward has been placed right in the spot where Link roamed down because XGG can't let that happen again.
And when's the pressure you usually see from Neve? Is it instant? Do you wait? Because Smithy hasn't been doing too much just yet.
Yeah, well, there has been a little bit of presence by Dexter keeping him down, and it is definitely around level 5 or 6 where Eve really starts coming in strong. You can notice how there's almost no wards on the map by CLG aside from those 2 pinks in the river. Because what's the point of warding against Eve? She is invisible for the most part.
Very true. 800, or 500 gold rather at 8.8. Just above XDG. Dexter in the mid lane looking to come up behind Link on this one. Looks like they're actually just going to gain a little bit of positioning. A very deep ping behind the red buff they may go for a ward.
So they're getting seen by that pink ward. Nice binding by Sheep, though.
On to Zuna. A good lockdown there. Double F taking quite a bit of damage. Forced to flash out of this. His barrier is not up yet. And deep wards being placed by Dexter during that engagement.
Afremu and Double Lift playing a dangerous game down there. Getting hit by a lot of bindings. Dexter finds a friend.
Oh, very nice Cocoon. Going to get some primo damage off of that one. Still level 5s for the junglers. We can see it's about half experience there for them. So no 6s just yet. 46 to 39 in the bottom lane, but the assist goes Double Lift on that aggression earlier.
Yeah, Elise is tremendously powerful in dueling situations. And what Dexter has done should actually not be understated right now because he's finding Eve, where normally you have no idea where he is, and it's really saving his lanes a lot of ability to just get stuff done. He's also pushed Sheep around the wrong side. He is just an assassin with those binds, though.
Well, they've done a great job with that deep pink ward. We talked about them pinging out earlier on the red buff. Nobody's really going to walk through that, so they have Xmithy every time he wants the buff, and possibly this time around.
Yeah. I do really have to say, though, with Dexter keeping Eve down, so to speak, his counter-jungling, even though he's not getting much actual counter-jungling done or any kills, the value he is creating for his team is just knowledge of Eve, which they would have no way of getting if Dexter wasn't putting himself in those dangerous situations invading the enemy jungle. It's the reason Xmithy hasn't found kills.
Well, Dexter being the shot caller can easily put those stressful situations on himself and not have to worry about the team. He's been doing it well. Looks like they call for the Dragon as they also get blue buff going over. Actually, Dexter, I believe, got that one for himself.
They didn't even finish off the blue buff. They just saw the opportunity to just rush this right now. There's a collapse coming from XGG, but they do not have the people.
They have to repel out. He does get to the bottom side. It looks like Dexter can keep himself safe, flashing over the wall to do that, though. And XDG is forced to kind of chase the chaos.
More organization by CLG than by XGG right there. Teleport burn for nothing. Dragon not taken. No advantages gained. Everything to CLG. Dragon plus turret pressure. Just a huge amount of benefits from CLG because XGG could not collapse in time.
That teleports down for Benny in the top lane as well. He's going to have to take the long walk back up there, and it's already Nian trying to deny that experience. Farming behind the turret. Still see what Sheep can do for the team. Him and Benny were a huge factor when XDG broke out of the lanes in their last game.
Yeah, so much attention has been paid to this bottom lane as well. Because Sheep has been very solid with his Dark Bindings. They were so close to getting that first kill onto Aphromoo. I think if they got that, the story of this lane would be so much different. But even so, Doublelift and Aphro are really just trying to stay alive here. XGG would be hoping that Aphro would get aggressive here, but CLG, especially during their win streak, have been very good at finding appropriate windows to do things. There's no need for them to get aggressive at the moment. They've been trading farm. The lane was shoving against them. They knew they had no jungle presence or mid lane support because Link was going back. So they were just going to patiently let the lane get pushed. There was no reason they would get aggressive there. And in turn, it wastes Xsmithy's time.
Deep ward placed by Xsmithy. Hopefully he can stop if Dexter is coming to the bottom lane. Zuna and Sheep have just been all over CLG's turret area. They haven't really been putting too much damage on the turret, but definitely keeping him pushed up.
Dexter's going to walk through ward with these double buffs. Benny saw.
Slowly walking. Yep, not going to be able to get a red buff proc on there to slow for the gank. Benny's safe in the top lane. His flash is up as well. They're just trying to get what they can. Find some openings with that ward in the bottom lane. Hopefully Xsmithy can now dodge Dexter a little bit more. As we said, he's completely had his number all game long. Now going mid lane.
CLG is hyper vigilant of where XGG is right now. You saw about 4 pings go down when Xsmithy warded the brush where the pink ward was. It's because everyone on CLG said, Eve, right here. It just enables all the other lanes to know where Eve is and helps them continue their farming.
Athene's Unholy Grail looks to be the build here for both Link and ManCloud in mid. ManCloud 105, but there was that roam from Link that got him the kill, so that discrepancy could have come from that. But ManCloud has not died yet this game, which is usually something that a team would have taken advantage of already and put a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, it's something that ManCloud's been doing a lot of in their struggles this season. Even in their victory yesterday, he had died. Pink Ward battles in that brush. COG has to get that control back because that's the path he likes to take for ganks. So even though the other pink ward got killed, that's not going to dissuade them from continuing to ward that spot. A lot of times people undervalue pink wards because they think, oh, as soon as someone kills it, it's dead. Well, if they don't kill it, it lasts forever. And the vision is still supplied in that area. I imagine that next pink ward will last greater than 3 minutes.
Also been a much slower lane for these top, or I wouldn't say slow lane, it's always a slow one in the top lane, but no ganks for Benny on Mundo. These guys are completely on an island.
Yeah, in the last game we saw this Mundo Shyvana matchup in the TSM versus Cloud9 game, actually. And there was a very dominating performance by the Shyvana in that one. Even though Benny is getting out-farmed, it is to be expected. He's surviving like he should.
Blade of the Rune King coming up for Nian on that one with the Negatron Cloak to stop a little bit of that cleaver damage, even though they got skinnier. They still hurt. Well, at least not yet, I guess. But we see the Sunfire Cape onto Benny being built up. He'll try to get himself in a position where this does not hurt as much, but for now, he's going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, and this game's going to get pretty dicey pretty soon because there's been a lot of farming, but as you can see, 2 minutes for the next dragon. And ManCloud's at a point where he's actually quite strong on Lulu. This is exactly when Lulu teams start getting scary. And Eve wants to continue to make an impact, but COD's lanes have just been playing so well. I think the dragon fight is where none of that can happen again.
Oh, no! They missed quite a bit to start this off, though. The Wild Growth surely should save him, and CLG gets a little antsy on what should have been a sure
look at that.
kill.
Look at what Lulu just did to Dexter.
Second Glitter Lance. That's painful.
This is why the Athene's Unholy Grail Lulu is just absurd in lane. You get 1 help picks on someone, you get 2 Glitter Lances off. Danger all over the place. He walked unknown into 2 of them, Obviously, the stun missed, which could have turned
Right,
it completely
that would've
around
been
for
different.
him. But once that didn't happen, you just nearly blew him up.
ManCloud showing a little bit more proficiency on the Lulu. Last week we saw a few fumbles, but right now really cleaning those up, showing strong play. A level ahead of Link right now with that CS lead, even being a kill behind. He's doing good for himself. Can definitely be that part of the team they need him to be to carry.
Farming quite well.
He's holding it on. 100 to 106 in the bottom lane. Zuna going even again. He went even last time in lane with the help of Sheep, and they came out very big. But the game went very long, and he said that they might not want that this time. XDG needs to go early here.
Yeah, definitely feels like CLG has the superior late game composition with all the damage they can bring in. Doublelift already finishing that Bloodthirster. Despite Morgana being a counterpick to Leona, and Afromu actually getting caught a little bit with some early bindings. Doublelift and Afro just now starting to get that CS lead.
Dragon's Descent is up to stop a teleport from Benny if he wants it. This turret's going down, so the Dragon would be very nice to be able to engage on. Some good damage on Nien, but Benny backs off for now.
Doesn't even burn his ultimate during all that. Lots of pressure from the Shyvana. That is to be expected, but the Dragon is live, and that was really key that Nien didn't burn his ultimate there. Benny did. Let's see if this Dragon fight ends up happening. We could see a Mundo teleport in, but even so, I think this is just a straight-up 4v4. Big damage from Ziggs Bomb.
Good hit.
Really powerful push. They're very low.
Whoa! Sheep was not able to really do anything
And
on
he
that
stole
one.
it.
They smite coming in from Dexter on the play. The shot calls are being made, and the team follows through, and they listen clearly. Good kills coming out. They get one. Xmithia is very low. Benny with a satchel charge backwards. That was the welcome home mat. Another kill coming in.
Absolute disaster for XGG. I think CLG is now in complete control of this game. Nothing went right for XGG in that Dragon fight. They didn't even burst it down. They didn't get the Dragon, and they cornered themselves in the Dragon pit to get wrecked by CLG's AoE. Disaster for XGG.
Twice now an engagement at Dragon, and Nien is in the top lane, taking a turret. Deja Vu coming in. Nien's going to get that for himself. 16 minutes into the game, another turret will fall. So 2 turrets and the Dragon. That is a ridiculous amount of gold surge.
That's why it was such a disaster, because XGG had everything go wrong while they invested everything into it. Like, look at this. They take so much damage from the Dragon and the auxiliary AoE from CLG, and then, like, every single thing went wrong for them. They had no teleport for Mundo when he came in from behind. He also came in late after the fight was over. They didn't get a single kill. The Dragon was stolen away from them, and the side lanes were split pushing. A Mundo without his ultimate is not really a Mundo. CLG, much crisper, better Dragon fighting team composition, and got the jump on XGG, and stole the Dragon. Just now it's 6,000 gold to 6-2.
A lot of threes for CLG. They have 3 wins in a row. 3-0 here. Kill onto Dexter. I guess it's 3-1 now. They kind of cancel out that statistic. But the Soul Shackle from Sheep. Good damage on this. Oh, whoa! Link coming out of the backside here. He flashes into the fight. The Satchel does not let ManCloud escape on that one, and they won't go for Sheep without the vision.
CLG with the turn. Big damage coming up from Link landing the AoE. ManCloud had burned all of his spells on the initial fight for Dexter. Worth the sacrifice. Now 4 kills on Link, and turret number 4 going to come for CLG.
Well, it's not going to be that early game that XDG wanted, so it means it's going to get even harder, especially with Doublelift in the bottom lane. Now 40 CS, nearly 40 CS ahead. You can see the 1v1 situation pretty much in his favor on this. The Choppers goes down, the barrier comes out. The ultimate is not up for him, and wait a minute, he forced to blow his barrier. Afro was on the backside. There's the snipe on the solar flare, but what is going on right now?
Afromu got a little overconfident, I think it's safe to say. That was a mistake. The Doublelift got cute with his damage with Zuna. He'd used his ultimate previously to help out with the fight in mid lane. Otherwise, that could have been a nice execute onto Zuna. Nice play overall by XGG to get something back. But they are still in a whole world of trouble. There's a double buff Ziggs in their jungle.
The thing is, we even heard the teams talk about this earlier. Even when you're ahead, you can make small mistakes. Not that way. And CLG is still in the driver's seat. The Volatile Spider doesn't go off on the next one. It actually gets called back.
So Doublelift does have his ultimate. Is he going to take a shot? Woo! Wide right.
Whoa. That was a nice try.
Hey, at least he thought about it. There was actually a nice scout by Sheep. He was ahead of him, so they could see the ultimate flying by, and Zuna would have known to dodge in either direction.
Benny trying to do what he can to keep this top turret held. In the end, by himself, has taken down those 2 top turrets. He really didn't get any pressure this game. Like we said, those guys have been left on an island, and they're still up there. Hopefully they can get off soon and start helping the rest of the team. For CLG, they really don't need to, but Benny may be needed in these fights soon, as CLG is just dictating the fight in the lanes. Too hard.
Yeah, and honestly, coming into this, it seemed like the top lane was going to be a place XG could maybe attack, because during this win streak and upsurge from CLG, it seemed like everyone had really taken huge steps forward, and Yen was still kind of just sitting as that normal top laner who wasn't doing much. But this time he's really been unlocked to do even more. 2 teleports down from Benny, 2 turret kills by Nien by himself, and now he's just saying hi, takes half of Smithy's damage.
Nien knows what he's doing. 7 plays this season on Shyvana. It's his highest played champion with 4 wins. He's doing great. The lane's his. He knows that he needs to win. Knows he doesn't need to do anything extra. But we've said that about the whole CLG team. They are playing very organized, and they're playing very clean. They're not pushing themselves out of a comfort zone here. Nien, backside of
Nien
ManCloud.
stepping up as well.
This might be a wild growth that's forced out here. ManCloud going very low. The wild growth is there, and the Lulu is going to be going down on that one. See Smithy trying to get himself out of a bad situation here, and he should be all right eventually.
Pretty
with that
far
blue
from
buff.
home. I mean, he's got his ultimate for the slow.
Whoa, the flash on here. The Ignite's already down. Smithy could be getting himself, giving over, I should say. A blue
Double steal.
buff. Oh, the rocket from the backside. Tries to get what he can. Smithy's just going to walk this one out. Where's the team, though? Are they trying to come up behind him? You see a bit of the sheep on the help. There's the black shield. Go, the siege minion. Not going to be enough to kill him. Benny's getting taken down. Afro Moo and Double Lift don't even turn around. They got their food in front of them, and they're just trying to play with it. Sheep's going to be going down on this one. He can't get enough damage on this. In the end, it's so close, but not enough. Benny wants to see if he can get one last cleaver filed. Not enough either.
Yeah, I think not enough is the mantra of the game for XGG so far. Everything has been short for them, and CLG has taken advantage every step of the way. Dragonfight 1 to Dragonfight 2 to every single extended chase here. CLG was kind of disorganized here, but as far as being incredibly far ahead, it doesn't matter. Doublelift was trying to KS before he actually decided to engage. They fully engaged onto a tank instead of the squishies in the back. Doublelift was like, oh, wait a minute, I can just get a kill? Okay, I'll take the kill. And then they just decided to turn on a sheep at their leisure. It was a completely one-sided stomp there by CLG, and because they were so far ahead, they didn't get picked off.
Still, so far, had 9,000 gold at 21 minutes into the game. We're going to see 5-0 in those turrets. Very clean game from CLG right now. Lynx roam, even though down 20 in CS, has put them at 4-0-4. That laning phase really wasn't anything they were worried about. Looks like the Dragon is going to be a take for them. Dexter gets that smite. They also got the steal on the last one as well, so they really have their mindset on everything to keep them in the lead.
And now, in the next few minutes, we're going to get to see how decisive CLG has become as well.
True.
They used to be a very late-game team. Now with this huge lead, it is a little bit of a test and a challenge for CLG to try to end this one as quickly as possible. Yesterday, we actually had some of our longest games in LCS this season. Today, maybe some of the shortest.
Wow, Doublelift getting the turret down as XDG try to formulate a fight on this one, but they cannot get an initiation. ManCloud and Smithy both kind of running scared. Nien on the backside takes a Glitter Lance, but he is comfortable to take 4v1 there and walk out.
There's the tried initiation. Let's see what XG can
Smithy
do.
throws down the ultimate. Is it enough to get in? Sheep taking quite a bit of damage. He gets a Soul Shackle, but only on to Afromu as the support wars continue. Link flashes in for the auto attack kill. The rest of the team is just getting lane pushed in. Looks like it could be a Baron.
Look at this, straight to Baron. They know every ultimate was down from XGG in that fight. I don't even know if they're going to find that pink ward because this is very obvious where XGG is going. Now that pink ward is just minding its own business. Do the Baron anyway, guys. It's going to be hard for XG to steal. Smithy does have flash. Even with the steal, I think they still are way far behind.
Baron's down to 2.5. 2.2. It looks like they're taking a little bit slower here as they make sure it's going to be theirs. Dexter does get it. Baron number 1 of the game. Benny very, very locked up, but the Chompers won't get him anymore. So it looks like they're going to be able to clear out on that fight. Woo! Nice it onto Smithy. No execution to be had there with the HP that he had, so they're safe.
Gotta say, Doublelift has had very poor aim with his ultimate this game.
Yeah.
He's gonna be displeased with himself. It's a hard skill to land, but he's been trying to get those kills with it. 1-0-6. A much more supportive score for Doublelift. Yesterday, Doublelift got to find out. Oh.
That's close.
Yesterday, Double F found out that as far as all-time NALCS stats go, he has the most kills, most CS, and most gold earned. So he was pretty proud about that.
Double lifting.
COG plays more fast games like this where everyone's contributing, though. It's going to hurt his stats.
Everybody contributing
But he's
like
gonna get the wins.
a 5-0 and 4 Link. Full kill participation in this game for him. The first one was really coming off that roam bottom. Link knows what needs to happen no matter what champion he plays. Right now the calls from Dexter say the inhibitor turret is theirs and they can do it with brute force.
They are powering through. At this point, even though Xmithy's positioned where an Eve would want to be, an initiation would be suicide. XGG going into this game had low damage, and they needed to be the ones that got the 5,000 or 10,000 gold advantage early on in the game. The exact opposite has happened.
Yeah.
So even though this is like a 13 or 14,000 gold lead, the effective disadvantage is even more. COG in complete control.
Turrets on the outside are very low. They would only take a bit of prioritizing from XDG to get themselves some gold, but do they even have the time to get to these lanes? Nien says no. They want the initiation right away, one after the other from off of the screen. CLG just starts taking people down.
Double If tried to get that shot percentage up. You miss all the super mega death rockets you don't take. Taking messages from Hotshot GG, who was on the team early on in the season when they had a misjoined roster. Now everyone's together. CLG trying to close.
Yeah, the roster shuffle finally being in place is definitely helping out CLG within this game a little bit more than XDG, who showed strong yesterday, but still can't seem to get through the perseverance of Counter Logic Gaming here, consistently playing in a way that cannot be stopped.
At this point, XGG may as well surrender. They have a jungler farming the top lane.
Yeah.
Right now.
Doing
Got
what they
this,
can.
guys.
Doing what they can.
He was trying to stop the push.
Hey, you got to go for broke somewhere.
Yeah, but they just killed it anyway.
Oh, is this the time? Nope. No going for broke just yet. Only a few bits of hit coming in from
This is
Zuna.
a 16,000 gold lead. Yeah, this last fight was just COG showing how strong they are. Flashing in for Leona ultimate. And like you said, pretty much off the screen, only 2 people were really in melee range at the start of that fight. Dexter was in the base, fighting the base.
Wow, crazy just going in. Benny, Smithy, Sheep already down, and the rest are limping away from the fight right now as CLG brute forces their way onto the Nexus turret. 13-2, 10 turrets, 11 turrets now to 0. The shutout and control of the structures. The Nexus is going to go down, and CLG brings a win streak to 4 to set a new record for themselves.
Yeah, and in style, too. 26-minute victory, smiles all around for CLG. We're wondering now, with the lead and the new communication structure for CLG, how quickly they would be able to close out on a big advantage. Turns out pretty fast. That was a 26-minute domination of an XDG team who beat the second-place team in the league yesterday, Cloud9. So, incredibly powerful performance by CLG.
Very strong play from all of the lanes. Is that 5 and 8 all together. 5, 0, and 8 for Link. Full kill participation throughout this entire game, and he plays a new champion in the mid lane since he came out of the jungle. So far, he's tried to stand Blanc, Lulu, Ori, and now Ziggs. He did crush. He usually does. He says he's not the one to control the game, but he did some great controlling there with an early roam.
The roam down bottom really started everything going. Everyone on the team, though, with a huge performance. Nien, one of his best games of the season, I'd have to say, on Shyvana. Just manhandling Benny's Mundo in that top lane.
Well, that's his 8th game on it. People have to start recognizing that the top lane is a place to be reckoned with, especially that Shyvana. We talked about balls earlier. It becomes a champion to be reckoned with as it goes into the late game.
Yeah, and now I'm actually kind of starting to wonder, with CLG now winning 4 games in a row.
Yep.
If
10 and 6.
If they're going to start getting in their own heads with overconfidence. Like, it's happened to CLG in the past. Double Lift after that game was...
Maybe.
I think I was trying to mouth what he was saying. He was like, easy or something, or too easy maybe.
Oh.
And obviously they're having fun with it. But I'm just throwing it out there that when a team gets hot like this, we look at Fnatic over in Europe, where they won 7 games in a row, lost 8 in a row. It can happen where you get so confident after so many people are giving you high fives, pats on the back. Great job coming together, guys. It even happened to XGG last split. As soon as they got a bunch of credit for all their success, they started going downhill again. It's starting to happen for CLG, Riv.
CLG has shown strong. We could see, right.
Yeah.
It may happen
so
for
well.
CLG. That's that, I I can't even think. I'm going to say potential now, but it's that false hope that everybody has. I don't think it's actually
this hope is
there.
pretty real
The hope
right now.
is real. They have come out so strong. Dexter really seemed. One player usually doesn't make that difference, and we've seen it in two teams: Team Solo Mode with Bjergsen and Dexter. And it's been absolutely crazy that two positions, mid and jungle, can have that kind of force on a game if you bring in the right person.
Yeah, everything is connected. You know, it's a team game. Even though it seems like someone's in an individualist matchup in a lane,
right?
It has so much impact and cross-play throughout the entire map.
All right, well, right now we have to flash away, but when we come back, Doublelift and Afro will join Freak and Kobe to talk about making CLG history. Then Curse looks to tie up the standings with Team Coast when they do battle in our final LCS game of the day. The action continues after this.
Really powerful push. They're very low.
Whoa! Sheep was not able to really do anything
And
on
he
that
stole
one.
it.
This smite coming in from Dexter on the play. The shot calls are being made, and the team follows through, and they listen. Clearly, good kills coming out. They get one. Xmidia's very low. Benny with a satchel charge backwards.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the desk. We want to welcome CLG's Doublelift and Afro Move. You guys had a very convincing game. Tell me about this matchup coming into it.
You go first. Okay. Against XCG, we didn't want to underestimate their new roster swap again, and thankfully we didn't, and the results showed that. And Sheep is a really good support player, and I'm happy that XCG picked him up.
Yeah, so talk to me about the duo lane, because you've got a Sheep on one side, Moo on the other. It's a bit of a farm lane. How'd it go for you guys?
Oh my god. Okay.
I have to deal with this
Please.
every day.
I feel for you, dude. The pity. Yeah, like, I never really underestimated Zuna. I think honestly, he's pretty decent in lane. He just, like, mispositions a lot later on in the game, but he's always been pretty decent in lane. I had my share of trouble with him before, so... And they ran Caitlyn Morgana against Leona, which is the most annoying lane that I could possibly think of. I have very little experience against that lane, to be honest. We do. And like, it's just super frustrating to play against Morg binding. You have to dodge that, and then you have to dodge Caitlyn Q. And one time, if a Morg ever hits the bind, Caitlyn trap can go off as well. So you just have to flash at that point. It's just really hard to deal with. Link actually was our saving grace. we were losing in lane. We were slowly getting whittled down, and then Link came, roamed down, got me a kill, and that just turned the lane around, and we were able to farm.
Let's also talk about the rest of Champion Select. They have Evelynn on their team. That's good map control. They also have a teleport on their team. What were you guys thinking in the early game there?
Honestly, because of Evelynn is why the lane went so hard. I was pretty much too scared to walk up because if I get binded and Evelynn's there, I'm dead for sure. But our whole team was pretty much scared, and Dexter did a really good job controlling Evelynn and always like pushing up middle and going to get ward control. And we always knew what area of the map she was in because Dexter did a really good job.
Well, that's really impressive. So you actually managed to keep her down. So talk to me then, as you transition into the team fights, kind of what were your roles there? Because, of course, you have a heavy initiator like Leona. You've got a late-game carry like Jinx. But you guys closed it out early. So what'd you guys do?
Well, our team comp is a 5v5 comp, as you can see. Like, we have a lot of hard CC with Jinx traps chained out of Leona stun or Elise stun or, like, just our massive amounts of slows. We have, like, a lot of AoE damage with Leona ulti, Jinx ulti, and then Ziggs ulti. And as you saw in team fights, if they ever clumped up in any way, we would just throw out all of our ultis and they would just instantly die. So it was kind of foolish of them to try to teamfight us at Dragon. They went into it thinking like, oh, Muno's going to TP in, it'll be 5v4, and we just beat them straight up 4v5, and that just snowballed the game. Because when you have a team comp with Eve on it, I think if you fall behind, there's almost no way you can come back.
Let's bring up that Dragon fight then on the screen here for you guys, because this seemed like just a really good call. You guys have improved immensely in your communication. And it seems like you jumped on an opportunity.
Right here in the end said that Muno's going to TP, and Link and I discussed that we can fight this because Ziggs has a lot of damage. He's super fed. So we're like, okay, Ziggs throws ulti to poke him down. She mispositions, and we pick him off first. And then at that point, we know we can win the fight. And W7D2 has a really good ulti. So I followed up on Smithy and get him out of the dragon so he couldn't finish it off. Dexter has a great smite and steals it, and then we just clean up afterwards on Muno.
That's actually the second Dragon fight. But regardless, well played by you guys.
Yep. That was pretty free.
I noticed this a couple of times too. Link keeps satchel charging whoever the target for Dexter's Cocoon is out of the way there.
That happens a lot.
Was that any conflict there between the Dexter and Link?
No, not
that
really.
was the next level synergy.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like you got the support mid lane synergy, the mid lane jungle, not at all.
That's more important, the
Yeah.
support in mid lane.
It's okay.
On it.
Jungle AD carry synergy, you guys okay there?
Yeah, me and Dexter, actually, we coordinate really well on plays. I like that.
And Nian's on his own.
Nian's on his own. He's
the top laner. No big deal. So speaking of top laners, actually, we have another replay for you guys. 19 minutes in. You guys look for Benny in the top lane, and then a whole bunch of stuff happens afterwards if you want to walk us through this one.
Yeah, so I think we're contesting their blue right here. This is our plan. Like, we know that we're stronger than them as a 5v5 comp, and we're also grouped. So we just get a random pick on Mancloud. He's just completely out of position. We don't really know what he's doing. Right here, Afro says, if we kill Smithy, can we do Baron? So our plan is kill Smithy, then do Baron. And then at the same time, Dexter says, let's just start it right now. Which is kind of like, you know, where's that metaphor with the eggs in your basket or whatever? Anyways, like, we didn't actually kill Smithy fast enough. Yeah, exactly. It was a really kind of greedy call to kind of walk towards Baron. We should have just finished off Smithy right away. And as you can see, the whole time me and Afro like fighting the Mundo, and I'm like, oh wait, he's still alive? Like, I just kill him right here. So in the end, it ends up working out, but it could have gone a lot better.
I thought that was next level, but you were like, I'm going to save the speed boost from this kill. I'm going to leave him there for the last second.
Yeah, totally planned. I play on locked camera during team fights, so like randomly there's just an Eve with 1 HP coming down on my screen. I'm like, whoa, that's cool. And then I think Link yelled at me because I stole his kill.
Wait, you really play locked camera during fights?
Yeah, I do.
This is so tell me about this. Like, what are you doing? What are your special tricks then to play AD carry? Because you're known for your mechanics.
What? There's no
there
tricks.
any, like,
I hold down spacebar during team fights, so I can just focus on what's in front of me, I guess. And I don't know. I find it easier to dodge skill shots when I have my camera locked. So it's not really a secret. It's just how I play.
That's the added job of being support for W7D2. You have to do
you have to call things outside
to make sure he's okay.
I think what he was getting at was, how do you avoid tunnel visioning when you're
I don't.
locked?
Oh,
you just go with the tunnel vision.
Yeah, exactly. You have to become one with the tunnel vision.
When's the last time you attack moved a ward in the middle of a fight?
A lot. Probably yesterday, honestly. Probably this game at some point. I just do it a lot.
Oh, man. All right, that's rough.
Sad.
But so you've got 4 more games next week for opportunities to attack wards and fights. How you guys feeling about going into next week? You start with Dignitas in the first game.
Next week, actually, you take this. Sorry.
Wow. Steal your spotlight, Afro.
Wow.
This is the other part about supporting for double lift.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to answer, he's like, do it for me. Next week is Super Week, and we have 4 games. First game is against Dignitas, and the Dignitas game today was pretty 50 minutes, I think it was. Longer than that. And
yeah, I called it 70, but it was actually 46. Little exaggeration there.
But we're going to prepare just as well as we did for this week and the week before. And we're on a 5-game winning streak, I think. Four.
Just broke the record.
Best ever.
Best
in
ever
LCS,
CLG record.
CLG history.
Mm-hmm. So you guys feeling good?
But
ready?
yeah, we're feeling really good. And hopefully we can go undefeated just like we did this weekend.
And of course, you guys are actually getting closer and closer to a first place spot. I believe you're within 3 or 4 games of first place now. Do you guys think you can reach that by the end of the season, before playoffs?
If Bjergsen doesn't come back for TSM, I think that they might drop a few games just because they haven't played with Reggie that long. And you saw in the game today that it didn't really work out, Lulu versus LeBlanc middle. So, but if he does come back, then it'll be probably second place that we can definitely have in reach. But yeah.
Yeah, today was like a great game to illustrate like what TSM's weaknesses are. Dyer's against Balls. I mean, Balls is a better laner, and then their bottom lane is they're one of the best bottom lanes in LCS outside of lane, but I think in lane they're just kind of average, and they actually ended up getting beaten like by 40 CS actually by Sneaky and Lemon. So without Bjergsen to kind of carry the game flow and like be ahead in CS and be able to make plays on other lanes, it seems like TSM isn't as strong as obviously they're not their main roster.
Sure. Okay, well, guys, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your win. We'll see if you can make it 8 by this time next week. Guys, we got more stuff going on. Let's send it back over to Riv and Jack for the play-by-play of the next game.
Thank you very much, Freak. It is our final game of the day, at least for LCS. We still got some challenger. Curse versus Team Coast. And Jet, despite Coast's recent victories, they're still 0-2 when it comes to facing Curse.
Yeah, Coast has actually been looking better with each game, but in their 2 games against Curse, they kind of got hijacked at the Baron Pit. 2 times they got forced team fights in the Baron Pit and lost the Smite Steal. And it's interesting because team fighting is really what Curse as a team wants, and Coast gave it to them in those games. And when you actually look at Coast, they've had the success either when Zion Spartan is split pushing or when the team itself is playing very scattered, crazy fights that aren't really grouped up team fights. So Curse, they have the upper hand when they're in team fights, and Coast, they can't get caught at the Baron Pit like that.
And we will see which strategy wins out today. We're here on Caster team, or now we here on the Caster team take the ones to watch very seriously. And yesterday we said to keep an eye on Voyboy, who had been underperforming. He stepped up yesterday, even despite the loss.
Yeah, and in his game against CLG, Voyboy picked Syndra, a champ that was only played one other time this year. It was actually Shifter who played it, but he was actually a huge threat in that CLG game despite their loss and despite getting targeted first in that final team fight. But even so, Voyboy stepped up, and he had a big impact for his team yesterday.
And the standings show Coast is in the lead, but when it comes to Curse, they still see themselves as the underdogs with something to prove.
Curse is kind of middle of the pack right now. They have their good days and they have their off days, but they've always kind of been our kryptonite.
Every single time we play them, it seems like we come out on top. I think mentally they have kind of like a block versus us. Like, we're up to something like crazy when really we're just like playing a standard game versus them.
They understand how we like to play, but we don't necessarily always translate how we understand their play into the actual games.
Coast is the same thing they've always been. They're really good at snowballing. They're really good early and mid game, and it's just figuring out how to close out those games once you snowball the game.
We'll always kind of be the underdog. We still don't really have that crazy of a fan base. Our skill's there. It's all there. It's really just about finding that consistent stride.
Well, 7 weeks in, finding consistency is something that these teams have to do.
Starting to work for CLG, as soon as you turn that corner, sometimes it's pretty clear. And honestly, Coach has been looking very good with that newish playstyle they found.
It's true. Let's check out the starting lineups and see if we can find that playstyle again. On the blue side, it is Curse. Quas in the top lane, Dominate in the jungles, getting this team riled up and laughing already. Voyboy in mid, Cop at 80 carry, St. Vicious on support.
And on the red side, it is Coast with Zion Spartan in the top lane and Tendude X in the jungle, Shifter in mid lane, Wiz Fusion on 80, and Daydreamin' on support.
All right, Curse definitely has their work cut out for him in this picks ban phase, because Zion Spartan has showed great on Jax and great on Lee Sin, which also poses a problem, right? Because now you're going to get direct bans. So try going mediocre on one of those champions.
Yeah, try just not playing all the crazy stuff that might get targeted banned out. If it does happen though, it could give them a lot of power picks coming through the other side. I don't know if we'll see a repeat performance of Lee Sin 2 games in a row. He has been a type of person who just picks one champion until he stops being successful on it. But he really has a diverse champion pool in that top lane. It's just a deep sheet of different champions he's played.
Both of these teams have lanes that have up to 9 and 7 champions played differently in those lanes. This team definitely has big champion pools.
Like you were saying, Jax ban, of course. I really do like watching these Coast games, though, because the top lane matchup is usually so unique, especially against a guy like Quas. I can't wait to see. I'll be very disappointed if these guys play Mundo versus Shyvana against each other, because they both have so much ability to play outside the box things. Seeing Gragas, Zach, and Karthus from Quas, and just a plethora of picks from Zion Spartan. Lee Sin, Jax, Riven, Yasuo, and also like a carry Nasus when he played that.
Curse comes into this game 5-10. Coast is 6-9. Looking to make it 7-9 or 6-10 for these guys. Nobody wants to get that lost here at the end of the week. We're going into a super week. These guys want to be riding high. Elise gets banned out on the side for Coast. Curse will not get their hands on that, and I'm sure a Pantheon's going to have to be somewhere. Maybe I'm not sure. Who knows? Annie's still up.
It could definitely
Lots
fall
of picks.
through. Because there were so many targeted bans.
Ooh, finally.
Finally that Lulu ban we were expecting. Because there's so many targeted bans by Curse.
Right.
A lot of the stuff that is traditionally banned is right up on the table. Now it's just a priority for Curse. How much do they care about I Will Dominate's Pantheon? And do they want to pick it immediately?
Been banned against him 11 times. So for it to be left up, I know Dominate. He is getting giddy right now.
Yeah, there's another thing they could do, a Thresh right off the bat.
St. Vicious' favorite support.
Caitlyn has been picked 6 times by Cop, his most played. That would be a contested pick between the two because Fusion has played it 5 times on the Coast side. A lot of stuff here, and whatever Curse doesn't take, they're kind of giving right back to Coast. Because the bans were so targeted, it's almost an advantage, I feel like, for Coast to be second pick because they get 2 of the 3 that have been left up, really. They could get Thresh and Caitlyn here if they wanted it.
Zion Spartan hovers the Riven. He has had a chance on that. In week 2, it was a loss, but I believe that's just a hover, playing on the minds of Curse until they lock in what they really want. Nintendo would probably lock in his jungler on this one. They don't have to since they see Pantheon, though.
Well, they can do whatever. I think it's mainly their power picks. You just go and look at their most played champions that haven't been banned yet. Thresh, I think, just because of his overall versatility, and also because it fits in really well with the style Coach has been playing lately. The Lucian makes sense too over the Caitlyn because he is more elusive in the long run. It's this weird thing the Coach has been doing. They've basically been letting Shifter and Zion almost 2v5 in a sense, where the other 3 are just this roaming threat that is just trying to stay alive. You often see Wiz Fusion build a Blade of the Ruined King as his first item on AD carry because it just gives him more mobility and he doesn't necessarily care about his full teamfight power. It's a really interesting strategy that has been working out for Coast.
Gragas being locked in here. That's going to be going to Voidboy mid lane, possibly. That could be going to Quas. Voidboy locks in the Annie, though. St. Vicious more than happy to grab that up as support.
If you're playing against Curse, it's Gragas any lane. You have no idea where he's going to be going. Could even be a jungler for I Will Dominate. He's picked it once. Voidboy actually hasn't even played it.
No, he hasn't.
Curse has picked Gragas twice. It hasn't went mid lane once.
See if they can turn the tide on this game. It's Shifter and Wiz Fusion to lock in some votes, or lock in some champions, I should say. Now, the votes are coming. Let's see who you guys voted on.
Yeah, I wonder what Shifter's going to do without Nidalee. That's really how they've found the majority of their success. You know, Coast has won 6 games. 4 of them have been with Nidalee. They're going to end up waiting for the very last pick.
As usual.
I worry a little bit that Coast has went too conventional with those 2 last picks. The Shyvana and Vi pretty much have to go straight in together. And in team fight heavy compositions, Coast has not found much success. Remember those 3 games where they played Wukong and Katarina?
Right.
They were not successful playing that strategy, and they might be pigeonholing themselves into that with the Vi and Shyvana picks.
The last pick up here is going to be for Shifter.
Mid lane blitz.
Mid lane blitz.
Not going to happen.
See what he can lock in. Shifter always takes a power play champion, or whatever he takes turns into a power play champion. I think everybody remembers the Ahri.
Yep.
We're going to have that locked in again for him.
Solid pick right there. Most likely going against the Gragas. He played that matchup against Bjergsen and really ruined Bjergsen's day in that amazing upset win Coast had over TSM. However, I'm disappointed we get to see the 2 most versatile top laners in North America play Renekton against Shyvana. They would go and do that. Such a pivotal game.
We're actually seeing the top lane be somewhat of an island. We can expect to see that again. So Dominate does get his Pantheon and Tendudex onto Vi. We actually saw He on Vi was a pivotal part of shutting down Dyrus in the top lane versus Team Solo Mid with Zion Spartan.
Yeah, very important ganks when he was trying to get Zion Spartan going. And just these team comps in general aren't really fitting of the team's overall strategies when they found success. Coast has a very strong team fighting composition with Devi and Shyvana comboing in with each other, whereas Curse, since they brought the Pantheon with the Gragas, are very pick-oriented and might look to find those skirmishes. So this could be a game, anything's up for grabs really, because the teams are both playing different strategies.
Well, these guys have been chomping at the bit. We are into our final LCS game of the day, and as the teams load onto the Rift, let's tally the votes at LOLesports.com. Our closest one of the day at 51% of you thinking that Curse is going to come out on top.
That's about right.
With
the way these teams have been going. Yeah, that's an incredibly close vote. Good job. 5-10 record for Curse, 6-9 record for Coast overall. The champion select actually going in very curious directions. I feel like with the bans by Curse, they did a good job of kind of forcing Coast onto things that they hadn't been dominating with. Getting the Jax out of the way, and specifically the Nidalee, I think, really messes with the way Shifter's playing.
It's going to be a great lane matchup for each one of these lanes. Quaz obviously going to push Zion Spartan in. We said that Shifter was pretty aggressive and got the advantage over Bjergsen in mid on that Gragas. So we'll see how Voyboy takes to it. He's really somebody we are watching. His Syndra played, like we said, it was a game loss, but he played quite well on that Syndra and still did some things for his team that could have gotten them back in. Cop on Caitlyn. He's been having a great time, like we said. 6 plays on that Caitlyn.
Yeah. He only 2-4 on it, but that's going to happen when your team is 7th place in the standings overall.
Right.
I'm a little interested in the bottom lane as well because we're going to be so focused on the mid lane matchup, but basically just how WizFusion and Daydream and deal with Cop. Cop has actually been out farming and being a bit of a lane bully to most people in the LCS, kind of the unsung hero of Curse when we pay so much attention to the craziness of Voyboy. Cop has been steadily consistent like always, but ever improving. And I want to see if he can shut down WizFusion and Daydream here.
Ever improving with a revolving door on that support position.
Yeah. I mean, think about how many supports he's had to play with. It was Elements at the start of Season 3. Then he played with Rux for a little while.
Yep.
At one point. Then Edward, Zcant, and now St. Vicious.
Quite a lot, and he himself has changed play styles from really utility to going aggressive. Taking Draven under his wing is one of his most played as well, along with the Spring Split and a bit of the last. No cleavers to be thrown in the top lane. Sigh of relief for both top laners.
Shyvana could throw an E, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit of fire.
Hasn't even skilled anything up. Doesn't want to get trapped. Interesting trend, by the way, that junglers aren't getting pulls anymore in LCS play. So much of the lanes have became about getting level 2 first. You can see these bottom lanes. Every game is a constant race to try and get those creeps down. Everyone wants to get their lane shoving. And if one set goes to the buff to pull, they lose that battle and immediately lose their advantage in the lane. So junglers have just taken to doing whatever they want. They just have to solo the buffs. And junglers that are being picked competitively are strong enough to not take a whole bunch of damage, but it is a new development for sure.
We just had some mirrored wards in the mid lane. They all just died, but the exact same wards were placed on either side of Coast and Curse. As that vision goes away, they know they're safe to go a little bit more aggressive in the lane. Shifter's trying to get that cleared out faster than Voyboy can really attack back. We see Quaz hitting level 2, tries to dish out a bit of damage.
Quaz winning the battle very early, as Renekton does. It's a tricky matchup, Renekton and Shyvana. With the Doran's Blade now, the itemization will tell you how they'll be playing. Quaz definitely looking to shove in, knowing he has the Pantheon jungle, who also has a stronger jungle presence than Vi early. It's not just about the matchup in the top lane. You also have to factor in the jungles. A lot of early ganks coming. Double buff rush.
Oh, right on the Shifter. That's the one they need to shut down. That's the one they are going to shut down, and no retaliation can come on that.
Unexpected by Shifter, because I Will Dominate did not do a small camp in between his double buffs. Therefore, Shifter thought he had about 15 more seconds before a potential Pantheon gang. Really good by I Will Dominate to get the jump on him, flashing in for the stun before Shifter could react.
Very good play. Shifter blows flash there, so he will not have that. Level 6 needs to come fast for him. It's going to be a dangerous mid lane. Buys up the ring to get himself a little bit more HP, keep himself safe.
and Gragas destroys people he gets ahead of. Shifter is going to have to be so cautious in that lane, knowing his flashes down and he's against a jungle Pantheon. Oh boy. Gragas gets, even in body slam range, Shifter will take a heap of damage. And because the kill also went to Void Boy, Chalice of Harmony already completed, plus a pink ward to de-ward whatever side he sees Shifter go to.
Nintendo Dex came up a little bit late on that, but he was in the right spot. Shifter, unfortunately, blowing flash. Nintendo might have to spend some more time in mid than he would like. Dominate now looking to work off of that advantage. He's going to be going into the jungle and start denying Nintendo. Oh, no race to deny. Just a word for now.
Yeah, Nintendo cleared out just fine. He's just getting control of that area. Because he's the gank master early on in the game. He needs to know where Nintendo is for potential counter ganks, and the fact that he could get a deep ward there was a good opportunity to take.
Not too much more pressure coming out of Cop or Wiz Fusion in this lane. Usually you see the Thresh lane trying to poke out the Caitlyn in the same way around, but with St. Vicious hovering on that stun, they just keep it safe. Shifter forced to farm at the turret. Was it back there coming in? No, just Gragas. Void Boy going to farm other camps.
Yeah. Dominate a little bit low on experience after that successful gank. He should be fine though, about to hit level 4. Calming down the game after that initial gank. So many flashes were burned by the junglers that the gank potency has actually been decreased. Means they're both in a bit of a farm phase right now, just trying to power up, get their next item.
Dominate going across the bottom ward, just placed over here by Void Boy, but I think he will be seen. They won't be able to activate too much, but he is the one to make the plays. He is the mouth that is talking in the early part of the game, as we've been talking about shot callers today. You can see he feels it's all right to put himself in those stressful situations. The team's doing all right.
Yeah, Dominate, because he saw the ward on the other side, knows it's safe to go in there. But as far as the general game goes, Shifter really needs to play from behind here because he is just so incredibly pivotal to all of Coast strategies. Throughout this season, Wiz Fusion has not been able to carry a single game for them. It's pretty much been Shifter and Zion Spartan. Fusion is good at playing the safe AD carry who can take turrets and stay alive in teamfights, but not when he's trying to carry. Here's that top lane gank.
Ooh, we talked a little bit about gank potency here. The Vault Breaker doesn't hit, and the buffs have just worn off a little bit ago from Nintendo. So they get a good amount of damage and set Zion Spartan up to do something. The Shifter's going to have a hard time here with the pressure he's been getting.
Yeah, just a time-filling gank more than anything for Nintendo. He got a big boost of experience, actually, after Shifter died. So the Vi ganks at level 6 have the potential to impact the game sooner rather than later. If there were a time to try and come back, it would be that Vi gank in the mid lane.
Such a small window to play with, though, hopefully.
Because the Pantheon will be 6 shortly after and would wreck them in a counter gank. Nintendo has to be very careful.
Dominate. Won't be getting that 6 too soon as he goes
wants to get
again
him right
for
here.
the counter jungling. Goes for the ward. They have all the vision that they need, but they're not really working with any of it. They're just making sure they don't get aggressed on. Here he tries to go for it, but just on the other side. A little cat and mouse game.
Yeah, Dominate. Second time he's counter jungled the white. I think he wants to get blue buff control.
Treat it like the Wraiths.
Well.
The Wraiths are up. Get the white.
He's maintaining ward presence in that blue buff area as well. Just taking the white while he is up there. And he didn't know previously which camp Nintendo had started on, but since blue buff hasn't spawned and we're now 7:44 into the game, he knows that Nintendo is clearing his red right now. So he's just waiting for the blue buff, hoping it comes up soon.
The bottom knows about this. You're going to see possibly Comp and St. Vicious making some moves, and they do start to creep up ever so slowly. St. Vicious by himself here. It looks like they're going to get good control.
Any minute now, Dominate. It's going to come up. Any second. There it is. They had a decent estimation of the timer there. And good ward control, knowing that Ariad went back to the base as well. This is a clean buff steal, I think. Nintendo just a few seconds late. If they waited in the camp, they could kill him. Do not Vault Breaker in there. Bad.
What? That was not the greatest decision to be made. It's going to be Nintendo going down for the second kill of the game. Void Boy picking up a red buff on that as well.
Definitely a lapse in awareness there by Nintendo. A lot of people were missing.
Yeah.
And the team needed to alert them. Is that the flash from Saint?
Ooh, Daydreaming trying to get himself out of this one. Saint with still having the stun up. They can kind of just put their dukes up in this fight. Saint throws Tibbers inside and not on really anything. Could they still come out with a win on this fight? Daydreaming not going to die there. Shifter goes across. He gets the kill onto Dominate, and that was a lot of damage missed. Daydreaming still alive. They come back and kill it. Whoa!
3 kills to 0 right there. A huge turn from Coast in just an instant by their team. And that's the worst part right now because Curse can't communicate during a pause. And there's a whole lot they want to say to each other right now after a disaster like that. Just really frustrated faces right there across the board from Curse. I'd love to know what just happened in that game.
Talking to QC right now.
We always have to hope that it wasn't. We always have to hope that it wasn't a big team fight impacting bug. If it would deem to be as game changing or not, that is a referee call from the rule book. If it is a game breaking bug or not, we'll have to figure out what happened in that situation. A lot of sad faces there on Curse so far. If the fight was clean, if the fight was clean, we'll see what happened.
Gonna have to recheck that one. Right now the team's just waiting. This game is getting quite intense here as we are under our last game of the day. The gold's only 200 apart. Both teams have been making hit-for-hit moves across the map.
Yeah, the game really just started. I think the very early gank by I Will Dominate was incredibly key, but in that moment, because Coast came back so strong and Shifter would have just been back in the game on Ari, it's kind of a fresh slate as far as who would win this game. Potentially a disaster there at the Dragon Pit by Curse.
Shifter was able to get some pretty good kills off of that after the fight came about, and he's been having a hard time. Kudos to Curse for the pressure onto him in the first gank and making sure they deny his buff as well. Because if Shifter can't get going, then Coast may not able to get going.
Yeah, and in the context of the season, these are very important games for these guys, too. These are the ones fighting around the bottom of that. The 6th place teams and above get to go to the playoffs. 7th and 8th immediately get placed in the promotion tournament. Very, very key. Coast has been a part of a lot of promotion tournaments, you know?
They do find themselves kind of up and down in the standings. They crawl up at the end, but that's kind of scary, right? You want that to happen in the beginning. You want the momentum to be strong, especially now going 2-0 versus Curse. If you want to get a win on this team and figure out how to do it at the halfway point so you can at least stop it from being a 4-0 over the entire season.
It could be a nice turn for Curse. St. Fitch's is having some issues. We're going to, obviously, when those get fixed, we would try to get back in the game. But as far as just the way this season has gone for Coast, it's been a pretty interesting one because they had a lot of hype coming into it. They had a very successful offseason, I'd have to say, in the NACL and various amateur leagues, really dominating. Huge win percentages. But the play style that they had in most of those games was very much about roaming and taking over the mid-game. They would play a very conservative style, and then Shifter would be able to roam on a variety of champions. He would do Katarina, Kassadin before it was banned every game, Ari, LeBlanc, stuff like that, and they were dominating people. And as soon as they came into the LCS, they kept trying that strategy on everyone they played, but it's kind of a higher level of play in the LCS, and everyone was warding him out. His roams weren't working. And now they've slowly kind of evolved this new style of play where they are mainly avoiding team fights unless the other team puts themselves in very bad positions. And so far, after that disastrous start to the season, it's beginning to work again. False start.
All right, yeah, Saint was dead there. He was coming back up. They were making sure his abilities could still work, and we're going to make sure that they do. It looks like it might be glitched out for a second here. We'll get that fixed. Both teams, actually, other side of the board. So we'll see what happens here. We're going to get a quick replay of the last fight that we did see. It was completely positioned off. Both teams were assessing the fight, and then just kind of going for it was the first. It's the who makes the first move is kind of loses the fight idea.
Yeah, in that last fight, it was definitely Curse who made the first move. But Coast, they came out pretty strong, as we can see right here. Everyone getting trapped in the Baron Pit or Dragon Pit. We can see Shifter working all over the place. I'm trying to watch Saint. He was out of mana in most of this, just to auto-attack.
So close. He's like, I just want the double buffs. Give me the double buffs, the last auto-attack.
Well, it's kind of good he didn't get that kill because it would have given double buffs back to Ari.
Yeah.
He was the one who picked up the kill. It would have been buff transfer complete, as a lot of people like to say. Huge turnaround there. Very surprising because Curse had burned so much before that fight, killing Nintendo X on Vi, that when the Dragon fight actually happened, they didn't have that much left, which I think was very critical.
Scion Spartan also down on the bottom side of the map for partially this engagement, but really there to help the team. That leaves that Kwas was in the top lane, so a little more aggression there coming in from Coast as they were prepared. You get a keyboard plugged back in here. Get these guys set and going. And see the quietness. It's kind of just cutting through the air, if you will, because these guys want to talk.
Unfortunately, we have a few issues coming through here. Actually, it's a keyboard problem for Shifter. And the St. Vicious problem, we're not sure if that's resolved yet because the keyboard problem surfaced before Saint had respawned to see if his issue had been resolved. So hopefully we don't have much. Shifter's saying, all right, looks like it's going. He's putting his headset back on. Maybe we can get back into this one.
All right, QC making the checks around. Our last game of the day here, game 64. 64 games into the LCS.
Nice.
It's gone quick.
It's a good number.
Even with some long games.
This has been such a great season, especially in North America, I feel like. There's so many stories. Every team has an engaging chance. A lot of improvement across the board and just more defined styles for a lot of these teams. Coast in particular. TSM with Bjergsen, very mid-lane dominating style. Balls has been amazing for Cloud9 in the top lane. You know, CLG's crazy resurgence right now. Again, going to be trying to make a run to be a top team in North America very shortly. I really can't wait to see how the rest of this split unfolds.
It's crazy to see that one person, I said this before, that one person has changed so many teams. Different positions, different roles. It's always been the one guy that brings it true. Coast going for the Dragon now. 9.5 minutes into this game. Looks like they're going to have a pretty good control on that as Curse is back towards their base. Quas, however, trying to get the top turret down as we're back in.
Yeah, Saint looks good, we have just received word. So, I mean, Saint always looks good, but he's bug-free, which is the important thing.
Bug-free and calling the shots again for the team. He's picked himself up. Let's see. Sightstone with that going back, so the sweeper's out. It is going to be circling itself back up so we can use it. But for now, they're going to be walking around, just setting down the vision, trying to regain control of that bottom lane. Good job by Cop being good at 10, 12 CS up.
Hello. Is Quas strong enough right now to take outside? It does not seem like he would be.
He hasn't really finished an item. He's going for the pieces of everything.
Yeah, he wants to finish off his Tiamat. Yeah, pushing as quickly as possible, but he was a level behind there a second ago, so more farming incoming in that top lane.
3-2 here as we're back into this one. Like we said, the gold lead very close. Even with that Dragon going down just now, it's still about 300 gold. Well, that only that Coast has in their favor. Daydreaming, still sitting with that double buff in the bottom lane. They're not really going to be using that to any sort of aggression, but the mid lane aggro, can Boy get in range for the cast? He cannot. Dominate goes for the man drop.
A lot burned there for, I believe, just a charge of the ultimate from Shifter. That was very brute force, trying to take advantage of Voyboy's big item edge on Shifter. He was 600 gold ahead of him prior to that gank as well. Fiend's Unholy Grow completed on Voy. But they just couldn't combo anything together. Now a lot of threat from the jungle is down. Every lane, and especially Nintendo X, does not have to fear the Pantheon counter gank anymore.
I also see Dominate coming out of the jungle, a little bit behind in CS and a completed item as well. Nintendo may feel comfortable about going for that engagement in the bottom lane. Shifter has to be very careful about what gets himself into up here.
Yeah, he knows what just walking in his jungle. That means Nintendo can go.
St. Vicious gets locked up, hooked up, played backwards. They don't even have to put the box out, but they still order one for him. 4-2 now, Coast.
Big moves. It seems like the momentum is completely back with Curse. Dominate.
Using the Aegis to get out. Very nice. Quick little moves. Keeps Dominate safe with a little bit of help of Voyboy there. You always got to know that your jungler or your mid lane or your top is behind you when you're going for that gank. Or the invade. Quas getting hit up here in the top lane. Both top laners 9 in their levels, so not too much of a 1v1 fight to be had there.
I really do wonder what happened in that Dragon fight between Curse to go with our extended pause.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's been a lot of replay analysis is going to happen after the fact, but it does seem like it's very negatively affected Curse. Just the extended pause and the disaster of that fight. Ever since we've gotten out of the pause, Dominate's been playing very forced. They don't seem to be communicating that well, and there's a chance Coast could take complete control of this game.
Slowly still trying to put pressure on Shifter in the mid lane. That's the way that Coast is going to get it. Voyboy with a good hit right there. Didn't think that Shifter's ultimate might be up just yet from the last engagement, but it is, and they stay safe on the trade.
Yeah, Shifter's still, though,
Not
taking a
as
lot
safe,
of damage.
yeah.
Void still has a big edge in that lane. You know, he's got the only kills on Curse. He has the big CS advantage. He's really been taking that first blood and trying to dominate Shifter with it. This will be kind of the first time of Coastas to win. Or not the first time, but even though they're a solo lane focused team, it's just Zion. He's on a Shyvana. You don't necessarily think of them as solo killing. Wiz Fusion's going to probably have to step up, looking at how far behind Shifter is falling.
Wiz Fusion 2-0-1. We've seen him come from very far behind in the game, but we've also seen him use a huge lead and not really go anywhere with it. It'll be interesting to see how he uses this one. He's not really going to be able to get out of that lane with the team just yet. We still have some laning phase to go through. 700 gold, the favor for Coast, as that slowly keeps going up in their favor.
Yeah, Coast definitely just trying to take that gold advantage and boost it farther and farther ahead.
Dominate.
He really wants to get a Pantheon ultimate off, but, you know, especially with no turret behind them. He's going hard right now. All flashes are up.
He just finished that Lizard, Elder. He wants the damage. They get the surge, but do they finish it? The ace of the hole! No! The Wiz Fusion flash was a bit too far.
Whoops. That was bad flash right there. A strange series of events there. Normally it's the AD carry who needs to play in front and the Thresh Lantern that saves him, but the AD carry went back and Thresh stayed in the middle. A very successful gank by Curse. Was supposed to probably just burn both flashes with Wiz Fusion blocking, but the misplay cost Daydream his life.
Tiamat finished in the top lane. So we got the Ninja Tabis as well. Zion Spartan looking to take out Quas, but Quas is looking to push back just as hard. See if Zion can keep himself up there. No teleport in this game, so whatever happens in the top lane shouldn't too much affect what happens down here. And in 1 minute, we have a dragon.
Yeah, the dragon fight's going to be incredibly important here, Riv. And just to give an update on the long pause, it's still being investigated what happened to St. Pitches, if it was a bug. Obviously, we will keep you updated on what happens here, but it's the game at hand, and these guys have to play like everything is on the table, like everything matters, because it does.
Yep, 133 CS to 114 in the top lane, 128 to 79 in that mid lane. Boy faring a lot better than Bjergsen did in this matchup.
Oh yeah, Boy, just off that level 2 kill from I Will Dominate, is crushing, and it's going to be so key as we move into this dragon fight, whether he can land the right skill shots. This is a point in the game where Gragas can either take over or start falling off, knowing he has Sorcerer Shoes from Magic Penetration, fully completed the Themes, Ultimate up, Ignite up.
Yeah.
If he can land stuff in this dragon fight, if it happens, it can swing the game right back for Curse.
And this is huge too. He is level 11 with that second ultimate tick. Shifter's still level 10, so he's coming in with a level 1. Oh, Coast is going for this. Really, Curse is not going to try and defy it. Wow.
Yeah. Timing for Curse.
Yeah.
One of the weaknesses of their team has been their overall map movement and being in position for objectives. That was a moment where they would have had to try and take an edge. Annie at that point, just as you said, 2 points in the explosive cask for Gragas.
Yeah.
Is the time for him to get aggressive, and real missed opportunity here for Curse.
Shifter back to farming in the mid lane. He's still got about a 50 CS deficit, but his blue buff is there, and Shifter can still make plays. We've seen him do it. He's so close to having the Deathfire grasp, and very close. He's on top of it. It's in his pocket.
No Magic Penetration yet. I don't think he can really burst out Gragas with it. If he wants to do something, he'd have to go for a squishy 80 carry or a support like Cop or St. Vicious. And with the blue buff on Void, Shifter's not going to be getting any roaming opportunities. At best right now, Shifter needs to wait for a Vi gank or just try and keep his turret alive.
Right now he's been doing quite well. The flash is back up for him. He's been using his ultimate to get out of scary spots, and Dominate looks to create one of those again.
They could consider a dive here, knowing there's no flashes, as long as they don't run into Nintendo decks. That's the fear. They have pretty poor ward coverage, knowing where Nintendo would be, and if they could have went about 10 seconds ago, but if they go now, they actually run the risk of getting Vi counterganked.
Looks like he'll back off for now. If ping comes in the mid lane and they say we might try to go after mid, no. Void still has eyes on it. Can't really tell what that ping means.
Here it goes, but Vi's right there.
Daydreaming's going to be in a bad spot, but they are going to hit up Dominate. He tries to get the Aegis in from the backside. Wiz looking to get himself a kill. They do finish off. The one Retribution kill coming in for Daydreaming. Oh. Can they finish out in a comp? Nintendo's just on the outside. Turn around and take down Saint. The stun's coming in. He's going to go down valiantly, trying to do the max amount of damage. Ooh, good trap.
Oh, and he's trying to Spirit Rush. He just needs to get in range.
Whoa, the Spirit Flash.
The fourth dash is the one that kills him from Ari. But that was a very risky call by Curse that backfired. As soon as Vi is there, whoever shows themselves first in these 3v3 scenarios generally loses. It means Pantheon gets put in a very difficult position where he has to run away most of the time, and then Coast can just fully aggress onto Cop. They ended up getting split up in here. Just a nice turn by Coast, knowing that Shifter was going to come from the backside to finish off Cop. And they clean house with some nice patience and good prediction by Nintendo X.
It looks like that fight went a little longer than Coast wanted. They didn't get caught out there. You saw Void Boy roaming down to the bottom lane. Everybody was straggling on that, but they get it cleaned up. We're now 18.5 minutes in. 7 kills for Coast to the 4 of Curse as they grab about a 3,000 gold lead. 2 turrets in their favor. Definitely a slower turret game than we've seen today. More kills.
Yeah, everything really turned in that dragon fight where everyone on Coast got some kills. It allowed Shift to get back in the game. I think it really affected the mentality of Curse. They looked beaten after that dragon fight during the pause, and they have not recovered. They haven't really made any big positive plays. They've been forcing incredibly hard since that moment, almost just trying to make up for it. They're on tilt.
Oh, really interesting move. Wiz Fusion and Daydream and go to the top lane to start pressuring the turrets as they send Zion Spartan to the bottom lane now.
Yeah, and the push is just big from Coast. They did the lane swap, and they're getting a lot of turret damage down. Outer turret for inner turret would not be a good trade. Let's see if Fusion can get this turret down. He does a lot of split pushing, actually, for Coast.
Using the culling to help himself get a little more breathing room on that turret in the top lane. For the bottom lane, initiation out of the brush. Zion Spartan goes huge, and they're going to go back onto Cop. He has no chance to get out of this fight. Beautiful job not allowing Curse to even peel for 1 second. Zion is still on the tails of St. Vicious, and he goes down 2-0 so far, and they got that top turret as well in the second tier.
It's really important to note that that was a 3v4 that Coast decided to go into, but their initiation was so clean that they completely decimated the Curse team. Because there were 2 people that had just killed the turret in the other lane, no one on Curse expected that counterattack. So Coast really pulling the trigger at the right moment there. Huge surprise.
A good move by Curse. They're kind of cleaning up a mess right now, though. They're only able to do this because Coast is so deep on the side lanes that they were pushing in that they can grab mid, but better than nothing right here for Curse. They're down still 4,000 gold. They have grabbed turrets back in their favor, so they're starting to get a little map control back. But right now with the gold, Shifter ready to get that Deathfire Grasp out, and the vision up for Coast is going to help them start getting picks.
Yeah, and as Coast continues to try and rescue their season, everyone's going to have to step up. This is kind of the game for Wiz Fusion at this moment. He is the richest member on Coast by far. 8,700 gold. He's actually 1,700 more gold than anyone else on Curse right now. 402 on Lucian. In the past, when he's gotten a few early kills, he has had poor positioning in team fights and really made all that gold go to waste. Lucian is a very elusive champion at this point. Their team is ahead, and he's going to have to be the one to continue to make that gold have an impact.
You see, he is, like you said, quite ahead in gold, and that shows with the Bloodthirster Phantom Dancer and just a pickaxe after the Bloodthirster on the side of Cop. We saw Cop just get dove right now, and they're looking to gain back map control. 4 pink wards in the inventory of Curse right now. One's on the map. I think that's going to be Quas's in the top lane, so he can't even put another one down right now.
Yeah, you can definitely see. Big dragon fight could be up here. But Curse has just been slow on these. At this point, with no vision control, it would be suicide to try and walk through that point because they'd get hit by an Ahri charm or even a hook. They're going in!
There's the hook, calling over the wall, but who can follow this? Coast, you're getting a little crazy on this one. Curse is going to try to reassess the fight, but they're still taking a ton of damage. Wiz Fusion does get himself over the wall, does get himself a double kill, and it's going to be Daydreaming to clean up the last one on the Saint.
You expect the fight when the team walks into the river. You do not expect the fight to happen over top of the back of the Dragon Wall. And Coast gets 4 kills, another surprise fight, catching Curse off guard. 4 kills the Dragon and the push mid.
Wiz is putting on the stutter step before they take down the mid turret. Great siege clear as well when they get to these waves. The Ahri Orb of Deception and the rest of the queue coming in from Wiz Fusion on Lucian. And they easily take down mid turret. Really great play from Coast.
Yeah, this seemed like a crazy initiation, but they get Cop down very early on. They just get so much damage on them, he's kind of out of the fight. Zion Spartan is just an unstoppable force. And remember, we talked about Fusion getting his position right. That was just him following up on the really strong tank line. Historically this season, when Coast has ran Zion and Nintendude on dive buddies, it hasn't worked. They haven't been able to coordinate their initiation to go in together. That time, the Assault and Battery plus the Dragon's Descent just worked right. And you saw how well it can work when they look strong.
Very good engages indeed. Zion Spartan's second engage like that to come out. We just saw it in what's called the Fnatic Brush in the bottom lane. They got a good fight and a kill onto Cop there, and now working their advantage. Small power plays here, really putting him in the lead. Zion's big, but he has Dragon's Descent up. The ult for just a few abilities. Curse is liking the position they're getting here. They got to continue to work it like that.
Trying to give Coast a taste of their own medicine. This game. Coast has done a lot of brush baiting already, especially with DFG Ahri. Ahri would be able to kill whoever comes in the way. Gotta say, Curse is in a pretty dangerous spot right here. They're trying to force team fights like they normally excel, but it may be too late. They've given up 13 kills already to the side of Coast, and if that last fight is any indication, they lose those fights pretty bad.
Coast wards ready for the extended fight. They kind of just string down into that mid lane of Curse. They really wouldn't have an escape right now. You see that Coast knows where they are, so they can push this safely, get themselves and their lanes pushed up in a good position for this Baron attempt / force that they might try.
All of that vision that Curse had just worked to accomplish is gone. Both pink wards finished. Lane's getting pushed out by Coast. And yeah, we had a tweet come in just a second ago there on the ticker about how Coast, even though they look strong, they need to know how to finish.
Yeah.
The previous 2 games they've lost to Curse, they've actually had leads that they've lost at the Baron Pit. So they are going to be proceeding with a lot of caution, I think, around here. But if they have strong vision control, I would almost expect Coast to peel for a fight rather than deal with another potential smite steal from Isle Dominate. Pantheon could come in at any moment and steal if Coast decided to do that Baron. So they're really just driving them off right now.
Setting up around that Wraith area, it looks like they're really liking this gap closing initiation. Coming over the wall, trying to surprise the team, really get the stampede in there just from gap closing. You don't really have anybody to run with you. Just get in right away. 13-5 at 25 minutes into the game, still sweeping out the Baron Pit. They're just using them, like we said, the sweepers of their feet right now. If they're not up, they're not moving.
Waiting in the spot, they get a ping right on top of them. They're saying they're probably here. How do you check?
Oh.
How do you check that? You want to get in a
You
ward
get a
position,
scrying
but
orb.
then he might die.
Dominate is going to be the one, but the whole team is just to the right of them. The Dragon's Descent hits Cop and Void Boy. That is Cop trying to caliber net out of the fight, and his Knight is on him as well. St. Vicious is going to get bit down by the Dragon. A good hit up by Void Boy. Stop Zion Spartan there for a second. Quas is going to go down, but no, Void Boy gets a kill before that happened. He flashes out, but the barrel over the shoulder gets a double kill for himself nicely. That was also a shutdown onto Wiz Fusion, which is a 6-kill shutdown, but he still gets taken down in the end.
Even with the kill from Nintendude, Void Boy kept Curse alive in this game with those fancy moves right at the end of that fight. And speaking of scrying orbs, it would have been nice here because all of this happened because they were trying to get vision of that brush. The team fight erupts, and it's actually not that bad positioning from Curse. Coast didn't have the cleanest initiation onto Curse, and that's why they're kind of safe. Void Boy and Cop, you can see on the back lines, are still dishing out a lot of damage. And then when Void Boy re-engaged for this fight, I thought for sure he was dead. But the dash away, as he threw out the barrel, really caught Fusion off guard. That's that team fight position he has to be careful of. Going glass cannon on Lucian, walking right face first into a Gragas barrel.
8,000 gold lead still for Coast here.
Yes, sir.
Not looking too good for Curse, but they are getting a few fights that's putting money in their pocket. Rabadons, Athenes, and the Sork Boots now up for Void Boy as he tries to finish out that Void Staff, which is going to give him a lot of explosive power. And we saw what he just did to Wiz Fusion, who still isn't putting any defense in there. Feeling comfortable, 6-1-6, finished up his last Whisper.
Yeah, knowing how Lucian is so elusive, it isn't a champion you need to build defensive items on necessarily. Void Boy, though, showing the ability to reach him with a couple of his spells. If the tank line protects Coast and Fusion plays in the right spot, he should be able to continue to build damage. And I think we're going to see a Reaper performance in the last fight. It's all about the vision control and the potential engagements. Nintendude X very willing to fly in, knowing they have this big lead. Shot calling right now, since they're ahead, is just kind of, all right, move as a group, and just bully the other team around the map.
Right.
Because even just by the team composition, Coast is stronger team fighting, not even mentioning their 8,000 gold.
A stronger team fighting indeed. We also mentioned at the beginning of this game that Curse loves those team fights, and even down in gold, we saw him fare pretty well as the Baron
was
started.
going down towards the Dragon. They got spotted by a Ward. Coast immediately went on Baron, and even though there's been some steals in the past, Curse would have to get a miracle to get down here. This Baron is Coast's.
As soon as those abilities come up, you can just see the health being shredded.
Now they're gonna wait.
Are they gonna wait?
Oh, cancel the ult.
No! Dominate. It's dominated.
Right in the middle of 5 very angry men right there. Now they got no jungler. They're on the run.
No. Oh. Yeah, he sees him. He's not going to let him back. This is going to be great. He'll say, no, they are not backing. Do as much damage to that turret as you want. They're only going to have Annie back now.
There's only 2 people back in the base right now, and that is not enough to start 4. They also have a lot of initiation potential. Nintendo might just try and ult the first guy he sees.
They're still running Voy into the bottom lane as well, so this inhibitor is going to go down after the Baron. Quite seamless here for Coast in the last few moves.
Yeah, as soon as Coast got an inch in this game, they've taken a mile. 6 turrets and an inhibitor, plus every objective they can get their hands on. Dragon's still up. They're going to take that whenever they want. Zion is also a Dragon. That helps.
That helps a lot. Dragon versus a Dragon. You got to bring some of it so you can take it down. 17-8, coming up on 30 minutes in the game, and Coast has already opened up the base of Curse in this game. 11,000 gold lead coming in. They're sitting pretty on a lot of core items, and they're synergizing the Randuins together as well. Not letting Curse out of these fights once they're started.
Not in the slightest. Really strong performance by Coast after the rough start to the game. Big gold totals coming out all across. You can see Wiz Fusion still, though, 12,700. 616 top kills on his team. Good performance for him on Lucian.
And it really didn't come from the lanes. You can still see that most and all of the lanes are below. 232 for Quas, 215 for Zion. Same thing in the AD, same thing in the mid. This wasn't the lane game for Coast. They did a great job as they broke out of that.
A lot of team fighting and properly forced fights. Even just some 3v4s when they knew they had the edge because they could get the jump on Curse. Really giving them a taste of their own medicine, you know? A team with Pantheon Gragas is normally the team that tries to catch people out. But Coast, because they're so used to playing that style, are just doing it with the team fight competition.
And it's really good to see Coast doing this as well without Shifter 11-0 and 100, without Zion Spartan crushing down the top lane. Everybody's contributing here, mainly Wiz Fusion. A lot of people have had eyes on him, not been performing in the bottom lane with Daydreamin'. This time they're bringing it around.
It is very important for a team's future that their star player can have a bad game or just an average game, and the team still have a successful
good point.
one. That hasn't happened for Coast yet this season. This could be game 1 of it.
Good bit of damage onto the turret. Zion Spartan very tanky, and he can put himself in quite a dangerous position under that turret. As they get the traps out, he goes to the other side, and he's going to start creating chaos here. Curse has to spread thin to stop this.
Zion Spartan going to be able to regen up all that stuff right there because the Baron buff gives a huge amount of health regeneration based on your maximum health. Slowly ticking down these 2 turrets as well. These turrets, although regen, so Coast doesn't stick around for too long. All the little damage they're getting on these turrets will go to waste. They got to be able to finish one of them.
We just got an ace in the hole. I think that went back to Wiz Fusion as they may look to drop the turret on this one. Triforce isn't there for Wiz, so you're not going to see that Lucian huge damage coming out on the turret.
Yeah. But they got a Nexus turret thanks to their double push on the middle and bottom lane. There was no one able to go back to defend that Nexus turret, and they get that one. Here's the last-ditch initiation.
That's going to be going for broke. Dominates into the fight. He gets charmed right off the bat, and they take him down. Zion Spartan's trying to focus. A great cast onto 3, and it's a shutdown onto Nintendo. Zion in the middle of the fight now as they turn the calling around. Cops getting hit with just about every bullet, and even with slivers of health, Coast continues on to the base.
They're still low. Voyboy is still very healthy. How well can he defend this inhibitor? It's a very dangerous game. One charm, he's down.
His ultimate is not up. He's got a double kill coming in. Can't turn around. Cobb's here, but he takes a huge shot to the face. Wiz Fusion gets taken out. Quad's trying to come in big here. A slice and a dice would cut up Zion Spartan, but they try to save the base.
Voyboy really just keeping Curse in this game. He could have died. The game would have been over. But he went for it and he got a double kill. The rest of the team backed him up. They've still lost pretty much their entire base, though, and desperately have to fight this one off.
Whoa, Dragon Scales being enough to keep Zion Spartan alive. A level 16 as well to the level 15 to Cop, so that'll always help a little bit.
Take a look at this move. He dodges the charm and then just wrecks them with that barrel. Of course, Fusion as well, still pretty strong, but Cop gets just enough damage down. Notice how he used his E and his Q while he was jumping away. If you use your Piltover Peacemaker while you're netting away, you get both the casts off. And the Piltover Peacemaker uses the range from when you initially cast it, not from where your eventual location is, so it has really good reach. That's one of the reasons they were able to finish off Wiz Fusion.
Quick fingers equals good damage. We got 8, 2, and 7 onto Wiz. He's still doing well for himself. Goes for the Infinity Edge as well, and we can see Coast starting to pick up some red elixirs here. I'm sure Curse is going to be doing the same thing as it's getting to that point in the game.
Yeah, with Baron being back up in 1 minute and 40 seconds, it seems like Curse would have to concede it. Although, they have 3 inhibitors up, so they don't have to worry about super minions pushing. It's just the overall vision control has been so poor. They haven't been out in that area since the last Baron went down. And as soon as one person on Curse gets picked off, the game would be over because there's no turrets up.
Yeah.
Curse's base, they have 1 Nexus turret and 1 inhibitor defending turret in the mid lane. So I believe like Coast is just going to put up a bit of a front here in the bottom lane, not looking to get anything necessarily. Wait for the Baron to come up and then go there. They're probably going to throw some charms out randomly. If they get a charm, they could just go and win the game. If they don't, they're going to back away.
This is going to be absolutely crazy as Curse can win a fight. There are so many things weighing against them right now. Even in the just on Daydreaming, the Talisman and Aegis to help the team. The Mikhail's coming up again. Things Curse cannot work with in these fights.
Yeah, but Coast is playing really aggressively right now. They're incredibly confident. If they were to lose a fight here, they would also lose the Baron. So a bit of a dangerous posture there by Coast.
Coast possibly looking for this mid lane. Get it pushed. Take down the last turret. Don't do anything out of the ordinary, and it looks like that's what they will get done. Good choice here. Calls being made by Zion Spartan possibly. They still said that it goes through everyone in the team, but whoever's the loudest at that time and the most confident, they'll go with it.
Not the suggested way of shot calling. Whoever's the loudest. CLG tried that for a few years. Didn't work out for them very well. At this point, though, it's the vision control in the Baron buff area. Curse showing themselves, trying to counter push mid lane. We might see an initiation here from Coast. They're all there. They killed the ward.
Ooh.
Where's the scrying orbs, guys? Start scuffing Baron with it. They're pushing mid
still
instead.
only one sweeper
A pretty
coming
good
out
call,
from Curse.
actually, by Curse. They're going to get at least a turret out of this while Coast takes Baron. See how much they can get.
A very scary Coast. It's going to be pretty big.
They should kind of run away right now. At this point, Coast has the chance to flank them from 2 sides. They have the tank line coming from behind to cut them off, and the damage coming up with Home Guard boots. Curse has to run very quickly.
And now Curse actually can't get back to their base without this fight being forced. A good trap there, but it's going to be the Banshee's Veil that eats that up. See if they can keep it. Zion Spartan is going to stop him from backing. Everybody's coming in from the back side. Nintendo Dax still with his Randuin's up. Letting this Randuin's fall off. Then he's going to put his onto the fight. Dominate very low. He couldn't Dragon Descent in time. Unfortunate. He gets out and looks like the rest of the team is going to be safe as well.
Woo. And they get 2 turrets out of it. So they were going to lose the Baron anyway. They end up saving themselves with a couple of turrets. That'll be good gold if they can get back and buy it. But this is still a very dangerous situation for them because it is a Baron buff, huge amount of gold on Coast, and the second big chance for them to win the game. An extended siege about to happen at Curse's inhibitors.
5 Dragons, 2 Barons in the game. Everything has been taken by Coast. The gold lead of 14,000 shows it. 9-5 in turrets. 2 more stand on the map, and it's not 2 Nexus turrets. One of those have already fallen. Coast is wreaking havoc on Curse's base right now.
Yeah, they're going to continue to rotate around here. Maybe set up a bit of a split push with Zion on one side and the rest of the team trying to siege down the turret like the way they were sieging last time. They're also very comfortable playing in that way. Zion loves being on his own as far as a team goes.
Here comes...
They're grouped as 5 because they're so strong right now.
The definitive ability of Coast. Is it something that they have? They're going to try to pressure Curse into a bad situation here, but they also have to watch how far they get themselves in. 5v5 if anything were to happen right now. It looks like they could be forced to give this up.
Curse is going to want to go pretty soon. If they lose 2 inhibitors, the third one is nearly indefensible, and at that point, once you lose 3, the game is almost over. So it's kind of a breaking point right here if the second one goes down.
Doesn't look like it's going to be able to take too much more. There are traps there, but they can only do so much. Coast doesn't even want to dive through. They're able to get what they want from a distance, and now it's the middle inhibitor turret for them.
Just a really hard situation to be in because Coast was playing safely enough that if Curse were to initiate, the game would be over. But because they got the second inhibitor down, the percentages dropped greatly for Curse to win the game. They're just getting the time now for the side waves to push with super minions in it while they push down this third middle turret. That's why Nintendo is way back trying to get that third one going down.
And the advantages of being so far ahead, like we talked about Mikhail's Crucible and Daydreamin', that Zephyr had to be picked up by Cobb himself. St. Vicious isn't going to be helping him with any of that utility support. So right now, he is spending money on things to keep himself alive instead of damage to fight back.
Very quick Caitlyn.
Well, it's a little bit damage
On the
as
move
well.
speed. The last-ditch initiation has to happen now.
There's a big Grand Skyfall. It's going to be in. Dominate goes down instantly in these fights. Zion Spartan, level 18, and probably the only one in the game as he waltzes around this fight. Just picking a different partner to dance with this time. Great gap by Daydreamin'. Cop's going to be on the backside. Level 18 Zion Spartan ain't doing too much for, or ain't doing enough for the team. He could do some more. Going in for more kills, and it's going to be a 3 kill for nothing here. Zion real big in this fight.
That was the fight for Coast. They finally got the hook onto Boy Boy. Ended his reign of terror. This is the game.
There's a surrender coming in. The Nexus won't even be able to take down. They were going for Cop. Very clean on that one. Coast is loving this win streak.
Yeah, they've been looking better and better. A 2-0 week again for them. So upswing in the end of Coast season. Definitely that game, a more across-the-board performance. There was 9-9 was the score on Wiz Fusion. The new 80 carry for them this season who has not seen too much immediate success. Shifter started this game pretty far behind Boy Boy. He ended with a good score, but it was because the team carried him this time. He wasn't carrying himself.
Zion Spartan doing so well on Shyvana. Couldn't even formulate a sentence at the end of the game about it. It was doing so well. Just such great play coming in from the top lane. Give him any champion now. It seems like he just needed a little bit of the season to find his own footing again.
Yeah.
Top lane was an island again this game. Zion took it home. He did a great job against Quas. Shifter was aggressed on very early in that part of the game. And then they took his blue. They tried to do more, but he still came back.
Confidence is key a lot for Zion Spartan. And he probably feels really good about that game too. Most of the games that he's won with Coast, he's done almost everything. You know, 1v1 kills with Lee Sin, crazy split pushing on Jax. This game, you know, a 1-1-14 Shyvana. He's happy that he was able to get a win after that.
Wiz Fusion really bringing out all the stops on this game. Never has an 80 carry game like that. We've seen him come from behind and go even. We've seen him have 2 kills in the early game and go even. But this time he finally took control of the advantage he had and kept going with it. That's not something we usually see.
So this now moves Coast to 7-9, actually, which is a fairly respectable record for them. They're working their way up. They've been slow starters in spring splits before. If we think all the way back to the 2013 spring split, they were the 6th place finishers in the regular season. Daydreamin' actually joined near the end of that split as well. And when he got back to his Hook champions playing Blitzcrank and Thresh, the team went on a pretty big surge. They crushed through the playoffs. They ended up taking TSM to 5 games in the finals and just losing that. But that's for another day. You know, it's just this team has been one who has looked poor in the past, and they do know how to turn splits around.
Yep, and for a first-hand account of the game, let's send it down to Kobe.
All right, thank you, Riv. I am here with Shifter after their win. How are you doing?
Pretty good after that win, except I almost threw, so.
Yeah, close one there. You guys did have some nice moves, though, in that game. I like the 3-man bush gank, 3 versus 4. What gives you guys the confidence to go for those moves even in when the odds are against you?
That was the bot lane thing, right? Okay, I don't think Voyboy was there. So Voyboy was pretty much their only strong character on their team. So we knew that, you know, Zion was tanky, he was crazy, he could take as much damage as he could. Vi could set up an easy charm for me, so we knew we can like easy get a pick, and then it'd be a 3v3 right away.
All right, well, let's go more questions on your Ari, because we never got to talk to you about the Lichbane build in your guys' epic win before. What went into the Lichbane build that game, and why did you not get it this game?
Okay, well, the game against TSM I was extremely snowballed. I got a lot of early kills, so when your head is Ari, you can actually go Lichbane, because the DFG damage does work with your Lichbane proc. So if you don't even have to land the charm at that point, but since I was behind this game, I was struggling to get CS and stuff, so I had to go with the conventional build, just the Cavalier stuff.
All right. Well, you guys are also winning your last 5 of 6 games. Pretty big upswing for you guys in the standings. Where are your sights set now?
First place is a little far away right now, but we're definitely aiming for that if possible. So, yeah, definitely first.
Okay, so looking ahead to the Challenger scene, because the Challenger scene is going to come up right after this. What teams do you guys have your eyes on so far?
LMQ is a fan favorite. They're looking extremely strong. They have really strong laners. What's that? Team 8 looks extremely strong. They're upsetting every team, so I think we're going to see a lot of good games from them.
And with Super Week coming up, do you guys have any special training or special plans, or are you just going to wing it?
Probably wing it, to be honest.
So more split pushing.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks again for the interview, Shifter. We are going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. And another 8 games are consigned to the record books. So let's break down the Week 7 OP5. Starting off in the top lane, it's Zion Spartan. He has consistently carried his team up the standings, and we saw him kicking EG out of the top lane with a huge game on Lee Sin.
Yeah, OP this week in the jungle, it is X-Smithy, who had a big Pantheon game there to defeat of Cloud9. Couldn't keep it together against CLG, but it was still a great return to the jungle and added hope for that team.
Next is Shifter, the other part of Coast. Split push juggernaut, as we call him a little bit. He rained down Nidalee Spears of Deconstruction against EG and completely turned the momentum of the game around for his team, as usual.
And of course, in the bottom lane, it is Doublelift. He had a huge impact for CLG, and he ended the week with only 1 death. When the rest of his team is together, his Sivir and Jinx does a whole lot better.
And the other half of the OPCLG bot lane is Aframu, of course. He has been a consistent player, bringing strong initiations for Doublelift and the rest of the team. But one player went above and beyond. The award for the Week 7 MVP, once again, goes to CLG's Link.
Yeah, for his LeBlanc deletion of Voyboy's Syndra when it mattered most, and also the other games he had. You know, his early roam in the bottom lane got Doublelift and Aframu going in that last game. He really carried his team in 2 of those wins. Normally you think Doublelift, now it's Link. They're riding their longest winning streak ever, 4 straight wins, which is still kind of a short streak, but it's progress for CLG, and Link is a big part of it.
Yep. Taking a look at the LCS standings as we prepare to send it over to the Challenger Series. In first place for another week, it's Team Solo Mid with 13 wins.
And closing the gap and sitting 1 game back in second place is Cloud9. Third place, of course, the continually dangerous Counterlogic Gaming.
Dignitas holds on to 4th, ending the week with an even 8-8. 5th place is Coast, racking up their 7th win.
Tied for 6th place, it is Evil Geniuses and Curse. And 8th place at 4 wins, XDG.
And the LCS returns next week, but with the wild growth treatment. 6 supersized days, 32 games, and it all gets underway on Tuesday with our preview show, followed by the European LCS. Then on Friday, the North American League kicks off with the Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9.
Then Coast took down TSM once. We'll see if they can do it again. After that, Counterlogic Gaming faces off against Dignitas.
You can tune in Friday at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European. Check lolesports.com for the full week's schedule. For right now, we're going to send it over to Freak and Zyrene for more North American Challenger Series action.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome everyone to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley with Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
I'm doing fantastic, Zyrene. Ready to kick off the second day in the round of 10 for North America.
You just call me Zyrene?
Did I?
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic,
Whoa,
Zyrene.
I'm doing fantastic,
Exactly
Zyrene.
words.
I was talking to myself.
It's okay.
I'm doing great. How are you, Freak?
I'm doing awesome. Fist bump. All right, we're good. Let's go on to the games. Coming up tonight, we have the final 2 games in the second Spring Series round of 10. Up first, former Curse mid laner Jackie and his new team LOLPro take on No Big Deal.
Then, in our second game of the night, former Velocity top laner Chris and his VVV Gaming teammates take on Arthalon, Chuper, and Super Team NA.
Hey, you know what time it is?
Time to consult the Helix?
Nope, time for the bracket, guys. While LMQ and teammates sit at the topmost slots, the winners of tonight's games will advance to the quarterfinals, where they'll actually play each other a week from now on March 9th.
And meanwhile, the bottom half of the quarterfinals were locked in last night. It'll be Complexity Red taking on Curse Academy and Complexity Black facing Cloud9 Tempest.
To go along with a spot in the quarterfinals, tonight's winners will receive 2 challenger points and get up on the leaderboard. Let's take a look. Right now, LMQ, Complexity Black, and Complexity Red are not only atop the standings, but they're also guaranteed 2 more points or more.
And as our last night's winners, Cloud9 Tempest and Teammate, so the squads with just 1 point won't be on the leaderboard for much longer.
Now we'll see if they can gain any more, though. It's because the points awarded in the second spring series have been increased. The teams that get knocked out in the quarterfinals still get 2 points, while the team that goes all the way and wins the second spring series gets 12.
Yeah, but remember, it's not where the team finishes, but how many points that team accumulates over the 2 spring splits that determine who advanced to the playoffs. And the top 6 teams will get a berth, with the top 2 getting a first round bye.
That's going to be how you fight people for the LCS spot. It's kind of important. So if you guys prefer to get your information delivered via interweb's browser instead of broadcast, or you just don't trust Zyrene, then head over to lolesports.com.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust me either. And there, under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find all the info you'll need to follow the 2014 North American Challengers Spring Series.
And now that we all know what's on the line tonight, let's get to our first game. LOLPro versus No Big Deal. While both these teams participated in the first spring series, neither team even made it to the quarterfinals last time.
Yeah, No Big Deal won their round of 20 game last time, and they were in the series, but falling to Curse Academy in the round of 10. And LOLPro, they didn't do as well in their Challenger debut either. It was one and done for them as they lost in the eventual third-place team Complexity Red, or as they were known back then, Skyline.
Yeah, so these guys are, as long as they're losing to very good teams here. These guys are very skilled players, of course. They're the only among, 10 teams that made it into the Challenger ladder. So
but good news for them. At least one of them is going to get points after this.
It's true. One of them's going to get a shot at the playoffs there. So even if you haven't paid close attention to the Challenger scene, there's going to be at least one name you'll recognize tonight, and that's LOLPro's mid laner and, LOLPro's mid laner, former Curse mid laner, Nyjackie.
Yeah, and we're going to call him Nyjackie or NY Jackie?
I've always heard it was Nyjackie.
I heard it was NY Jackie for New York.
Well, sure. But then everyone calls him Nyjackie.
Okay, I'm just calling him Jackie. So if NY Jackie wants to carry his team into the quarterfinals, he's going to need to improve on his 2-6-7 performance the last time he was in the Challenger Series. He's obviously capable of big games.
Oh, yeah.
And LOLPro needs one from Nyjackie tonight if they want to advance. So
yeah.
LOLPro, they're 3-4 in the NACL, but they've been losing to the good teams and beating the teams that, look a little shaky.
We're underperforming anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah, and so both these teams, it's fun because both the matches we have tonight, 3 of the 4 teams that are in this are in NACL with varied records. It's actually funny, if LOLPro goes through, they will have a 2-0 record or an 0-2 record against the other quarterfinalist, depending on who wins the other matchup. That'll be kind of fun to watch for. This one is a little bit harder because No Big Deal is not in any of the competitive leagues right now. They didn't even play the qualifiers. So they're actually a little bit more under the radar. They've actually had a bit more time to be a sleeper, kind of get their strategies ready, but not reveal anything to anyone else. Whereas LOLPro has been playing up on the online stage for a while, and you can kind of keep tabs of them a bit.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, too. When you don't have any research on this team, you don't know what they play. It's kind of what bit, back in the day, Determined Gaming versus EG.
Yeah.
When they got 3-0'd in the promotion qualifier, they had no idea what EG was going to throw at them because it was a newly formed European super team for them. And they were like, well, we kind of know what they play, but we don't know their general strategy and their synergy. And I don't know if EG knew at the time what theirs was as well. So if you don't know what you're doing, neither does the enemy. So.
Definitely they're not going to. It'd be weird if they did, though. They're like, we can see into your minds. We know what you're going to pick in the future. The best they can do, though, is look at solo queue. And honestly, there's at the very least, though, there is the ranked 5 records to look through. Right, the match history stayed there, full post-game screens and whatnot. And so there's a bit of a glimpse here. But LOLPro does come into this game as the current #1 team in ranked 5s. So scary people there. Very strong team, of course. We'll see how they do it. Picks and bans starting up there. No Big Deal's Thresh already being banned away. We'll see where they go from here.
And so not a lot of information on the board. Hopefully, it's just a first ban Kassadin, like always. But No Big Deal, contrary to their name. Oh, okay. So that's actually a good pick. But I was going to say, contrary to their name, they are a big deal.
They're very good.
Yeah. They are in the way of LOLPro. And LOLPro, they've shown that Nyjackie in the past, if he gets shut down, the game is just going to cripple and just fall all around them. So that might be the goal here for NBB.
Yeah, and I'm going to be about to eat my own foot for this one, but Nyjackie's known more as a utility mid laner, like the Orianas, the Morganas, and whatnot. They're going to get rid of Kassadin anyway. I spoke slowly enough to let myself just say that anyway. But it would be one of the players that I would be like, maybe he's not the biggest Kassadin main because it's not his normal style.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, they still banned it.
Yeah, we've seen Morgana more as a support lately.
Sure.
And Jackie still plays that in the mid lane. And the Dark Binding, and I said the other day that Veigar had the longest hard CC non-ultimate in the game with 2.5 on Event Horizon. It's actually Morgana with 3 seconds on Dark Binding at max rank.
If you count it as a hard CC,
Yeah, it's a stun / root. You can't move.
Yeah.
Soft CC is kind of like, oh, I can still move.
You can,
like
you can
slows.
attack and cast spells.
Yeah.
That would be my
So
break
it's not a
point.
stun. Okay, so you don't want... Okay.
If you can take some kind of action, it's not a hard CC.
Just lock out.
Yeah.
Death. Just kill somebody. Hardest CC in the game.
Yes. Unless you're Karthus, then it actually doesn't do anything except root you in place.
That's true.
Also gives you infinite mana, fun to know. So sometimes killing a Karthus will lose you a team, but keep that in mind. We've seen games like that. First pick goes over to Caitlyn, though, for LOL Pro. The only other AD carry banned is Sivir. I'm always confused when that happens because they ban a champion that Caitlyn already beats in lane. But they didn't want to give that one away to no big deal. Less of a Stampede comp available.
Yeah.
Caitlyn comes through.
It's the team impact that Sivir brings to the table. Caitlyn doesn't bring a whole lot to the team besides some sustained long-range damage in the backline, but Sivir can just get the whole team onto Caitlyn very, very quickly, so it's a smart ban.
It is. I like it. So we're going to have Caitlyn here in the back line. We'll see what else they fill in with their lineup. As far as jungle bans go, only Pantheon got removed. We got a couple of mid lane bans, Lulu, Cassidy, and LeBlanc. So a lot of these guys still available. No big deal. Taking plenty of time to make their choices, though.
Yeah, Elise still on the table. Typically see that banned out in the LCS. Vi is still available. A lot of offensive junglers on the table, and he basically gets his pick of the litter on them. They just don't want Pantheon dropping straight down into the back line.
Yeah, well, that's going to be fair. And with every other support, and I know we've seen a lot of Morgana recently. I guess maybe that still goes to Nijaki, though. The Leona gets picked up blind, doesn't want to fight Annie, or doesn't want to pick up Annie. They're just going to get Maria onto Leona here. The Vi does come through. Already a bunch of engagement, no big deal.
So we could possibly see a Morgana pickup here on LoL Pro to either counter the Leona or make them think it's going to be Nijaki in the mid lane, and it's a flex pick there. It could go in either. He loves that champion, and LOH has a very diverse champion pool, but doesn't look like it's going to be that way.
No, it seems unlikely to be support Ziggs. I feel like Nijaki's going to play that one in the mid lane, throw the bombs from far away. The early top lane pick, though, Hanser's going to be playing top lane Renekton, and he'll beat up whoever he fights against.
Yeah, win the lane early.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know who he's up against, so Shyvana still available, Mundo still available, team pressure champions, things that kind of scale past that passive lane Renekton. Yeah. So now no big deal is going to have to orient their team composition around the first two picks, which are engagement champions. So if they get a Shyvana, if they get something on the back of that, that's going to be great. And
I actually like this.
That's possible.
I like this a lot.
I'm glad that it's locked in.
Yes.
Do I get to say this one?
Go for it.
All right, awesome. So that is actually a flex pick between a near attack and Maria, also known as Yuno.
Yeah.
It can be a support Veigar, but it can also end up in the mid lane. But they know it's against a Ziggs, which will just give his Primordial Burst even more damage on top of it.
True.
But it also allows them the opportunity to see what support LoL Pro is going to bring to the table.
And then
But,
counteract
of
it.
course, Leona's already locked in. So everything we just said means nothing.
I'm glad I let you take that one.
Thank you.
Because I forgot as well, and then you're just like, yeah, I'm going to move on. And I'm like,
I was so
man,
happy about that. We were talking about it earlier where it's like, oh, Veigar's a flex pick. They share this champion. Jungle Leona.
Completely
Top lane
useless.
Vi. Top lane Leona. I don't know. That's where it's going.
Jungle Leona,
But-
top lane Vi, support Veigar, mid lane still coming through.
But the misfortune. You have not seen that in a very long time.
And I like her.
But it's going to synergize extremely well
yeah.
in team fights with Event Horizon. Lock people up for 2.5 seconds, full bullet time straight across everybody.
And to keep in mind, Event Horizon itself, the ring lasts 3.5 or 3 seconds, which is more than enough time for bullet time, lasts 2 seconds. So even if it's rank 1 or something like that, right? The stun at rank 1 is 1.5 seconds anyway.
Yeah.
You put the Event Horizon down, it's like you're going to be inside of bullet time unless you flash. You are guaranteed to be inside that ultimate at that point. So
Next level strats.
It's going to be fun.
Next level strats coming out here. Rengar being locked in for NBD.
Fun.
Picks coming out here with some, just a lot of burst on this team. Veigar, he does bring that CC to the table,
Yeah.
but he also has a huge amount of burst within his kit. That's unavoidable if you get stunned. And then you can just have Rengar continue to roam. His lane sustain is a little less than it was before. We nerfed him a while back. And up against Renekton, he's going to be pushed in just a tiny bit, but with the help of Vi, who's very early game, just go straight in, Vault Breaker, close that distance, can really shut down a Renekton. Once he hits 6, it's going to be even worse for Renekton in the top lane.
It is, and it's going to be fun to watch how this team works out, because I'm just sort of looking at the no big deal team comp, because a lot that's new to me. And I've just been kind of looking at it and thinking about the synergies there and the fun things that they can do. So let's go through them, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of fun interactions. So one, so Vi has a targeted lockdown.
Okay.
Can guarantee a setup for a Veigar ulti, or a Veigar E or Leona ulti. Rengar is a targeted 1.25 second root, I believe.
Yeah, the Bola Strike.
Yeah, his empowered Bola Strike. Another way to set up the Veigar stun. Now, the entire thing is Veigar, he has, the cast time is 1/4 second.
Yeah.
And if you're really good, you can actually smart cast and land the ring even still. But that is dodgeable. As long as you're reading into your opponent, you can dodge the ring. So the setups help him and guarantee. And then there's so much follow-up.
Leona.
Yeah. Misfortune. Rengar's damage. An armor shred from Vi in the first place.
If I was LoL Pro right now, I'd be extremely scared. Like, we were talking about how no big deal, under the radar. So is this composition. This is something that we have not seen before. And I'm almost positive that LoL Pro has not played against in competitive play or at all in the ladder.
Yeah, sure.
This is completely new. Misfortune coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But the synergy is really good on paper. We'll have to see, because it's an immobile champion in lane. If they can shut down Misfortune early, it's very possible.
Well, you think about what they're up against, right? So you've got Leona Misfortune on one side, and you've got Caitlyn Nami on the other.
Yeah.
Now, Caitlyn Nami is so nightmarish. It's a whole bunch of poke. You put Tidecolor's Blessing onto Caitlyn, you've got the auto attack slow. Life becomes painful, and plus Elise jungle on the blue side as well for LoL Pro. So you've got even more ability for Heaven Time to just make people's lives terrible. Elise, such a sought-after jungler, incredibly good early game. A lot of pain available there on that side. So I'm worried for the dual lane there. I'm worried for Misfortune, but I'd like to see it work in team fights.
Yeah, you're sitting there and you're like, I'd love to see this work and then have this composition come out. Because it's always great to see new things. Like that Morgana that we've been seeing in the EU LCS made it to the Challenger a little bit. And also in North America Challenger yesterday. And then also today in North America in the LCS. Because that's just a champion that instead of disengaging, it prevents engages. It's a completely different type of mechanic that only Morgana brings to the table. I was talking with Jat, and he's like, maybe Zyra will come back because of that. But she kind of is a disengaged champion. Same with Janna.
You get punished for going in.
Exactly.
And they actually all do it different ways. It's fun. And this is what I like about champions where they can perform a similar role, but they do it such different ways. And that's so interesting to me because you can tailor your comp around that. So let's talk about Morgana versus Janna versus Zyra. I think it's fun. So you talked about Morgana being the anti-engage. You go in, but we actually block it from even happening. You show up and you're like, well, I didn't punch you in the air. And then you're kind of sad. Janna, of course, the other way, pushes you away, says, well, you tried to engage, your cooldowns are down, but with one button press, we've healed over 3 seconds now instead of 4, and you're no longer in range anymore, and we can either continue with no cooldowns or whatever.
Or restart it.
And just keep going like with double AD carry. And this is a comp that we saw Curse try against CLG and nearly worked. Back last year, we saw Velocity do it, nearly pull a win against Dignitas with a Janna Jungle double AD carry. That was a fun one. If you guys didn't see that game, it's from, I guess, Summer Split. Really fun game. Velocity versus Dignitas early in the season. Recommend watching it. And then, of course, there's the Zyra one. And the Zyra one is something that I want to see come back in, and especially with 4.3, with the buffs to the Freljord Gold Pretend line. Her plants will trigger the passive on them, so you will get 10 bonus damage and 5 gold every time a plant hits someone. And so you can get the gold, and you have AP, and then if you get Leandri's Zyra, I feel like she's so good at breaking down tanks that you have like another option here.
Yeah, and everybody's talking about how buying the blue orb is a really good idea. We heard it today, and Kobe's like, yes! But what about Ashe?
Yeah.
The reduced cooldown on her Hawk Shot, she might make a comeback, and the fact that you only have to put 1 rank into it, and you basically get 400 more gold by the time you actually start putting ranks into it, which was, I think, level 13-ish?
Yeah, by 13 you would have your Frost Shot max. So at level 14 you get 0.2, at level 15 you get 0.3, and then it breaks even. So from levels basically 3 to 15 you're getting bonus gold.
Yeah.
And it's good. And the thing is, I know we talked to Cloud9 about why they stopped playing Ashe. And they said, well, yeah, because Mikhail's Crucible is so much more common now. It got cheaper. It got buffed a little bit because of the cost. And because supports get more gold. They pretty much every support now in LCS picks up Mikhail's as their 3rd major item. Right? Sightstone usually goes for Talisman of Ascension. Some go for Face of the Mountain. And then Mikhail's Crucible gets picked up. And it's like, well, 3-minute cooldown, but even still I can cleanse the stun and get people out of the way. And he's like, that's why we're not playing it anymore. And in instead, they're playing Sivir, which works, right? You haste the team instead of slowing them down. I still feel like it works. You look at Cloud9, right? And they've always been very good early game, always good laners. And Mikhail's only going to come in like 25+ minutes into the game. And so you have that entire span to just like toss arrows in there, go hit people. And I mean, okay, it's up to them, right? They're very good players. I trust them. But it's like there's a lot of windows here where you can do stuff anyway.
What if it like ends up being Morgana Ashe bottom lane? Just because it starts countering the things that we start seeing played.
I mean, Morgana would do it too, right? You see an Ashe arrow come in, you're like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
More counteracting.
Then people will try to counter Ashe with the Morgana.
Yeah.
I love the dynamic of this game and how things wax and wane like that.
There's a lot of fun meta examples there. So I have another one actually that's really fun.
Okay.
So we've seen support Lee Sin occasionally. We've seen it once or twice in Korea over the last few months.
And all the time in solo queue when people are trying to just
Yep. I had a support
destroy
Tryndamere
you.
once, didn't work well. The W didn't really make me win the lane. Yeah. But as far as support Lee Sin is concerned, the reason I bring it up is because Crumbs talked about, I believe it was Crumbs, we were asking about Morgana, and he's like, yeah, it works really well when you're fighting these magic damage laners, right? Someone, or it might have been Lemonation. Anyway, the point is, he's like, yeah, when you fight like a Leona or a Thresh, you stuff everything that they do with Black Shield. And he's like, but if you see like a support Lee Sin, you do literally nothing about that. Like, Black Shield doesn't even block physical damage. And so...
But it does block the application.
I mean, it'll block the damage on E, and it'll block the slow from Cripple, and it'll block, like, the kicks. Like, it'll do some things against Lee Sin, but as far as, like, his all-in combo and his harass and, like, Caitlyn's damage, things like that, like, Morgana's such a bad combat support, especially in the 2-on-2.
Yeah.
Like, you need her in these very strong lanes where, like, you need a Caitlyn to keep it alive.
Yeah, that's true. Does it actually block the application of the Sonic Wave?
No, because debuffs go through. It's purely like CCs.
Okay.
It'll stop the things that cleanse would remove, with the exception of like suppression.
Okay.
Yeah.
And actually, it does stop some suppressions, like Vi's ultimate.
Well, yeah. So it'll So cleanse doesn't remove suppressions, but like Black Shield would.
Yeah.
Right. And I guess it won't like remove exhaust and ignite or whatever. It'll remove the slow, but
It's a QSS sort of.
Yeah. QSS is like the superior version of that because
Yeah.
it'll remove everything, and then you're glorious. But yeah, so you pick it in, and you have to be aware of what you're fighting against. But if you get that one out there, then you're fine. You got the Black Shield, everything's happy. I'm trying to think like what other AD carries I'm missing that I feel like I should see more. Tristana maybe, but you have like
Graves.
this giant. Graves actually is one I'm missing as well. I feel like he does a lot of good things.
Draven's making a comeback too. It's like,
true.
Why can't we get a little Graves action up in here?
He's a good pusher. I think he actually works well against a lot of the Bruiser lineup. His damage, I think, is high enough, and quick shot or quick draw comes up quickly enough. You actually have more. Quick shot's cool too, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
But yeah, like that'll let you kite around as well, right? Like Shyvana gets in your face, you buckshot her, you dash backwards, your thing comes up in like 8-ish seconds, which is better than most other AD carries.
Lowers the cooldown every time you hit somebody too.
Exactly. Works out fairly well. I like him personally. I think it works really well when you have like Cleaver Wukong combos, because he's going to shred the armor anyway, so you get even more damage. Any like physical AoE type AD carry. But a lot of it is like everyone's been going more towards engaged supports. Like we're just now seeing peel supports come back like Morgana. We're going to see those AD carries come back in. The ones who needed the peeling in the first place.
I don't know how long it's going to take for the engaged supports to fall out, because they kind of took the place of the engagement junglers, and that's why we're seeing so many offensive early game junglers.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing like the Zac jungle or the Jarvan, the people who just dive in and then set up the AoE team fight. Now it's the support's job to do that.
Yeah. And the junglers often are either early game guys, or they're like these late game bruisers like Olaf,
That
where they're
pick somebody.
Exactly. They're to accentuate the top lane or like synergize with like a Sivir ulti.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun stuff. Now guys, unfortunately we've got a delay. We've got to take a quick break, but when you come back, we're going to be ready to roll with Game 1. Don't go anywhere. When we return, Jackie and Lolpro will take on No Big Deal with a trip to the quarterfinals on the line. We are back. Stick around. Welcome back to the 2014 North American Challenger Series. We've shored up the technical issues that have delayed the start of our first game, and now we are ready to go, so let's get to it. LOL Pro versus No Big Deal. LOL Pro in blue, No Big Deal in red. And if you guys missed Champ Select, we got some fun things going on. Veigar, and some Nami support, which is not super unorthodox, but we don't see her much.
Yeah, and this is going to be the first Challenger game with Nami in it. It's going to be LOH playing that. He was low poly for a long time. I think that's lay on hands is what that's supposed to stand for.
Keeps him warm.
Actually, I think it's like a full healing spell. Just
yeah. But in case your hands are cold, you can lay on your hands.
You ever have somebody with cold hands touch you? You're just like, oh.
Yes. But then it feels good that you like provide the warmth for someone else, and so you're like kind of helping out.
It's a transfer of energy. Just
yeah.
Now your hand is warm, and you can't do that to me again.
Literally a heat transfer. It's going to be great. Or like when one of your hands is cold and you like put it up against your cheek. It's great. Let's get ourselves in the game, though. We do have a match in front of us. Jackie and a LOL Pro, again in blue, in case you missed it. Said it a minute ago. No Big Deal in red. We're going to see where they go. Top lane, Rengar, going to be fun to watch for. Yoshi is starting with Doran's Shield. So normally when you see the slightly more aggressive laners, you might see them go Doran's Blade. But this tells me Yoshi more likely to be a bit more of a tank Rengar. We'll see where it goes, though.
Yeah, he wants to survive Hanser up in the top lane and not lose too much CS. He does have his own sustain, but you have to get the empowered Battle Roar in order to heal yourself. So it's not as readily available as the Call of the Meek will be for Hanser on Renekton. But if we look over at a near attack, he has Barrier, and he also has a Crystalline Flask. So he's going to be a completely unaggressive Veigar in lane for the most part. He's going to try to just whittle Jackie out and then take advantage of that.
You know, it's really interesting because I'm thinking about this matchup, right? And it's like, okay, at least Ziggs has crazy kill potential.
Yeah.
So you probably want to be a bit more defensive here. Bit of a fight. Yoshi can leap at Hanser when Hanser leaves, so yeah, that's a one trade for now. And he's got one Frosty so far, so that'll build up. So I want to kind of think about this, right? So like, Jackie's a big Veigar player himself. So Jackie knows all about that champion, the kind of things he does, how it works out. One of the big things with the new Veigar players, they say you should actually use your Q to harass more often than farm. Otherwise, you have no lane presence and you'll get bullied out. You want to actually get yourself in range for a kill pressure. Like, burn through his potions, get it down to half by the time you're level 6, then you force him out of lane. We'll see what happens with his Veigar. Right now, he's farming. I want to see where he goes with this.
Yeah, that bonus AP, people put a lot of emphasis on it. And there was that person that you're talking about who I think was a challenger-only Veigar player, and he was like, just use Q, not to farm, but to harass. It does a lot of damage, and he's doing a good job of CSing under turret right now. He's still even in, wow, up top, just so much aggression.
Yoshi really pushing Hanser down right there and gets the minions on the way out. 3-3 in minions so far. They're really spending time harassing more so than killing minions. And as soon as they level 2, new skills get picked up, and we'll see where they go.
So he's taking complete advantage that he's zoning Hanser out of getting above 50 in his resource bar for Call of the Meek, because it heals so much more once you pass that point. In order to get that, you have to auto-attack. Oh, Jackie!
Jackie stepped a little bit forward there on that harass. Not exactly ideal for that man, so he's going to chuck through some potions there. Not what he wanted to do. We'll see where the lane pans out, though. It is again, we're talking about unaggressive Veigar.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to help him because he has so much sustain on his side. It's going to make his job so much easier to try and get Jackie out of lane, which seems to be his goal, is to just beat him in farm, scale into late game, and destroy people and help his team in that AoE team fight, which Jummy Choo is going to step up to the table as well.
We'll see another fight come through here. Yoshi down to half HP. Hanser fairly low as well. And I really want to see what happens here. So when Hanser's low, now this is Renekton's passive. Most people kind of forget about it. When you're below half HP, your Fury gains are increased by 50%. So it only takes you like 3 or 4 attack, or instead of 10 attacks, it'll take you like 7 to get an empowered shot. But Hanser taking so much pain, forced to jump away. Has to burn that empowered stuff.
Ignite burned by Yoshi. And it's so close. He doesn't even get anything off that Call of the Meek. He's going to have to back here. And that's a victory in the top lane for Yoshi. He's going to get this extra CS, possibly push to the turret. Arrows here as well. So if he backs, he's actually going to get a lot of turret damage here. He's not even going for a gank, he's going for the clear.
Yeah, what's funny is, like, with Aerodactyl showing up there, it means that Hanser is definitely going to back and not try to contest, but it's still going to be a bunch of minions missed there. One full wave here, maybe even more.
And it's Renekton, so much... I mean, sorry, not Renekton. It's Rengar, and they decide not to go after that turret at all. They want to keep him in that position where he's down and not have a wave pushing towards his tier 2. It's early on, and they opt not to go for it.
4 minutes in, engage goes in on both sides by the supports. Damage coming across Everywhere right there. Jummy Chu, we haven't checked in on him much, but he is a misfortune. He's down only 5 minions so far, but that might just grow. 5 minions early is fairly painful.
Yeah, it's Caitlyn, so it's to be expected, especially against somebody like MF. And MF's early game, it's all about that double up, which still has a lot of RNG in it because it doesn't prioritize champions.
No, but it targets the smaller cone first.
Yeah.
Usually you can actually wait around for the opening and say, okay, no, this will bounce to you, and then I can use it. Jump is going to go in onto LOH, forcing him back again. There you've seen the damage come through.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth here all across the map. Just aggression from top to bottom, middle. You know, we also see that Anir attack out of mana. He's going to back, heal himself up, get a recharge on that flask, and pick up some items as well.
And Yoshi's just constantly jumping in and out of the brush, using that to get some damage without getting hit back on, and spamming his abilities to get the cooldowns going and get his Fury back up there. I mean, Yoshi can't heal unless he gets 5 stacks by using 5 abilities, hitting the enemy champions with them. So, fully keeping up, jump in again onto LOD, forcing the flash. Another flash comes in, the dive coming through. There's Elise, a 3-man bubble. How amazing by LOH, saving his teammate's life. That was just so good.
So you're talking about Nami with the disengage potential and how some supports do it a little differently. That's how Nami does it with the skill shot. That could not have gone better for him.
3-man stun. That's just so good. Jackie, there you go. Jukes out the cast, and your tech had to lead him a little bit with the event horizon. Jackie baits it. He's going to be safe.
He just struts right around it. And he also knows the cooldown on Event Horizon is about 20 seconds at rank 1. So it's not going to be up for a while. And this allows them to be aggressive and down bottom.
Oh, they might try again. They're not going to go for it. LOD one last charge in the slow. Yeah, no dive.
So you know where the jungler is. You can answer that and just sit in the lane and just let it play out. So the other 2 lanes, they're just going to sit there and just farm up. So.
Yeah. It's okay for now. Guys, we had a quick pause in that game. We'll be back in this game before too long, but guys going to be talking to our refs, figure out what's going on in a second. Don't worry about that too much. So early action did come through. We had a lot of early fights and a lot of moves from the junglers as well. None turned into kills just yet, but they have turned into some leads. Yeah. Notable for me is the top lane, forcing Renekton out early, giving Rengar a bit of an edge and experience in gold, and a free shopping trip. That's pretty useful.
And here's the question. You talked about the Doran's Blade
in
the top lane. If he had had that, would that have been a kill?
I think it would have changed the lane dynamic too much. Yeah, but I feel like the HP 5 you get, this is 4.2 by the way, so it's the more powerful Doran shield than the one you guys are playing with on live. I feel like that's way more health back than what he was going to get with the Doran's Blade. So I think the shield was a great choice. I think it worked out. He played longer term engagements, and in that kind of case it works out better.
He backs and gets one as well. So he's like, you know what? I want the Doran's Blade. I want the early aggression and the heal on myself. So
it's something we've been seeing actually. Pretty much everyone but Mundo, I feel like, the meta top laners, they actually get a shield and a blade if they back within that 500 gold mark because they're both just so good. You could double blade all the stats there stack. There's no unique passives on Doran's Blade. But bottom lane, a little bit of dive coming through. Damage comes off from the Ziggs ulti. Pterodactyl again forced back. He's going to be safe with this turret. The 3-man siege putting a lot of pressure there. 2-man bubble again.
Turret's almost gone. That extra aggression there from Nijaki, throwing that into the bottom lane and just clearing that wave out. Because it's a 3v3 here, Monobar's not in favor of Volpro currently, but that put a lot of pressure on that turret. It's almost gone. But now we see Anir attack making his move.
Let's see what they can do with this one. It's going to be the Veigar flanking all the way around. He's going to go for it. Okay, Yoshi and Hanser chilling in the top lane. Only a 2-minion lead so far. If Yoshi can last it under turret, he'll be in better shape. So far, it's been a recovery for Hanser pretty well, despite getting pushed away. So I got to give props for their due to Hanser there in the top lane. And your attack does not go for anything bottom lane. Hit up a little bit by Jackie, but they're kind of trading farms so far. And Veigar, I haven't seen him really stacking his Q very much here. He's really just kind of letting it go through, using it once in a while, but just getting standard minion kills.
Jackie coming to the bottom lane, and no. So both mid laners have made this little feint towards bottom, but as soon as the other mid laner says, I'm not matching you, I'm actually going to clear this wave. But down bottom, there's so much pressure on this turret, and NBD might lose first turret of the game. Heaven Time is it's a tri-lane here in the bottom.
It is, and we so rarely see that, but it's what these guys are going for. About 8 minutes 15 in, there's finally no health left in this turret. You saw Vi already went back into her jungle. These guys know this turret's going down. A couple more attacks, that's gold picked up. 150 per person. 100 goes to the mid laner and top laner. Good money.
Yeah, and they were all in the range of it.
Yeah.
That's an expensive turret right there.
Yeah.
Put them in a 1K gold lead with just that. And the blue buff now being done, but it might be contested here.
Oh, he's going to stand inside the cage. Jackie going to juke everything out. Well played there. Talk about Jackie knowing Veigar quite well. You saw it happen. Dodged every skill shot thrown at him. There's 2 for Veigar you've got to dodge. These guys are happy. LOLpro as well after that bottom lane success there. The blue buff going around. They're going to grab the dragon as well for themselves. So a lot of good things going on. LOLpro off to an early lead. Now 1,700 gold.
They get that bottom turret. Heaven Time is already in the vicinity, so he decides to go ahead, rotate there. It looked like they were going to go after blue buff a bit and said, you know what, this is a better objective. We can go ahead and have that blue go over to Arrow. It's no problem. And I don't even think it ended up on a near attack there. He was over off on the side fighting Nightjackie.
Yeah, not that I saw, so not ideal here. Yoshi going to take a little bit of damage from Hanzo. These guys trading blows, but it's one of those matchups where, like, I thought kind of at the start, Oaks might be really aggressive. They might trade blows, but they've got a lot of sustain here, and it's hard for them to wear each other down. You're seeing them jump in, a lot of pain, but they heal by attacking each other, and they seem to heal enough.
Yeah. Arrow comes up to the top lane, steps over a ward, so he's caught out, and the movement from Hanzo just signifies to him, I should go elsewhere. Nothing to do here, nothing to see. Back to farm.
Well, again, the trade comes through. Yoshi down to about 1/3. That is risking him. That's worth putting out as well. Again, the Rengar heal does scale with missing health. So Renekton gets more Fury to get more empowered Kill the Meeks. They're both just able to heal when they get low and get the health back up.
And here comes Arrow straight into the lane through the bush.
He's 7.
They're both gonna jump out. Oh!
Gotta find Hanzo. No dash left. Does have flash though if he wants it. Slowing from the red buff. Yoshi not even gonna try. Aerodactyl actually not happy with this. Look how much damage he's taking from Hanzo. He's gonna win this 1v2. Flashes in, gets first blood by himself. And now Yoshi has to ult just to run away.
And now Heaven Time coming up too. So
wow.
The ultimate there from Hanzo just did so much damage to Arrow. Arrow ended up getting his Assault and Battery, got dragged such a long distance that Yoshi was not in range to follow up. But I can't help but think that maybe Yoshi should have used his ultimate to engage that, get the full ferocity, and possibly root Hanzo, or just do some type of burst damage to him at the start so that he could close the distance, because it was just straight out Assault and Battery. And now they're going to get their second turret of the game here, and they walk away from no!
So right there, by the way, that was outside of gold range. If you guys are trying to keep track, when you get down towards that brush, you're not going to be there. Only 100 gold a person, so a 500 gold turret. LOD taking a bit of pain. Nice flash is going to dodge the bubble, and the dive comes in. LOD trying to run away, not going to happen. Jummichu picks up a kill. Red buff for himself on top of that one. Nice start.
Red buff misfortune. The double up will apply the red buff to each person it hits. And now they're just going to go after this bottom turret here, and they need to answer one here for NBD.
Yeah. They need revengeance for the bottom lane turret going down earlier on.
Near attack.
Stun onto a near attack. Not going to be happy. Flashes in, puts the... almost doesn't find it. Heaven Time, the one who was tanking turret aggro anyway. First on Hanzo doesn't do much. LOLpro making some nice rotations.
Hanzo's sitting on so much gold right now. He hasn't backed since he ended up getting, as in the past, ended up getting his Doran's items here. And he has so much CS, and he's just rotating to mid, even though there's an item advantage for Yoshi.
Doesn't even care.
Yeah, he
Makes
doesn't
it happen.
care.
Makes the roam. And he can show back up to his lane whenever he needs to. Recalls back. Sunfire Cape gets one shot there for Hanzo. A kill, an assist, and the turret. He'll be very happy there. So 2-1 in kills, 3-0 in turrets, and the only dragon. LOLpro very much outplaying No Big Deal so far.
Yeah, they are playing the standard composition here, aside from the Nami, who actually brought heal to the table.
Yeah.
So he has so much support for his team in a different way other than engaging. It's this, if you get in our face, which, you know, they are going to.
Yeah.
Because it's a Rengar, it's a Vi, and if any of the stuns land with a near attacks, Event Horizon, somebody's going to need that backup. I wouldn't be surprised if LOH goes from Mikhail's to try and get somebody out of that stun so that the Dark Matter doesn't hit in the late game.
We'll see what they do with this one. Waiting around. Hanzo just getting the push going top lane. Another one thing we do want to keep track of, actually first, is the stun onto a near attack down to half HP. The cage comes down. He's going to try to run away. The bomb lands. He doesn't dodge it from Jackie. Another kill comes through. And the siege continues. LOLpro doing so well.
And so Nightjackie had so much gold that he ended up buying a needlessly large rod before completing the Athene's Unholy Grail. He could also go for a DFG, but a DFG Ziggs is something we don't typically see. It's possible, if he's confident enough, he's 50 CS up, could actually return Veigar's burst. Be like, you want to burst me? No, you're gone.
Oh, man.
It's possible,
It's unlikely,
but I don't think it's going to happen.
No, the
But
water balloons will only hurt so bad.
It's kind of like a BF sword. Rule of thumb, if you return with 1550 or 1600 gold, you're going to buy needlessly large or BF sword just because.
It's worth it. Built in a lot of really good items here.
Yeah.
See where they go from here. Maria taking a little bit more damage. Dodging back and forth. Takes a mine to the face, though. To the feet, I suppose, is more accurate. Usually where mines hit. Walpro in control of blue.
His control of the blue, the turrets in mid and bottom down. It's going to be easy for them to secure, but the follow-up, NBD doesn't want it. Oh, but here comes Rengar.
Minefield slows him down, though the dive comes through. Yoshi off on the side, has popped the ulti. He's going to get going down, though. The stun comes across as well. Ziggs bomb to the back line. 1 for 0 so far. There's the MF ult onto all 5, forcing them to back on off. Arrow going to make his way out of this one. Jumpy2 trying to run, but it's going to take more damage to the back of the head. Oh, LOD goes down. They fire back. Veigar spam plus MF auto attacks, but they trade it back anyway. Cage comes out one more time. 2 for 1.
It was a really good bullet time, but that ended up putting Jumpy2 a little too close to the front line there, and Redaction was right in his face. Ruthless Predator, he's stunned up, can't do anything about it, and that's going to get them a dragon when it spawns in 5 seconds. We're going to take another look at that. Yoshi came in from the side, but they knew he was going to almost get hit by the cocoon, but straight onto a trap. So he's stunned, takes a huge load of damage. The Event Horizon was good as well, but the flash is away. Jumpy2, we watch him bullet time across every member of LoL Pro, separates them, flashes come over the wall, but Jumpy2, he goes a little too far forward, right into Hanser's claws.
He chased down onto the Elise, onto Heaven Time, and just got him out of position. That was rough right there.
If he had stayed back, it was a lot of kills that could have been picked up for him if LoL Pro had continued their assault.
Yeah, 2 guys from LoL Pro flashed to chase down the running, I forget which guy was running away actually with those low on health. Might have been a near attack. But yeah, just unfortunately baited himself into that one. 5-2 in kills so far in this game. 6,000 gold now, putting LoL Pro into really good shape. Near attack happy to sweep away some of these minions, but we just keep seeing LoL Pro do better and better and better. They've been doing better rotations. Their team fights constantly are improving. They're getting every global objective every time.
Yeah, and Hanser up in the top lane, he is constantly just farming, but he's down. He's doing a lot more roaming than that. And Jackie is actually outclassing a near attack here in kills, roaming, and in CS by a good margin. He's at that 10 per minute mark. And as a Ziggs, that's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah.
And as a Veigar, being at 100 right now, you're going to be so squishy.
Yeah, he started so strongly too. He was completely even with Jackie up until about the 8 or 9 minute mark or so. They're both, I think, 64, 84 around there.
I think it was a spillover from top that ended up getting him.
Yeah, he took a bunch of pressure, got killed in that fight. Another jump in on towards Heaven Time. Maria trying to run away, takes a bomb to the back of the head, trying to escape down to half HP, even lower now. Team will continue to engage, but the health bar is getting lower. LOD doing a bunch of damage. Net comes out the queue, not quite going to pick up the kill. Aerodactyl goes in. New attack knocked up into the air. Damage onto LOD. Can they trade it down? Looks like not. The shield just enough. The red buff ticking does pick it up. Arrow's going to be happy to take that kill, and it's actually surprisingly a 1 for 0.
Yeah, it was a whiffed solar flare in the middle of all of that hit nobody. I don't even think the slow got applied to a single person. So Maria coming up a little short on that one. But the bullet time was good. A near attack's event horizon was good. The barrier as well to get himself out of there. And LOD, Arrow's follow-up, picking him off. And that's what they need. They need these picks like this. They're going to be on their back foot.
Yeah. That's what their team does. I mean, they've got the Vi, the Rengar, the Leona. Like, they have all these ways to engage.
Yeah, pick people off.
Go find picks.
That's exactly what they need to do, is pick people off. The dragon control is going to be a little less, but if they keep that timer, they can pick somebody off before the dragon comes up. Just be like, oh, 20 seconds before dragon comes up, let's find somebody, have sweepers, sit in bushes, pick somebody off, then we can contest objectives, because it's going to be so hard to get in there when there's a Ziggs with so much wave clear.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see if they can play around this one. Because the Siege, unlikely to be successful. LoL Pro also holding a longer range AD carry. Red buff going to LOD. I believe this is his second. Earlier when we talked about Miss Fortune having red, I believe that was from LOD's corpse.
Yep.
So they've been giving Kate, and think about it, right? They've got Kate Nami plus red buff donations. There's so much slow coming out of this long range AD carry. LoL Pro, if they find someone themselves, can really chain that person down.
And we do see Maria off on the side here, waiting for an engagement. And it's going to actually be onto them from long range. Get an arrow out of there. So the poke coming in onto the pick comp here. And the siege from Walpro is just too strong.
Yeah, look at that. The health bar is gone. They burned 2 ultis just to make Arrow run away to guarantee a 5v4.
And that's how you play the siege comp.
Oh, yeah.
Just get rid of all the minions, get those health bars moderately low so they're afraid of engaging you. But the pick comp, you need to group up, you need to out-rotate people, and it does take a good amount of skill.
Well, here's the attempt. They've got the ward down. They know MBD is around. Yoshi pops his ulti. Gets by the bomb. Engage not going to land on the Haunter. Puts the root down a little bit of slow. The Veigar Sun not landing on him much. Then Nami re-engages with Tidal Wave. It's going to stop NBD from going in there. This top lane turret down to 1/3.
Oh, near attack.
Ooh, careful.
Kind of walked straight into that one. Just over the wall siege coming out here from Nijaki. And it's working out. He's throwing them from a diagonal angle, and they're just bouncing straight into the team or hitting minions and clearing waves.
The dive's going to come in now on Maria on the backside of this one. Notice Cocoon and takes a whole bunch of pain, and down she goes. Top lane turret even lower. This is not looking good. Near under attack here. His turret going to be going down soon if they don't do something about this.
So a lot of the damage from this composition that NBD created is from a near attack and Jummichu, and both of them are doing worse in lane than their LoL Pro counterparts in terms of CS.
Yeah.
So they don't have the damage to actually pick somebody off if they do get it.
Yeah.
Even if an event horizon lands on every member of LoL Pro and then bullet time full duration comes across, you're going to need Maria to basically double sunlight people with an eclipse and a solar flare to actually, like, in my mind, even get the correct amount of damage to take out these members of LoL Pro.
Well,
who,
sure.
Some of them have built tanky already. Like, we have Elise, we have Renekton, and also the fact that Ziggs completed his Athenes and Holy Grail finally. Got Deathcat before that.
Yeah. But, I mean, think about it. Think what's happened in this game, right? We're only 20 minutes in, and LoL Pro's already gotten multiple dragons and 6 turrets. It's a quick, low-economy game, but LoL Pro has like 10,000 gold from all their globals here. Haunter takes some pain and doesn't even care. The CZ comes in. They're going to jump in. Nice knockback out of near attack, and goodbye to Veigar. Little ulti lands a little bit too late, has to flash away. LoL Pro, again, they can start a fight with their face and just re-engage.
So Hansler went for the Tiamat and the wave clear after he had completed the Sunfire Cave first because he didn't want to die in lane because Yoshi was putting so much pressure on him. So he picks that up. Now he's just adding to the siege potential of LoL Pro, and the dragon is up right now, and nobody from NBD is in a position to contest this.
And it's going to be another one, another dragon, every single one going over the way of LoL Pro. It's at least 3 for them here. There's just nothing really stopping them from taking their control over the map. NBD tried. They found a couple of picks. They've had a couple of attempts for a team fight. But the way this game is going, they're down to inhibitor turrets now. 21.5 minutes in, and there's nothing they can do to get out.
And Jackie almost has twice the CS of a near attack.
Yep.
This Veigar is down 2 levels, down 100 CS. The impact in the team fights is going to be a stun, and he doesn't have the damage follow-up, but here we go.
The dive comes in onto LOD. A lot of damage coming in towards Caitlyn. Flash the way to the side is going to survive for now. Yoshi not going to pick this one up. Ignite's going to take a little bit more and will pick one up, but it's a 3-for-1 battle so far. The escapes trying to come through. Jummichu running away in near attack. Happy to escape this one as well, but still a 3-for-1 battle. And they get a siege again next wave.
It was a good engagement, but the damage and the items are so in favor of LoL Pro at this point. 12k up, 22 minutes in, it means a lot. They have 150% of the gold that NBD has.
Yeah.
Like, if you were sitting there and you're like, oh, it's 10k, but every team has 100k, it's nothing.
Yeah, but this is 10k at 20 minutes. It's a fairly large amount.
Yeah, so we see Arrow go straight in. The Event Horizon comes down on 3 members here to lock them up. They try to get the damage down, but it just does not exist in this composition of NBD. Arrow gets taken out first. LOD off on the side. The Ignite is ticking, and he drops. And we also had Leona drop there just because he's so far up. Jummichu and a near attack, the only survivors of that fight. And it was a good engagement for NBD.
Yeah, I mean, it was them just trying as hard as they could. MFL went in early to try to get some early AoE down. And honestly, like, I like that choice. They're behind, they have to force things. They know they're against Caitlyn Ziggs. Like, you don't get better siege than that with a healing support on top of that one. So you got to, like, try to do something. And their choice to go in is the right choice. Like, remember that the very first, or it was one of the early Curse CLG games where Kirsch didn't get any kills. It was like 4-0 when the Nexus blew up. Like, you don't want that to happen. You do have to try. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just not working.
You got to say it's now or never. And a lot of the times, people will sit by turrets that have like 3 shots left on them, and they're like, it's now or never. But at that point, it's too late to say that. You should have said that when the turret was half HP.
Yeah.
Because then the enemy team just hits the turret 2 times, and then boom, it's gone. No more threat there, and then they engage without a turret.
Let's see, Tidal Wave not going to hit. It's going to disengage the team, though, as they take the inhibitor and walk out. LawPro sweep wards on their way out of this mid lane. Heaven Time already even upgraded his, actually both sweepers on the jungler and the support have been upgraded to Oracle's Lens.
Yeah, they're looking for that full clear. It'll allow you to sweep whatever's on it and then give you a little Oracle Elixir-like buff for a couple seconds. We can walk anywhere and find the invincible stuff. But we actually see Yoshi going straight in. He built full damage with the Hydra. What can he do?
Jumps in, finds LOD. A lot of damage coming across, but not enough. Yoshi didn't have. Jackie finds a kill onto Veigar already. Into the backline goes Hanser. Does a bit of pain, pushes arrow around. Yoshi barely surviving the dive into the backline. Now comes again. It's going to be a 3-for-1, 4-for-1 battle this time around. Not looking good for No Big Deal.
He's got a double-double.
No
Yoshi.
Nope. Yoshi alone on an island now in his own little base. Not going to look happy. LawPro having to push in now for the second inhibitor. This should be the game. 25 minutes in. Cannon Minion flooding into the mid lane. Super Minion there as well. Is going to be Nexus turrets going down. 3 seconds till the revives. Like, maybe they hold on to this, to be fair. Will LawPro stay? They won't, actually. They're going to let
They're gonna play it
the
safe.
base live a bit longer.
Something like this where you have a Veigar coming up. He didn't use his ultimate. If he could get a good stun, Yoshi with the follow-up, then it would have been possibly enough. He goes in, he uses multiple Qs. You see them slam down on LOD. He's fine. LOH heals him up. Event Horizon comes down, but in the air attack, he's already gone. Got completely destroyed on the steps. Arrow's trying to get away. And Hanser, this big tanky beast, tankier than anybody in the game because Yoshi built damage. Tanking up the turret, ends up going down, tanks it for his team. Yeah, being a brother.
Yep, he's trying. Didn't work. Super awesome. Did you know the Ravenous Hydra active looks just like a Rengar Q? Same animation. Does like the vertical like stabby like jump slash thing.
Oh, when he uses it, yeah.
Yeah, Hydra active.
So did he Q Hydra active Q again? Because he had Ferocity.
Yeah, I didn't see which one he Ferocity.
It looked like he was triple Qing, but
if it was 3 of those animations, then it was
because he
Q
didn't
and an active.
He didn't use Bola Strike.
Yeah. Okay, then
because he wasn't rooted.
Then also, did you know, because now the Q, like my next attack buff, is very short, you can't do the old triple Q anymore.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore. That
Which
was
is fine.
That was a good change.
As an AD carry, I hated that, so we're good.
It was frustrating, because if he had triple Q'd there, it would have been just barely enough to get LOD in that point where he would have had to back out of the fight.
Yeah, there's a good chance I could have gotten him here. But it's going to be tankiness now coming soon for Yoshi, going towards Sunfire Cape. Monster, of course, already has his, and actually it's a 3-item Renekton versus not quite 3-item Rengar. So I got to say, Hanser with the team fights coming in and being 5-1-6, getting the better deal here in the top lane.
Yeah. So in near attack, he has the DFG now to try and blow somebody up, but there's so many Banshee's Veils, 2 of them now available for LawPro. They have the Mikhail's Crucible completed on Nami, so he's going to have another heal and a way to remove the Event Horizon if somebody's in a bad position, and the QSS for LOD. So LawPro, they're at that point where we have enough damage, let's just keep ourselves safe, and look at how it's paying off.
Well, damage comes through onto the back line, but there goes the Tidal Wave. 1 kill picked up so far. Heaven Time unstoppable. Hanser is going to go down, so a 1-for-1 battle here. No big deal. Can they heal up in time? Of course, 2 inhibitors are dead. The top one under siege as well.
This last inhibitor going down, then double super minions will spawn, but there's already super minions knocking on that last Nexus turret here. NBD, they're up against a wall, and they'll only have their Nexus left here to defend.
And here we go. Turret number 2 goes down. Nothing else left in the base but the Nexus itself. Yoshi trying to make things happen. The heal comes off in the LOD. Heaven Time helping to keep the team alive right here, and in comes the push for the Nexus. Just under 28 minutes. LawPro gonna make it to the quarterfinals.
And they show that no big deal. I guess it really was no big deal to LawPro.
Yeah.
Very quick game. They're very decisive. And around the 18-minute mark is when it really started getting out of hand. I'd actually say even a little bit earlier than that, when the top lane Renekton, that early game champion, said, we're not going to let this go to late game.
Yeah.
We're going to shut you down early. And it paid off.
The fact that he killed the Vi 1 versus 2, dashed back, made her overextend with Assault and Battery, and just said, chop, 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 chop with
got
my
double
fist
buffs from
motions.
that, too.
Exactly, double buffs, kill in lane, and this is right after he'd been pushed out of his lane.
Yeah.
Right? Doran's Blade, Doran's Shield, forced to recall like level 4 or 5.
Didn't get anything.
Still dumpstered the lane. Very impressive.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Hansuk. He did that very amazingly. Now, guys, we're going to take a quick break, but when you return, it's time for the second game of the night, VVV Gaming versus Super Team NA. And it's coming up right after this. Welcome back to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, guys. It's time for our second game of the night, VVV Gaming versus Super Team NA. The winner will lock down the final spot in the quarterfinals and a showdown with tonight's first victor, LOLPro.
Yeah, and while this is Super Team NA's first foray into the Challenger Series, VVV Gaming has been here before.
Yeah.
And they were named VVV Gaming White when they won their way into the first Challenger quarterfinals, but that's where they ended their journey.
And a lot of teams had a rough trip through the Challenger bracket. VVV went head-to-head with the now defunct Cognitive Gaming and took it to 3 games before getting dropped out of that series.
Yeah, and it was a very close series. We had Cognitive, they won game 1 decisively, and then VVV came back and won game 2 convincingly, and then in the third and final game, it was a 58-minute affair, and Cognitive walked away with the hard-fought win. And now VVV is looking for another shot at the quarterfinals, and Cognitive, they ended up 4th. in last spring series. So VVV shows that they could give the previous 4th place winner a run for their money, and now they have Tails back on ADC.
Yeah, so a very strong team here overall. These guys are very good. So we'll talk about the teams and what they've done in the recent past. So VVV, they're also in the NACL. They sit at 5-4. And interestingly enough, they are 2-0 against LOLPro in the NACL. So like these, they don't want to look too far ahead of their match, but they're like, if they win here, they're poised to do much better as you go down the line for these guys. And honestly, it's a team full of great players, right? Get Snuggled or Chris there in the top lane. They got 2 guys there in that roster. Pekin Wolf. You might see him if you've been watching the Challenger team for a while. A very, very strong mid lane. You talk about Tails as well, the AD carry. There's a lot of guys who have been around competing strongly in the Challenger scene. Some great players.
Yeah, and Pekin Wolf is really known for his Nidalee play. He has some Nidalee montages all over the internet where he's just throwing these amazing spears and just utilizing all of Nidalee's kit.
Yeah, it's likely to get banned. And really ironic that his name is Wolf when his main champion meows.
Well, his name is Pekin. It's pronounced Pekin because it's after a Pekingese, which is a type of dog. If you've never seen it before, I say you should go Google that and look at how silly that dog looks, especially when it has a lot of hair. So he's a Pekin wolf. He's the wolf of that really weird-looking dog.
All right. So. That's fine. With that one. Of course, on the other side, we have Super Team NA. Now, these guys are also in the NACL, for those who are wondering. That's not SALT. That's the North American Challenger League. It's a league that's actually running kind of parallel to this right now.
If they lose, they'll be in SALT.
Yeah, they'll be salty. Yeah, oh man, it's unfortunate for these guys. But these guys, Super Team NA, they're 1-8 in the NACL. They just won their most recent match though against Complexity Black, formerly Determined Gaming, so they can pull up wins against very tough teams. And this round is best of 1. So even though they've had a rough time of it so far, you can still see these guys pull up a win when it counts.
Yeah, and it's huge to note that Determined finished 2nd in the first spring Challenger Series.
Right. So
because there's 2 of them.
Strong team.
We're on the 2nd one now.
Complexity Black. Yeah, and they're of course an incredible team as well. We'll see them in the quarterfinals. They've been seeded in already. And their lineup's actually very interesting. So Arthlon there in the top lane. We've seen him. He was the former mid laner for Complexity Black.
Yes.
He's in the top lane right now. You've got Schuper, if you guys remember him, mid laner then AD carry for Complexity during the spring split of the LCS. So got a couple guys with experience there as well.
But different lanes.
Yeah.
But Arthalon, he's not too big of a stranger to top lane, because when he was with Determined in Complexity Black, it was just like, all right, one game he'll pick Gragas, and it's like, oh, why is he top lane? Like, he kept swapping.
Because he can.
Yeah, exactly.
They did fun swaps. He would swap with Westrice. Westrice would go like mid lane Kazuki, top lane Mundo.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just do fun things like that. And that's kind of the play that Arthlon is. When I actually first met Arthlon, it was actually in the, I believe, summer split qualifiers. Maybe it was spring split back in the last season. And he was like, remember that time I carried you on a Heimer jungle? And I'm like, actually, I do. So Arthlon, he's a fun guy to play with.
He's also really tall.
He's also super tall. So for what it's worth, we're playing online, so the camera's not like cutting off here. But if we get him on land, you'll see. Big dude.
I thought he was going to be like, he just looked like a really friendly guy to talk to.
He is.
He's very tall, but you look up at him and you're like, you're so sweet, Arthalon.
He's a big friendly giant.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get ourselves into the game here. VVV in blue, Super Team NA in red. Already the picks and bans coming through super quick, by the way. First pick, Elise, which really could be Chris. Or maybe it's going to be Get Snuggled in the jungle.
So I like how his name is shortened, and it's Pants Our Doctor. It's Pants Dragon, but he wanted to keep that.
I mean, you can't remove any part of that lane.
Could have taken the spaces out, and it could have been Pants or Drag.
I would do Pants, letter R, DRGN.
Pants or Drag. Okay.
Because Durgan, like, you kind of get it. You just remove vowels.
We're going for Durgan, you guys.
If you ever shorten a name, you remove the vowels, you usually get it out okay. By the way, Echo, I am Echo. Different Echo from the mid laner of Marn. He's got a K in there, it's different. But he's going to be picking up Caitlyn here in the duo lane there. The Riven band away, not surprised, Chris, a great Riven player. The Jason Lulu dropped out as well. Yasuo, Cass, and Gragas. A lot of mid lane bands aimed at Chuper. We'll see what else he's got in the repertoire.
Yeah, so Get Snuggled, he's actually on the roster as a top laner.
Yeah.
But he did play jungle previously for VVV Gaming.
Yeah, and his most playeds actually in solo queue is Mundo, and then like Lee Sin, Vi, Pantheon, Elise.
Yeah.
So like he's playing enough jungle champs to be ready to play this role. He's happy to be in here. Of course, he's going to be on Elise. Renekton picked up, and I'm actually surprised. I really thought that was going to get banned, but no. Pekin Wolf gets his most played champion.
And he, like last time I saw Pekin Wolf in a tournament environment, I think it was one of the qualifiers. He didn't have the greatest showing on it, but he was trying to carry his team.
Yeah.
Like, he would land some spears, and then there wasn't a lot of follow-up. There was a lot on his shoulders because the rest of his team didn't have a lot of damage. And what you need, or engagement. So with Nidalee, you need a good engage comp to follow up afterwards, or somebody who can peel. So Renekton does a good job of that because he can do both. He can peel or engage. So, and same thing with Elise. Elise can go ahead and get a cocoon or repel in and just cause and wreak havoc. And it works really well with her Venomous Bite, because somebody will be at low HP from the spears. Even more.
Take him down. Hunt him down as a spider. Cat sets it up, spider closes it out. Crocodile there in the mid lane.
Animals coming out on this team.
Sivir, get the zoo comp going in. We're going to see what else comes through. Of course, Caitlyn Thresh is the dual lane there for Echo and Batosai. Shyvana in the top lane to face up against Renekton, and the Evelynn. Yeah. Starts with E, got it eventually. Evelynn jungle coming through for Panzer Dragon. So, pretty powerful team coming through. Great lanes.
Yeah, and we saw an Evelynn earlier today in the NALCS, and Dexter, he knew how to play against that. Maybe he's played against Diamond Proxes, at least.
Feel like he might have done that.
And he's like, yeah, I know how to play against this. Just harass him in the jungle over and over again.
Yep.
Keep tabs on him so you know where he is, even though he's invisible. Just that's your job. So we'll have to see if Get Snuggled is up to the task with that Elise.
You couldn't keep tabs on him. That was his old team. That was a bad joke. Well, we're going to have Ezreal and Leona coming through here for VVV. So the whole team is there. Gonti, their support, also a Challenger solo queue player, 400 points last I checked. So it's fun because like there's a bunch of names that I didn't used to recognize coming through here as really amazing players. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like top 100 on the ladder. Like extremely skilled players showing up, making a name for themselves. Kind of the new guard coming through.
Yes.
So Gonti and Tails, and everyone picked their own champion except for top and jungle.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
But it was the first pick Elise that they wanted.
Yeah, of course.
That was the priority. They didn't want Panzer Dragon to have that. It is in his repertoire. He does like those early game junglers. You know, Kha'Zix was still available. All the bans that came out here, like the Jace Riven. You know, taking Riven away from Chris, his favorite top laner. And the Jace pick just to give her some poke. But look at that. We have Nidalee still in the game.
Yeah, so it comes through for Pekin Wolf, and it's going to be the mid lane LeBlanc. And this tells me that Super Team NA was ready for this. They know he's going to go for Nid whenever it's available. They plan it out and say, all right, based on the bans, we think you'll be able to pick up LeBlanc. We'll be okay here. And what I want to see is, of course, they could just swap it.
Yeah.
Right? Arthlon's done this his entire competitive career. Arthlon could be the LeBlanc here. Chuba could go top. We might see him just say, you know, I mean, it's still going to be the same sort of lane matchups like LeBlanc versus Nidalee, but the players are going to swap around.
Yeah. I'm actually going to keep an eye on that for a bit. But so this team over here on the side of VVV, they have an Ezreal as well. So there's poke from him, there's poke from Pekin Wolf, from the Nidalee. They can go ahead and just start sieging up. Then they'll have the engagement from Leona. And then everybody else just piles in onto people. You can go ahead Cougar form, or you can stay on the outskirts and just continue to throw javelins at people.
Yeah.
And then on the team that Super Team NA had, that team composition was more of a catch somebody, burst them down, stop the siege potential, and the LeBlanc, if you can shut Nidalee down, it's going to do a great job.
They need to catch him out with kind of sneakiness. They have Evelynn to do that, but it's interesting. I always think it's interesting when teams have Renekton and Elise, because they're like the two like primo early game champions that like will set up gank super well as Elise. Renekton's very easy to gank for, wins his lane typically. You can set up dives with that guy. And I like that with Nidalee here, because they'll be able to basically win a lane really hard and snowball that into an early siege, much like we saw with LoL Pro, and set up for the Javelin fights. I want to see if this happens here for these guys, or if it stalls out. We are here into the game. See what happens to everybody.
Is one of us going to be calling it Nidalee and the other one Needly?
Thing is, the canon name for that champion is Nidalee. I know we're eventually going to look at it and be like, should it really still be Nidalee? But that's like the official name as far as it stands now. If it changes, I'll change with it. I'm just saying.
I don't know, that just the letters making that sound, at that point it should just be Fiddlesticks too.
No, that's not how English works. It's random and the letters don't make sense. Welcome to speaking the language.
That's why it's like, that's so chaotic, or a chasm instead of chasm.
Yep.
Or chaotic.
There we go.
It's so hard. English is a really tricky language. Speaking of all my life, still don't know how it goes.
That's true. A lot of things you don't know how it goes.
No, like calling you Zyrene.
Yep. It's okay. Names are hard too. They are in English after all. Pekin Wolf chilling out with his Nidalee. Or Nidalee. Arthlon, by the way, I'm going to get these guys backwards because I'm seeing like the quote-unquote mid-lane Shyvana. I'm like, that's weird. Door and shield opener for the mid lane. And I'm like, well, Chuber's up top. He's going to be fighting with Shyvana, fighting against Renekton up in that top lane. Arthlon will be playing mid lane. the role he did play for Determined, now Complexity Black, just last spring series.
Yeah, he's a very versatile player, and I'm glad I mentioned that ahead of time, where he doesn't mind going either. He does both. He did both on Complexity Black, or I guess it was Determined, because he was no longer on the team when it became Complexity Black. Got a little Prolly action up in there. We'll be seeing in the quarterfinals.
We will see them there. It'll be fun. That'll be either next week or the week after. I forget exactly when that match is scheduled. But we will have the round of 8 playing throughout the next week and the next 2 weeks. Get Snuggled and Chris going to happily start out in the top lane there. Elise getting a nice leash. It's always happy when you're the jungler and someone actually leashes for you. He's going to get his blue buff there. Panzer Dragon, the red buff Evelyn. And I've noticed actually that it is possible. I guess the mana cost went down slightly. But you run out of mana right as you finish your second buff if you didn't start blue on Evelyn. So it costs you a lot of mana. Yeah, even if we're starting red, you still can finish the camps out in time.
Okay. So there's actually something I want to touch on here is that Batosai was formerly the support for VVV Gaming when he was with Frostalicious.
Yeah.
And then Tails was their mid laner.
Yeah.
And they just got to the point where it's like, you know what, we need Tails back on ADC. And I think that's a great choice because Tails is so good mechanically.
He's very
such
good.
A mechanically sound player that I actually think he's up there in mechanics. Like, I'd call him like the double lift of challenger with what he does.
That's kind of like what Nien did. Like, Nien was an AD carry converted to mid laner. And it worked out pretty well when he was back on the Cloud9 team. Way back in the day. Maybe they were Quantic at the time.
Yeah, they were Quantic at the time.
He went back
That's
to
like Wild
AD carry.
Turtle status back on Cloud9/Quantic.
And then people get picked up from there, right? Like, you think about what happened with Sheep, right? He got picked up from Curse Academy.
Panzer Doctor.
Nuh-uh.
Coming in the side.
Panzer Dragon. Uh-oh, the jump in. The root's going to land. Peek and Wolf not going to be in a happy place. The root and Silence land. And there comes Evelyn. Force the barrier. Flash in. Ignite. Oh, this is going to be close.
Not enough.
Couple ticks left.
Oh.
It is enough. The kill comes across. Wow, nicely picked up there. Arthlon getting a first blood for himself. Pretty happy stuff. Bottom lane, the jump in from Gonti. Nice jump back, though. Forcing the flash in. The flash away now from Echo. Barrier already popped. Can he get away? There's not much CC left. Blocks it, but Tosai gets in the way of Cocoon. Pulls an inverse Caitlyn there.
And Get Snuggled had red buff. His auto attacks were not, he wasn't constantly using them to slow him down. And at the mid lane there, it looked like it wasn't going to be enough, but the Ignite was really good because he used it after the barrier.
Yep.
He used it late. So it just kept ticking down, and the initial damage burst of Ignite was not absorbed by barrier at all. So really well played there by Arthalon. And that's exactly what they want to do, is shut down this Nidalee with that hyper-aggressive jungler and mid laner that they have.
It worked very well for these guys. Arthalon back and got himself a chalice for that one. I do want to note that Chris came down to the mid lane to soak up experience after shoving his top lane wave. So we got actually a little bit of experience in gold there that he wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And the team wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And I believe we'll have a very slight lead over Chupa because of that rotation. But of course, that's still Peek and Wolf being in a bad spot.
Yeah, and they're going to put him down even more. He used his flash, too. So, here we go.
Root lands, not good for Peek and Wolf. A lot of ink coming across under 200 health. Do they have the damage? Pants! Cast a flash, 50 health left. Peek and Wolf survives. But this is not the happy thing for Nidalee here.
If he goes any further forward, he's going to be in range of Arthalon using a distortion. And if he can land another chain and a Sigil of Silence, it's going to be over. He's going to try to CS with spears at this point.
He has to.
That's all he's got. Instead of backing, he wants to absorb it so he doesn't get even further behind.
Yeah, if he hits 6 and you're like level 4, you're just going to die to the LeBlanc. And you can see Arthalon is playing in range of a WE combo and saying, if you get in range, I will land a root and you will probably die for it. And of course, Flash won't be up for a while. Snuggled is sitting on top of a ward.
Snuggling it.
Puts a pink ward down. I want to see if this ward lasts. So 5.5 minutes this goes down. And if Chris can keep the lane pushed, not only will you see Panzer Dragon come in from River, but there's no way Trooper can ever come down and punish that ward.
It would have to be very well played by Chris to just continually shove it. And then it would give away the position of Panzer Dragons.
Oh! Nice play by Arthalon. Knows he can put the damage down. Peek and Wolf can't follow up. Has basically no mana left.
So I've always liked Arthalon's playstyle. And Panzer Dragon go after, get Snuggled here.
Well, Snuggled's going to put the Cocoon down, goes into Spider form. He should survive this one, but you can see that there's so much pressure coming out from Super Team NA's jungler. This Evelyn is constantly making moves. Snuggle's going to try to grab the raid. He's taking more damage. Pants does not have flash, though, but will it be enough with the Q? Repels into the air.
Give him a heal.
He's going to be okay. He chugged the potion first, so he got like 20 extra health.
In the air.
Got away. That was close.
So Arthalon, I've always liked his play style with Gragas, with the body slams, and how he jukes people. Like, there's so many clips of him just body slamming a different direction than flashing into the person, or just mind gaming people. And with LeBlanc being a viable champion now, I think it's right up his alley. And you said level 4 to 6.
I don't think he has quite the damage to do it, because Pekin Wolf managed to stay in lane and heal back to full off double Doran's ring.
He's an entire level behind, though, right now.
Yeah.
And
That's
Arthalon didn't go for anything super offensive, no extra AP, just has the Chalice so he can stay in lane and out-sustain the Nidalee in terms of mana early on. And I'll eventually transition into an Athena's and Holy Grail, which is a good pickup, because he can't be poked out as easily, which is the whole goal of Nidalee.
Yeah. Survive the lane, throw javelins. On the other side, clear waves, don't get pushed in so much. See what happens with these guys. Of course, early lead does go to Arthalon's LeBlanc. Look at the bottom lane. Haven't seen it for a while. You can see 55 to 39. I gotta say, Echo and Patosai completely winning that lane. And I don't remember seeing... No, there was some jungle pressure overall, but still 15 minions is quite the lead. BF sword here for Echo.
Dragon right off on the side. Might? No. Going back and forth. So there's a ping on the blue as if they were going there. He actually uses his W, his Dark Frenzy, to get a little closer there, a little faster.
Arthalon's here as well. It's in the brush, though. There are going to be
Pekin's
wards
not
available.
around.
Snuggled. Smites early, but he's going to be all right. Gets away, level 5. The root not going to land. No level 6 for Panzer Dragon. The Mimic root's going to go across, though. Gets snuggled, goes down. Panzer Dragon gets a blue buff. That is nice.
Pekin Wolf could not come to contest that because he is so far behind.
Yep.
And that was really a great play there by Panzer Dragon and Arthalon to sniff that one out. And that's going to mean that there's no buff for the Nidalee.
Pekin Wolf wasn't watching. It's going to be the root landing in the silence as well. Not enough damage coming through. But this poor Nidalee is not happy.
Nidalee without blue this early on doesn't even have a chalice. He's going to have to back right now. And by his first couple of items of the game, there's the chalice coming out. So he's going to be a little safer. But on the pink ward too. I like that.
That's a very good choice. Panzer Dragon has shown up mid lane from the same route, I think at least 4 times this game.
Yeah.
But off the recall, these guys are going to look for the Dragon here on the bottom side. Of course, poor Gonti and Tails was forced back to their turret as well. Looks like STN have a good chance with this one.
Yeah, Super Team NA pick it up for themselves. True shot barrage just for the attempt. You got to throw it out just to try.
It's more like a false shot barrage. Didn't hit any of the enemy. Didn't hit the dragon. I didn't even hit Panzer Dragon, so really missed all the dragons on the map. Chuper also escaping it. 3 dragons in this game, by the way.
One of them respawns though. They all respawn. They all respawn. That's right.
One of them respawns 6 minutes later. Most of them around 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Only one of them has died though.
So I guess VVV, if they step up, they'll be the Dragon Slayers.
Yes.
If they can.
See if they can do it. Chris chilling top lane, level 8 to 7, although Chuper about to level up here. On the bit of the lane swap. Chris so far up pretty decent lead, 87 to 72.
I was sitting there, I'm like 87 to 60. Oh, no, that's Arthalon.
Nope. Yep. It's screwing with me. It's hard.
I think they did that just to mess.
Just for us.
Just for us. Yep. Super Team NA.
Yeah. More like stupid. No. We're not going with this one. All right, it's going to be snuggled. Lands the stun onto Arthalon. A lot of damage coming through. Into the Cougar form he goes. Doesn't land quite enough damage, but gets Arthalon down to half.
Which could be enough to force him back, especially since Pekin Wolf now has spears with a little bit of oomph on them with those 2 Dorans. And
yeah,
I think he's sitting somewhere around 40 plus AP. I think he might be in the 60 range. But regardless of that, these always hurt, especially with that extra distance on them. Because that's going to force him out. It's going to give him a little bit of wiggle room in the lane. He caught up in CS. Down a kill and assist. But it's Nidalee. If you go even with somebody in lane, you're going to affect the entire map. Same thing with LeBlanc, though.
Absolutely. These guys are...
And
they're trying.
You talked about it earlier with they picked LeBlanc last. They left the Nidalee open when we thought it was going to be banned. So Super Team NA came into this with a strategy of shutting down the Nidalee.
Yeah.
And I talked about how they put a lot on Pekin Wolf's shoulders in the late game to make the poke composition work and operate effectively. And that's the whole goal of Super Team NA is shut down Pekin Wolf. Don't let him get going so that the poke composition is moot.
But what I want to point out about this one, though, is even though they've killed off the Nidalee once and dodged away from that javelin right here, Arthalon has not built himself a minion lead. Only 66 to 72 minions here. And actually, he's splitting points 3 in Q, 3 in W on LeBlanc here. So Arthlon's like, well, I want to wave clear some, but I also want to one-shot you. And he's not really getting either one yet.
Yeah, that's true. His wave clear is decent. And Nidalee is as well when it gets close, now that he's post 6 and has Cougar form. So I do like the split in points, because it's going to allow him to keep up with what Nidalee does, which is high burst damage if he lands a spear, and clear the waves when they're close. Here comes Engage now, bottom of 3.
On to Echo, jumps in towards Batosai, doesn't land it, but there comes Cocoon. Flash then comes across, there we go, Tails with a true shot barrage, does hit that one right in his back. Finally a kill on the board.
So they're no longer trying to just counter Eve, they're trying to make moves on the map.
Yeah.
And get other lanes going, because mid lane, there's not a lot of kill potential inside of a Nidalee when you gank for him, unless he's already got the person down to half HP.
Yeah.
So Get Snuggle does the right move and says, I'm going to go elsewhere. But Arthalon, he's actually roaming up top. He goes over the pink ward, doesn't clear it.
Okay. He's going to look for something else, though. Looks like Renekton will not extend very far. He's going to walk into Arthalon. Here's some good damage coming across. Mimics the silence. Gets him down to half and backs off. But, of course, Chupa's on the other side of this turret. He's going to go in and Dragon Form. Chris dashing through him. Good escape there. He's barely safe with his turrets taking pressure. And Chris, he's kind of waiting around the side. He has a Q, but he's got to be careful of burst.
And that's going to bring Get Snuggle up to the top lane. If he can survive long enough, it'll push
fine.
them out. Yeah, he's good.
Oh, Snuggle's coming across. There we go. The jump on
alone.
Batosai. He is alone. Poor Batosai.
Has his flash, though. They're trying to turn this around. Get Snuggle
He puts
here.
so much damage, he does it alone. The second time we've seen a Renekton 1v2 tonight. Chris making that one happen. More good things for VVV. 2-2 now in the game. Another fight in the bottom lane. True Shot Barrage comes across Batosai. One hit from Dead, and Tails can't follow it up. Forced to run away.
Had nothing for that. Flash barrier blown in that engagement. And Batosai flash and ignite. So, top turret going over to VVV. First turret of the game, and they even up the gold.
Oof. Not the best Cocoon, but yeah, you're right. Only 100 gold apart for these guys. Turret on one side, Dragon on the other here.
So they sniffed out this strategy, because at first, Super Team NA had the upper hand, where they're like, we're just going to keep ganking Pekin Wolf over and over again. And Pekin Wolf learned and adjusted his play style. He's playing even further back.
And he excelled. He's up 20 minions now against Arthalon. Like, the plan, I gotta say, it worked for First Blood at like level 4 and hasn't worked since. And that is definitely a worry here. STN, they're going to get themselves a turret though on the bottom lane, putting themselves back on the board a little bit more. Echo is up 16 minions here in lane. Hasn't died. 119, early Bloodthirster. So it's a scary Caitlyn. She'll keep stacking up. And we'll see, though. Nothing else has gone all that well for these guys since the early game ganks.
Yeah, and Get Snuggled, he's going to gank the side lanes more often. Like I said earlier, can't really gank for Nidalee too well. And Pekin Wolf, just his playstyle, good on him. And Super Team NA are going to have to find an answer to this. They do get a turret to reclaim a gold lead. Dragon is up at 20 seconds, and is Chuper going to go straight there?
Well, we'll see. We will see. We will see. We're not going to land on much. Panzer Dragon. I always like tracking Evelyn builds because they're so weird now.
Yeah. Some people will be like, oh, Hex Drinker, Blade of the Ruined King because of AD ratios.
Yeah. So we go Spectral Wraith, which I actually like more than Lizard, although I know Smithy and a lot of other really, really good junglers go Lizard. But then Panzer Dragon grabs Hex Drinker components next. So Hex Drinker is coming through.
He stunned the minion.
I think he just wanted to clear waves. I don't think he was really trying for the damage there on the champion.
But he had Tiamat, so he would have cleared the wave with Tiamat Cold Meek anyway. I don't know. Stun the minion, just
It really just kind of shows how manly you are. It sends a message. Certainly Gonti getting pulled in, puts on the W. The dive comes in, two-man stun. Damage on a Chuber. He is the tanky frontliner there. Gonti does go down. 1-0 Snuggled. Forced to run back. This fight good for Super Team NA. They're going to keep going through. Ooh, hook is not going to land right here. More damage coming across. Root's not going to hit. Echo takes a javelin to the face, though. Pekin Wolf turns around for his team. They might actually goes in towards Batosai. Shields himself, trying to run, does not land Cocoon, but the chase still going through. Pekin Wolf does find it, and the repel stops the Caitlyn ulti. On top of that one, even more good things happening. VVV gonna take some more dragons. Gonna be them getting their first neutral dragon of the game.
Yeah, and Pekin Wolf still has enough mana to throw out spears. He does have his chalice. I believe it's upgraded to an Athene's. Yes, it is. So he's able to throw them out more often. And Arthalon, they put a lot of focus on him up at the top. So the dragon goes over to them for free. Well, not for free. They had to get them out of the fight.
Yeah.
And now the gold is even once again, and it's completely even across the board. One dragon to one dragon. Turrets are even. Kills are even. And it's really who adjusts their strategy to the other person. This is an all over the map game.
Yeah.
Where if you contest objectives, Nidalee is going to try to poke you out if you get there first. If you get there late, it's going to be the same thing. They tried to shut down Nidalee, wasn't going their way, and get snuggled, adjusted appropriately. And I love the fact that everybody was at that dragon fight, and they weren't going to give that up.
They did such a good job of it, cutting back, tossing out javelins, eventually getting control over there. 100 gold separates these guys. 100 gold. Now 300. Okay, you made me a liar.
Well, it's the minion waves will wax
Yeah.
away.
At a time, it was 100 gold. It was a dodge in from the block, Arthalon. Tried to shut down Pekin Wolf. Didn't make it happen so far. You talk about adjustments being very important. I agree with you here.
Yeah.
Panzer Dragon, by the way, 2-0-1. The kill leader of his team.
100% kill participation.
True. No, it's very important to point out. He's doing a very good job there. The bottom lane, it's weird because as much as I say, like, they're doing a very good job in terms of winning the lane, getting the turret down, having a minion kill lead, their support, Batosai, does have 2 of his team's 3 deaths. So he's having kind of a rough time here to start things out. Want to see if Thresh can keep going a little bit better into this game.
Yeah, and once again, get snuggled in the bottom lane. And Panzer Dragon, nowhere to be found. So they might get a turret off of this in the bottom lane. It's not a 3v3 like we saw last game. 3v2, and the aggression is all right here. And if Pekin Wolf decides to rotate down bottom, then he can start throwing some javelins in. And then up top, Shyvana's at that point where Chuper's like, I'm just going to free farm behind your turret and try to cause some pressure, but Renekton can do the same thing.
And it's funny, though, because Chuper's actually behind in this matchup. He's down about 30 minions, as well as a kill. And he's still trying to just, like, kill the minions in between the turrets. He's taken the white as well, so you just have Chuper, like, trying to scale himself ahead. He's the one guy, I feel like, more than anyone else, who's really not making any mistakes. Where it's like, you're going to lose minions early to Renekton. It's going to happen. It's just a fact of life. Life goes that way when you fight Renekton. But hasn't died. Showed up for a team fight, got an assist. He's now kind of creating pressure, disallowing Renekton to do anything to him anymore. And then farming the jungle.
Yeah.
So Chuper's actually doing a lot here.
Yeah, and you talked about that pink ward up in the top lane, and we wanted to keep tabs on it. I didn't keep tabs on it, but I looked at the map, and there was still a pink ward up there. There's a green ward right next to it. So I think
maybe
it
it's the same one.
Maybe.
There's a good chance.
Maybe.
We're bad at our jobs.
Yeah.
So, okay. Here we go into mid-game. Nidalee starting to come online, right? Pretty unremarkable laning phase. Something you accept. You play defensively, try to get around it. You spoke to that a whole bunch.
Yeah.
That phase it's not gone, but it's ending soon. Yeah. And he's going to be getting a death cap soon, void stuff afterwards. Nidalee's made it. Pekin Wolf is like, all right, laning phase over. I got camped, survived it, made it out of the tent. He's ready to go play this game. I feel like that's a very good sign for VVV.
Oh, yeah, and Nidalee's caused so much pressure on the map when you're sieging people up, which is what this team wants to do and accomplish with that Ezreal. So if Get Snuggled keeps coming bottom and keeps making these plays, or even top, that's fine, because all Pekin Wolf has to do is farm, and then it'll be that point in the game where, whoa, I'm the AD carry of Super Team NA. I just took a spear for 3/4 of my HP. Where has that been all game? And that just takes you by surprise because you haven't been laning against it and dodging it all game. So you had to kind of change your mindset and your play style when the 5v5 start happening with a Nidalee involved.
Yeah, and you gotta hope he's ready for it there. He's on Caitlyn, he's got a Bloodthirster, right? This guy is long ranged. Echo has a good chance of making it through in this one, but you still gotta make sure you get the dodges going through.
You gotta hope it's warded all around too for your team.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like playing against the Fiddlesticks. Like you're like, I know he's on that side. I know he wants to come over the wall. And it's like, I know he wants to throw a spear, but oh, here they go, 3v3.
Dragon, multi-man ulti. The True Shot barrage comes by as well. Stun comes in. Gaunty trying to run away. Panzer Dragon pops the Hexbreaker already. Snuggled, flashing over the wall. Ulti's going to come through. Echo finds it. The re-engage works here for Super Team NA. Pekin Wolf going towards the bottom lane. They know he's there.
Know he's there. But we also have Chris coming into the mid lane. And Chuper, he's just running around the jungle right now. He found a white.
Yeah, Chris is about to give up a turret for this. Because there's no minion wave there to defend his top lane turret. Yep. Chuper's going to get a lot of pressure down there. Chris holds on to this lane for now. Arthon survives. And yeah, I believe it's going to be an outer turret in the top lane, just taking a bunch of damage with no contest.
Yeah, Shyvana pushes those so quickly with her twin bite.
Yeah, it's going to happen right there. You see Chuper getting the destruction there on the turret. He was around, so we got the 150 local gold. Good job, Chuper, getting some money back into this lane. The top lane have now traded their turrets back and forth. Chris just sitting there with an interesting build. So he started out with an early Tiamat, went for Cowl, is actually going for an early Spirit Visage.
So it's fun because he didn't get the lifesteal from Hydra.
Yeah.
But he already heals from Cold and Meek, so he's going to get more healing by going Spirit Visage anyway.
Yeah.
And he kind of like gets the same items regardless.
It's an extra 1,400 gold with the Vamp Scepter and then the combination cost, which would be pretty close to the cost
Almost
of Spectre's Cowl, which is like 1,425.
I think it's 1350 from Cowl.
Yeah.
So from Cowl to Visage is 13. Or
Well,
the
what's
number I
Cowl
just
by
said.
itself?
Oh, 1,400, I believe?
Yeah, I think
Something around
it's about the same. So he opts for the Cowl instead of the Hydra,
Yeah.
which is going to help him because Shyvana primarily does magic damage. When she has the Flame Breath on you, that's magic damage. Every time she hits you, and the Flame Breath application is 2% of your max HP. Magic damage, Dragon's Descent magic damage, and then her Burnout.
Yep.
So looking to
She's a
survive
magic
that
damage
lane.
champion.
Yeah, except for Twin Bite.
Yeah.
And auto attacks. That's
Well,
about
but
it. That's it.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they don't usually build a lot of AD, and in fact, most of the Shyvana versus Renekton matchups I see, when Shyvana's like, oh, I'm the later game champion here, I'm the one who's going to get bullied, they usually build straight tank.
Yes.
They only go Hydra, they only
Blade.
go Ruin King, right, if they're fighting like a Mundo, sometimes if they're fighting like a Trundle, or something they need to chase down. In this case, usually it's tank Shyvana, which I believe is the build so far for Chuper.
Yeah, that's what he's got in his pocket. Doesn't have anything too offensive right now, but is still able to take that turret very quickly. And the CS difference between them, we saw that Chuper is far behind Chris currently. Chris
30
has,
last I checked.
Yeah, Chris has that 200 at 20-minute mark going for him right now,
which is high for a top laner.
Oh yeah,
That's
and
pretty rare.
Renekton, it's not that difficult to achieve
Sure.
something like that. You just clear the waves, and you're just like, I'm gonna grab somebody else's wave because he's been going middle too.
Yeah.
Because Pekin Wolf's been roaming bottom sometimes, not to great success.
Sure.
But at least he's been leaving the lane, and then he's like, I got some free farm, tax
Mm-hmm.
in the lane. I was here for a moment. I'll take that.
Yeah, the Renekton roams work sometimes though. You got the dash, the point and click stun. It's fun when they work and you just like kind of celebrate like, oh, that was a great move to get down there.
We see the top laner from SK Telecom T1 do that all the time.
Yeah.
Like the top laner, he's like, this isn't an island. I'm gonna go mid, and then out
He
of
takes
nowhere,
a ferry off the island.
Oh yeah. And out of nowhere in mid laner, it's like you think you're fighting just Faker. It's like, oh, here's Piglet, here's everybody else, and they all converge. Like because they had a lead in lane, they're like, even if we 5v5 right now, we're gonna come out on top. So they push the turret, just snowball their lead.
Yeah, those roams have a lot of impact sometimes, and honestly, these guys, when you play as a team, that is the important thing because it really isn't a bunch of islands. Like even though it's funny because they're all separated by a river, and you think it's so clever, it's really not. Like it is the way that they come around. A lot of bottoms, we actually saw it here, I believe, as well. Like when you get that turret down, you don't sit there and push the tier 2 turret without ward coverage. You'll get caught out. So you leave. You either take some jungle, you help with an invade somewhere else. It's half the reason people push in the first place. I remember back in season 1, everyone's like, oh, the best thing to do is freeze the wave, freeze it, freeze it, freeze it, freeze it. Never push, always freeze, deny minion experience.
No.
And then finally around like the middle to end of season 2. Teams were like, but if we're always pushing, we can invade their jungle and always win the invades.
That was when TPA really brought that in Worlds, because everybody's like, don't take the turret, just farm. It's fine, we'll outscale them. And TPA was closing games out faster than anybody else. And Chuper
running away as a dragon. Gets snuggled, just wants a hug, doesn't do much else. Gets away. Low cooldown anyway.
Dragon in the middle of your story. Yeah,
It's
TPA
fine.
really brought that around.
Yeah.
To great popularity.
M5 a little bit as well. When
Yeah.
they burst in the scene, it was like, by the way, heavy counter jungling. And people were trying to figure out, like, why does this work? And it was a lot of lane pressure.
Oh, 2 chains.
Gonna land, Pekin Wolf, he's gonna be okay. Oh my god, goes in. He
Just
missed
to
the W. He missed the W. That would have been about 500 damage if he hit it before MR, which might have been enough to pick up the kill.
I don't know, he healed himself at the same time.
Yeah.
And the Ignite came down. Pekin Wolf, it would have been close.
If he hit it, it would have been very close.
It would have been very, very
He might have followed up with autos. But doesn't quite land it. Gonti showing up mid lane to help the team push. And no one is here yet to defend, defend the push. Gonti, yeah, all right, they're going to be okay. Not much more grabbed here.
Tails is being brave. He has no support with him. He's going up against Matosai. If he landed a hook and throws a lantern back, you have no idea who's around there. Eve could have been there.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, Eve, I don't believe was visible for a while in that case. He had some ward coverage to know, like, if the AD carry was nearby, he knew Caitlyn was eventually coming over. But worked okay. These guys swept wards back and forth.
Dragon in 20 seconds. Everybody coming down from the top lane. They're like, all right, this island, but we're going to take a boat.
Yep.
Straight down that river.
Gonna make their way down. Top lane gonna be left alone for now. Chris coming down. Chuper already here.
Warmogs for Chuper.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like that actually gets Needly because it gives you a whole bunch of health regen.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Banshee's Veil next. But also, Spirit Visage would be good too, so it would increase the HP regen of Warmogs.
Yeah, and it has a bunch of HP regen on its own anyway. It's like 5 per second or so. So that's nice. Of course, Warmogs gives you 1% of your max health every 5 seconds. Trooper sitting at about 2.5Ks when you're getting a good amount of health back.
But he's got... Trooper's taking so much damage that I don't know if he can be involved in this fight to the effect that he wants to be. And it looks like he's fighting Chris right now.
And they're kind of trading blows back and forth. VVV trying to get positioned to where they can lay their siege in and just start. Pekin Wolf able to heal. They trade wards back and forth. VVV getting the vision coverage. They don't know they're sending on a ward right now.
There's no blue buff for Pekin Wolf right now. So he's almost out of spears.
Oh, and a good move by Chris. He goes to the mid lane. This is really great by VVV. They know they can contest Dragon, so they push somewhere else while they set that up. Arthlon takes a Javelin with his clone. Stun on a Batosai. That's going to be all right. Not going to land the ultis much at all. Gonti in the front line, taking pain. Panzer Dragon goes down to Pekin Wolf, and the fight continues. Tails pushing away Arthlon on the bottom side right here. Does he have the damage? Has a red buff and a Trinity Force. If he lands a Q. Oh, I don't think he wanted to do that. Arthlon. Oh my god!
What?
Arthlon! I believe! I don't believe anymore. Tails picks him up.
That's the kind of stuff I was talking about he does on Gragas.
It's
and
cute.
He just did it right there. Went out in style. If you're going to go down in a blaze of glory. But that fight, Trooper wasn't in it, and they give themselves a dragon as a reward for VVV. And it was a good move around the side from Chris. He came all the way to the back line, and it was like, oh, hello. I'm actually at your blue buff, and you guys try to retreat. You're retreating into this big Renekton who has Dominus on.
Yeah, and that didn't work all so well. VVV really coming alive now in the mid game. 24 minutes in, they're up in kills after a 0-2 start. They've got 3 turrets to 2, and they're winning now in Dragons 2-1. So VVV have made it happen. Pekin Wolf came back from getting camped in the mid lane and doing great.
So we're going to look at that again here. Tails, True Shot Barrage doesn't hit anybody, but look, Echo tries to retreat straight into Chris back there. And Chris just 1v1s him and gets him out of the fight. And then he's like, oh, okay, I'm going to go back to what was happening here. And I want to see this again with Arthalon. Just goes back to it, but it was actually his mimicked one, so he goes back to his W, flashes away. And it's like some Zed stuff right there.
The thing is, like, he was running under his own turret and was afraid of, like, a Nidalee Javelin.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, he burned a flash, honestly, for not much. It looked cool.
Hey, that's a highlight reel right there. That's worth a flash.
I don't know if the highlight reel counts if you die, though. Like, if you cut the tape early, okay. But Ezreal was, like, there when he comes back, and it's like, he's going to shoot you in the face. He'll just, like, right-click you.
He went in the bush, and he was like, if you can't see me, I can't see you. It's fine.
It's not
We're
true.
Good.
It's not true. He's not 6 years old. That game doesn't work anymore. Ezreal, besides E, will actually track you in Fog of War, and it reveals. Did you know Ezreal's E will reveal for about 1 second when it lands?
Wow. Are you also telling me that the floor really isn't lava? I can't play that game anymore?
I mean, it is if you believe it. The Matrix still exists.
The floor's lava. All right, but getting back into this game, the push coming out here, and actually it's an armor item coming out for Chuper. He's going for that Randuin's. The Merc Treads will possibly coming out here as well. So
definitely Frozen Heart.
He is focused on just negating damage from Chris and Tails. And he doesn't really care about Pekin Wolf.
Honestly, he's tanky enough at this point that it's fine. Like, I really think with a lot of health, it's going to be his 3rd Giant's Belt item, by the way, when he gets his Randuin's Omen done. He'll have enough health that just the regen from Warmogs will keep him alive against Javelin. He's okay to tank them. The rest of the damage largely is physical.
Yeah, Pekin Wolf hasn't even completed his Rabadon's death cap.
Yeah.
So when he does get those items, I assume that Chuper will already be on his Magic Resist item by that point. So Pekin Wolf, not at the point that he has that giant impact, but if he starts landing like 2 spears in a row, like he just hit Batosai, not even half of his HP. Come on!
Well, painful stuff. Chuper goes in, gets stunned up as he goes on to this one. There's Panzer Dragon in the back lines as well, diving for the fight. Can they do much? No, down goes Evelyn. 1-0 in the fight. VVV still on the lead right here. Can they get much more into this one? Looks like a disengage.
Pekin buff. He has Pekin buff. Pekin Wolf has blue buff.
That second Javelin was very close. First one did land onto Chuper, and it forced the team back. Ezreal hasting the team with attack speed. It's going to be a turret going in for VVV. 4-2 in turrets and about a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they did not start off very strong. Panzer Dragon was totally reading where his ganks needed to go, but gets snuggled, adjusted. I'm going to say that so many times, and sing his praises on that because it was really good. Because if the game had continued at that pace, it would have been out of VVV Gaming's hands. So decides not to continue mid, decides not to counter gank, and Pekin Wolf just plays passive, which shows that even if you're playing passive, you can out-CS your opponent if they continue to roam. And that must have been a little frustrating for Arthalon.
Yeah.
Because he picked that to go after Nidalee over and over again. And when you're so far back, you're probably sitting there like, oh, change the range on spears. It's too long.
Doesn't quite happen. Stun goes in on Arthalon. Mid lane turret goes down. The pull onto Gandhi. This could be STN making their way back in. That's going to be a LeBlanc going down. Ooh. Javelin hits Batosai. He's going to be okay, though. A turret and a kill, putting the gold back closer here. Only 3,000 now. True Shot Barrage only getting one correct answer. And a back out.
Turret being answered there. 3K gold between these teams. One turret. Dragon is up in a minute and 45. So they're going to have to farm up before then, grab some objectives. Like red is up. But the builds here for Panzer Dragon, it's that mixture we were talking about. Now he's going magic resist to deal with Pekin Wolf and get snuggled. Whereas Trooper, on the other hand, he's worried about Chris and Tails. So the resistances are very split on this and stacked on different people instead of just a distribution across both of them on their own.
That's interesting to me because they have, even though they're both going to be frontliners and they will be taking damage from whatever hits them, they have very different priorities here. It's interesting to me.
You've been seeing Panzer Dragon gets dropped so fast. So I guess you just don't want to wear that dragon anymore, and you're just like, Panzer got dropped.
I just don't know. It's weird. They've gone completely opposite choices though. Like Sunfire is like, okay, standard landing item, whatever, right? But it's like different boot options, and you have Trooper pushing towards armor items otherwise, and the complete opposite here, pushing for magic resist items for Panzer Dragon.
Echo has a blue orb.
Yay!
It's happening. It's happening.
You know what I like is that's really good on Caitlyn because you can spot for your ultimate. If you're like, shoot, he got away, I didn't start it, you can reveal him and then make sure you can start your ulti channel.
That's like some next level play right there. That's awesome.
I actually really think it's good on Nocturne as well because it'll do the same thing, but it'll also spot for a counter ganker. Because a lot of times your ganks are pretty obvious and it's about the same range. So you can be like, is Vi in that tri-brush? Nope. Go.
That's really smart. I actually have always talked about this as well and been an advocate for it when you're behind. Because then you don't have to face check as often and you can really set up picks.
Yeah.
So.
And I was kind of sad that like Kobe got all the credit for the blue trinket hype because all of us are like fanboying over blue trinket like the entire season. Every one of the casters fanboys over blue trinket.
Do
I don't know if you've noticed. Well, I know you and I.
Because I don't.
Okay, maybe it's just me and I'm projecting on everyone else.
Well, I was sitting there and I was like, they should buy a blue trinket. And I remember you guys being like, oh yeah, and then set a record for the first one in the LCS.
Here you go, man. We just hit right games. We love our blue trinkets here.
Yes, we do. 90-second cooldown on that when it's completely upgraded.
Yeah. 150 at tier 2, which is what it's at.
And then 120 and then 90, which is still a little high. I think 60 seconds would be really healthy because everything else is around 60.
I disagree because think what happens when you have all 5. So like wards aren't always useful, right? They can be bypassed, they can be swept, whatever. Red trinkets, you have to find a ward to do it. You could fail. Blue trinket always does what you want it to do. It will always reveal that location. And think about what happens when a full team has blue trinkets. If it's short enough, you are always walking in a vision. You can never be caught. So I feel like it has to be a high enough cooldown that 5 isn't abusive.
Okay.
And that's the right cooldown. Like I'm okay with it being rare.
What about 75?
We'll see. Ultimately, the fact that people are picking it up now, it just kind of took more time to get more adoption. I think we'll see where it goes. Right. Gonthi taking a bit of pain. Ezreal, True Shot Barrage coming back. Just a lantern out.
There's been a lot of skittering around the map. VVV once again picked up another dragon during all of that. And they're just trying to secure these locations so that they can contest these objectives or force STN.
Batosai, wow, did not know that was happening. No wards saw that coming in. He's going to die, and his soul goes into his own lantern. That's going to be very unfortunate for poor little Batosai. Top lane getting siege, though. Get snuggled, Chris. Everybody is here. Can they find anything with this 5v4, or will they just get ward coverage?
I don't think they're going to go after Baron. I think they want to poke. That's more their goal, because a Baron could set them up for a throw. It is still within 6k gold, and if the enemy team steals it away from you, then they get that temporary boost in combat stats. That extra gold, and they could catch up and set themselves up for disaster.
Well,
so just siege. Do what the team is. Oh, that would have been half his HP there. Oh, Tails is doing about as much.
Yeah. You guys doing plenty of damage. Chain's going to come across from Arthalon. Not land under too many of the same targets. Next wave comes through. Caster Minion tanks that for the team. Tails walks backwards.
Tails has that standard build, and here's an engage.
They're going to go for it. 5 versus 5. Arthlon in the backline looks for Tails. Good damage from the ground, but Arthlon's going to fall down first. 1 for 0. Now Trooper in the front line is forced to flash away. Box comes for the disengage. Oh, the Javelin. One more Ignite tick. No, it times out. Trooper is not set on fire enough. He's going to make his way here. 8-5, though. 1 for 0 fight.
It's that Warmog's regen.
It helped.
Doing
I'm not going to lie.
Help them out there. And now they're just in a great position to siege up. Get Snuggled still in the back line. If Pekin Wolf can land 1 or 2 spears, then
they might not even need it.
They could get another turret off of this if that happens, because Arthalon is already gone, but they haven't set themselves up for that. Yeah. And they need to back off and get a different objective in their sight and figure out what their strategy is going to be. It's going to be, do we ward up Baron and try to go after that? Or, you know, because now they have no outer turrets available.
Yeah.
Right? So these are much harder turrets to siege up. Yeah. But you got to ward it, you got to deny the vision, and just start throwing spears in there. And Pekin Wolf, you know, his spears haven't been on point this game.
Yeah.
We haven't
He's
seen
hit some, missed some.
Yeah. I'd actually say that he's probably missed a little more than he's hit.
It's okay. You miss everyone you don't even shoot, so.
That's true. Some motivational, is that some hot shot?
That's some Michael Scott quoting Wayne Gretzky. Quoting Hotshot GG.
Sure wasn't Albert Einstein that said that?
I'm pretty sure.
Abraham Lincoln?
I don't believe that was the case.
That was Martin Luther King, actually.
Nope, it definitely wasn't.
Oh, that's probably bad, because he's a
no.
assassin.
We're going to move on, guys. Wow! You just went there. Too soon, dude. Come on. Arthlon goes down. There was a shot taken. Chris and Panzer Dragon in a bit of a fight. Pants trying to run away. Is fast. Has a shield. He's running back and forth. I don't know why.
Zigzag. He's just so fast, nobody's going to catch him. Wiggle wagging back and forth. Yeah.
So is Echo.
Just why he wanted to do it, too.
Hey, man, that's true synergy right there. Jungle AD carry synergy.
Wiggle, wiggle.
It's both juke back and forth.
Yeah.
Chris. Got a trap down. Got to be careful about that one. He's going to be okay.
So now they're ready to siege up the mid lane here.
And it's going to be 4v4.
There we go.
Elise is all the way on the bottom side, so.
Yeah. But if they play far enough back, they do have the Talisman of Ascension to disengage, but it's not up just yet. And they're going to keep their distance, except Tails taking some tower shots.
Just got to be careful.
But it's not like they have a Vi on Super Team NA. They have this almost like soft engage here.
It is. It's not been very good.
You have to land a hook. You have to get Chuper in there with the Dragon's Descent. It's difficult.
They can't pin him down. They absolutely can't. They have a couple of slows. Evelyn can try to flank around.
Tails!
None of those fights have worked. Tails trying to run away. You can jump the wall. He'll be fine. Doesn't even need to.
What?
Gandhi hates them just to be sure. Why not? It's good support usage.
I thought you said Gandhi.
No.
Gandhi hasted him.
You like talking about historical figures, don't you?
I do. Gonna get Nelson Mandela in here at some point.
Up to you, man. Your cast to take. Chris in the front line. Chuper trying to run backwards.
Get Snuggled. Looked like he was looking for a cocoon there. So, still, we see the top laner and the jungler building different types of resistances. So at this point, it would kind of be like, all right, magic resist, magic damage dealers, go after Chuper. Everybody else, hit Panzer Dragon.
They spot Pekin Wolf with the blue. The blue trying to seize him. They know to back off of this blue buff take. Pink ward goes down. They can sweep the vision away. Chris just sitting on the front lines. He doesn't even care if he takes damage. He regens it up enough.
Echo.
That hurt.
Eating a big spear there.
And, oh, blue buff got, oh, Chris grabbed it. He Pekin Wolf javelined early, and I think it could have been Sunfire Cape. Something hit it.
Sunfire.
Yeah, like Barons. Oh well, but it still did get hit. I saw the javelin go through. It hit early on something.
Yeah.
Javelin not going to hit there on the champion, but Tosai going to make his way out. 9-5 still. BBB slowed this game down a fair bit. They're just taking the global objective and saying, well, we haven't set up Baron yet. In fact, Super Team NA has the Baron set up.
They're being very methodical,
yeah.
BBB is, and their method is Pekin Wolf needs to, when we siege up, land a couple spears, which hasn't happened. Like, you watch a couple people. There we go. There's one.
As ult Sunfire going to come across. A lot of pain coming through. They're going to find Arthlon again. That poor guy doesn't deceive anybody. Vitosai low does get picked up by Pika and Wolf on a killing spree. Now Trooper and Echo running away on the back lines. Do they have the damage? Nice engage from Gonti. Getting lower and lower in health. Has to run away from this one. That's going to be fine. Snuggled now up there. But there comes Panzer Dragon. Good damage. Tails not a good spot. Forced to flash. Does get away. Echo stunned up. Has Various still goes down though. 3 for 0 so far this fight. Panzer Dragon forced to run. Oh!
The cocoon!
What a cocoon's going to land. Only Trooper alive. Not good for STN.
And now the attack speed coming in from the Primal Surge. Chris just clearing out the wave. Inhibitor gonna go over to VVV here. Trooper, only one alive. What can he do?
Not very much as a half dragon, unfortunately. Not Fury there to turn into a real one. Trooper, unfortunately, just getting farther and farther behind. His team, I should say. He's 1-0-1. Trooper's been having a pretty good game for himself, but as just the frontline bruiser tank, he just can't carry the game right now.
People were caught out of position there.
Yeah.
Off on the side. Arthlon, we're looking at it again right here. We see Arthlon actually eats a cocoon to stun him up for Tails to do a lot of damage to him, ends up picking him up, and then they just chase this fight out, but Tosai goes down, and they were just completely caught out here. It looked like VVV was going to go up the middle, but just the way that Super Team NA had set themselves up was not good. Panzer Dragon gets multiple people with his ultimate, and Tails has to flash away. Comes back in immediately for Echo, and Panzer Dragon says, I need Tails again, but Tails is almost back up to half HP and sacrifices himself. So a little bit of an overextension there, and they were kind of baited into that by low HP members of VVV.
Yeah, it didn't work so well, unfortunately. Just barely saving themselves. And you got to think about the comeback potential there from VVV in fights as well. You've got the Nilly heal. You've got Nikhil's Crucible done for Gonti. Tails has Blade of the Ruin King. On top of just being Ezreal in the first place. So it's so hard for them to get rid of the really important targets. You're seeing how well VVV plays around these fights. Only 5 deaths in the team. Fairly evenly split at that. So it's pretty impressive stuff by these guys.
I love this build that Ezreal has. It's something that's been being adopted more and more. But Trooper's not going to like it.
He's trying for Tails, has to kite back. They're down to half HP and running now. The box comes across. Solar Flare is great right now. Can VVV pick up more? Now on the bottom side, Arthlon just keeps getting destroyed. Does run away successfully, though no one dies in this fight. VVV loses some health bars and getting away from this turret.
This build that Tails has is a lot of attack speed, tower pushing potential with the Trinity Force, and then you add in the Last Whisper and the IE, so when you do crit, it crits for a lot.
Yep, plenty of good amount of damage there. Stun lands on a Panzer Dragon. Will they go in? Not so much. Hook's not going to land either. The turret does go down. That makes number 8 on the game. Top lane inhibitor already dead, and a big wave is pushing. We'll see if VVV can do anything with that minion advantage. They look for the blue buff for now. See what else they can do.
Yeah. Oh, and then the other thing about his build is Trinity Force is going to give you the extra movement speed.
Yeah.
And the fact that he can self-peel himself with the Blade of the Ruined King, which he just did to Trooper there. And like I said, no real hard engage aside from landing a hook on somebody. And even then, Ezreal can just Arcane Shift.
Yep.
It's very difficult to catch him. 407 performance here from Tails. Doing a really good job.
And think about the team he's fighting, right? Shyvana's trying to dive, Evelyn's flanking and diving, LeBlanc is trying to diving and unfortunately not doing very well. Arthlon 1, 5, and 2 hasn't found his footing since the early game when he got camped 4 and nothing really happened for him. So I gotta say, Tails getting himself out very well. Arthlon not having the best game of his life, which is very unfortunate for these guys. They don't seem to be holding on to this game too well. 13,000 gold puts VVV in the winning seat so far. They haven't even started attempting Baron yet, though. They've just been playing the Siege game, and they've gotten the turrets for it. So without playing Baron, they're making their way in.
Yeah, and when you play against an Italy, you have to play against it in Champion Select more than anything. You have to think about the hard engage I'm going to bring to the table. When I was doing a little bit of camera work and listening to voice comms, I remember Bjergsen saying, I'm going to last pick Nidalee here. It's the game he got the quadra kill on because the enemy team didn't have anything that could get to him. He's like, they got nothing. Nidalee's perfect here. And if you set up your team composition without any hard engage, it's going to work. He just plays passive laning phase and then dominates the late game.
You know, the camps didn't work. STN, their soft engage hasn't found the fights they've wanted. These guys have gotten behind. VVV, top lane inhib has respawned. So there's 2 open inhibitors, but they're both alive right now. We'll see if VVV can make their way in. Super Team NA needs to get the farm going, needs to scale back in. Unfortunately for them, Echo has stopped building damage. Went for Spectre's Cowl, so his damage itself is even lower.
Yeah, Echo's just a disruptive force and a body blocker at this point for spears and Mystic shots, but they're going in here with Chuper at low HP.
See if they can find a Chuper and half jumps in, doesn't find much of that box, comes across as well. Solarflow's gonna land again. Peek and Wolf gets down to half but survives, otherwise pops barrier. Chuper goes down to a Javelin in the back, and VVV now on the push. The ultis are almost all down. Super Team Mene. Gonti in the front lines, trying to set up for Bateau side. Javelin hits onto Echo. There's a kill picked up by Tails. They're still going for the fights. Arthlon back in with home guards, finds Gonti, but breaks the chain too soon. Top inhibitor goes down to minions, and this could be the game-winning push for VVV.
2 inhibitors down. This looks like the final nail in the coffin. Arthlon goes down. Gonti, oh, it's blocked!
Oh, blocked by, I believe that was Tails actually jumping in there. Maybe not, but Panzer Dragon, lower health force out of the way. Second turret going down over the Nexus. Godlike now for Tails. 7-0 and 8, and the Nexus is going to fall. VVV making their way into the quarterfinals.
Great performance there by Tails. Peek and Wolf, he went 6-1 and 4, only giving up that first blood, and that was it. Completely adapted his play style, said, I'm playing too far up, I'm going to play back, and it was team communication there that allowed their team to flourish and pull out the win, despite being behind in the early game.
Yeah, incredibly well played by these guys. I got to give a lot of props to pretty much every single player there. Chris won his lane, stayed 30 minions up. You talked about Peek and Wolf. You talked about the laning and the ganks coming in from the jungler as well. That whole team did an amazing job, and we'll see more of them next week. Now, guys, that does it here for this week's Challenger action, but don't worry, we've got more League coming up on Tuesday. Super Week kicks off at 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 4:30 p.m. CET with the LCS preview show. Then up first in the European League, it's the Copenhagen Wolves versus Fnatic. It was good to see Peke and the guys start up a new winning streak last week. We'll see if they can continue it.
And we heard it from Jat earlier as well. Every winning streak starts with the first game. One game winning streak. And you can see if Fnatic can make it a 2 in a row during the first day of Super Week. Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. Pacific, 4:30 p.m. Central European time.
Yep, bring that into your brains, guys. It's nice and early for you guys on the west coast of the U.S. like us. Now, with that, we've reached the end of our time together this weekend. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching. Good night, GG, and we'll see you Tuesday.
Good job, Zyrene.
Thank you, Zyrene.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.